Broken furniture littered the pub floor, testament to Lloyd Frontera's recent outburst. The proprietor, his face etched with distress, confronted the young man, implicitly demanding payment for the damage. Internally, Lloyd wrestled with a conflict as old as his new life. The ghost of Kim Suho clashed with his present reality, leaving him adrift in a sea of uncertainty. He offered an ambiguous apology to the pub owner, its sincerity questionable at best. Then, with a defiant roar, Lloyd declared, "No, in this world, my name is Lloyd Frontera," his voice a shield against the encroaching memories of his past. A jumbled string of letters and numbers, F and this is for, are the story, flashed across his mind, a cryptic echo of his fragmented past, a stark reminder of his unfamiliar surroundings and the journey yet to unfold. The final moment lingered on Lloyd's face, a portrait of internal struggle, a question mark hanging heavy over his uncertain future. The aftermath of Lloyd Frontera's rampage in the pub was a spectacle of wreckage. Shattered glass and splintered wood littered the floor, testament to the extent of the destruction. A jumbled mess of words, possibly a drunken confession or the pub owner's irate recollection, hinted at Lloyd's reckless behavior, describing a world turned to chaos by his actions. The devastation was complete. Javier Azarjan's worried call, "Lloyd," cut through the air. Overwhelmed by his predicament, Lloyd, desperately clutching at any remaining hope of redemption, declared, "All money." A desperate plea to compensate for the ruin he had wrought, exposing the stark reality of his financial ruin. Javier Azarjan challenged Lloyd Frontera's composure, questioning his mental state with a sharp, "Have you finally lost it, sir?" Lloyd vehemently refuted the accusation internally. A glimpse into his past, a memory from years before, briefly flickered across his mind. Then, a jarring alarm pierced the air, signaling a momentous occasion. A formal proclamation followed, declaring Lloyd the recipient of a wish, granted by a powerful entity known as the Absolute. The declaration was met with enthusiastic applause and a cheerful digital message, "Congrats, smiley face." The words, "You are now a character of Knight of Blood and Iron," materialized before Lloyd Frontera's eyes. Confusion clouded his mind as he recognized the title, his favorite novel, a familiar yet utterly bewildering revelation. Enthusiastic encouragement, "Good luck, and you've got this." "Yeah," followed, adding to the surreal experience. A fragmented thought bubble revealed a desperate desire for something to drink, hinting at a disorienting hangover. Then, a sudden understanding dawned, "Oh, is this one of those web novels where I've possessed someone from a different world? Am I in a different world?" he exclaimed internally. The unsettling realization was cemented by his uncomfortable position, face down in the dirt of a road, a stark and unwelcome awakening. A sharp, in-game alert jolted Kim Suho, inhabiting Lloyd Frontera's body, awake. The notification detailed a dislocated jaw, a consequence of his uncomfortable slumber on the hard earth. He inwardly cursed the game's intrusive health system. The jarring alert, however, triggered a far more significant realization: he was no longer himself, but rather a player character within the virtual world of Knight of Blood and Iron. The context, the rough ground, the remote location, solidified his deduction: he possessed Master Lloyd. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of Javier Azarjan. The abrupt termination of the moment was marked only by an enigmatic LP, its meaning obscured. Javier Azarjan suggested a return to the manor. The suggestion triggered a flurry of internal reflection for Lloyd Frontera. He processed Javier's presence, recognizing the man's identity as a renowned swordsman in the narrative of Knight of Blood and Iron. A jumbled comparison formed in his mind, contrasting the book's portrayal of Javier with the reality of Javier acting as his escort. The book, he mused, presented Javier as an initially unknown knight serving Lord Arcos Frontera. This realization solidified a disquieting self-assessment: Lloyd, the eldest son of Baron Frontera, was the novel's hooligan. Javier, surprisingly jovial, recounted finding Lloyd, emphasizing his disbelief at the state in which he'd discovered him. Lloyd internally noted Javier's cheerfulness, then immediately scolded himself for the obvious observation. Javier then posed a question regarding Lloyd's actions the previous day, prompting a detailed account of Lloyd's afternoon of excessive drinking, culminating in a destructive spree at the pub and a drunken collapse en route to the manor. This recollection left Lloyd utterly bewildered, his internal monologue reflecting a fragmented understanding of events. A jumble of confused exclamations gave way to a final, frustrated sigh. A chill permeated the stone floor where Lloyd Frontera, Kim Suho to himself, lay shivering. His mind wandered to the comforting warmth of an ondal, a stark contrast to this medieval fantasy realm far removed from his own. Javier, offering a curt announcement of departure and a promise to relay the day's occurrences to Lord Arcos Frontera, left the weary young man alone. A sudden call stopped Javier's exit, prompting him to turn back. Lloyd, his voice strained, seized the opportunity to question the extent of their family's crippling debt. Within Lloyd Frontera's borrowed form, Kim Suho possessed unsettling knowledge. He declared his complete understanding of the narrative's unfolding, a revelation born from a late-night reading in his cramped quarters. The book's final chapter, consumed the previous evening, had unveiled a horrifying truth: Lloyd's destiny was sealed in tragedy. The Frontera family's ruin, a cruel swindle leaving them destitute and driving them to suicide, painted a grim picture. This was followed by Lloyd's own agonizing decline, a descent into destitution, marked by heavy drinking and culminating in a bloody, fatal cough. Just as this grim prophecy played out in his mind, a shrill alarm pierced the silence, announcing his selection for a wish granted by the Absolute. Overwhelmed by disbelief and despair, Suho questioned the very wish that had placed him in this doomed vessel, a body destined for such a wretched end. Marbella Frontera accosted her son, Lloyd, regarding the havoc he'd wrought at a local tavern the night before. Lloyd initially deflected blame, protesting his innocence by claiming to have spent the evening engrossed in a book. His mother's impassioned plea for an apology and restitution, however, finally broke through his defenses. Though inwardly chafing at the inconvenience, a consequence, he recognized, of his current physical form, Lloyd conceded and agreed to make amends. A simmering resentment, born of a feeling that others failed to appreciate his predicament, quietly simmered beneath his forced compliance. Disheveled and remorseful, Lloyd Frontera, still bearing the marks of his recent inebriation, mumbled fragmented apologies. He approached the pub owner, his demeanor a clumsy but sincere attempt at amends for the earlier destruction. He offered compensation, a clear demonstration of his desire to atone, despite the lingering effects of his former self. The resulting quiet suggested a peaceful resolution. The pub owner, likely appeased by Lloyd's efforts, accepted his apology in payment, leaving Lloyd to reflect on the stark contrast between his present intentions and the regrettable actions of his predecessor. Head bowed, Lloyd Frontera, a man clearly burdened by the weight of yesterday's mistakes, navigated the village. He studiously avoided the gazes of the inhabitants, a silent acknowledgement of their simmering animosity. A whispered plea, "Don't make eye contact," betrayed his internal turmoil. The villagers' open hatred was then voiced, a harsh condemnation echoing through the narrow streets. He turned to Javier, the ever-present shadow at his heels, demanding an explanation for the persistent escort. Javier, unfazed, stated that Lord Arcos had instructed him to ensure a repetition of the previous day's chaos would not occur. Lloyd retorted with bitter sarcasm, questioning whether the protection was intended for him or for the villagers from him. Javier clarified, it was the villagers who required protection from Lloyd's unpredictable actions. With a wry comparison to the life of a notorious criminal, Lloyd summarized his current predicament. Within Lloyd Frontera's borrowed form, Kim Suho's mind wrestled with the urgent need to shed his unsavory reputation. Survival, he realized, hinged on escaping the shadow of his scandalous past. The allure of a comfortable existence as a baronial heir fueled his desperate search for a solution, a shortcut, a cheat code to elevate his standing. His internal inventory revealed the insidious human scum - passive skill, a constant drain on his social standing, and the equally troublesome active skill, rowdy drunkard - which often led to foolish, regrettable actions. Interrupting his introspection, Javier Azrahan appeared, questioning Lloyd's destination. Lloyd indicated the pub. Javier's sharp gaze accused Lloyd of breaking his promise to apologize. Lloyd countered, protesting his innocence, claiming his earlier behavior was merely the result of pensive thought. Javier Azarjan, troubled, voiced his concern, questioning the change in Lloyd Frontera. He'd felt a disquieting shift in Lloyd's demeanor since the evening prior, a subtle alteration that now blossomed into a stark realization: Lloyd was a different man altogether. Lloyd Frontera, a whirlwind of contrition, launched into a profuse apology for his previous night's excesses. "Forgive me," he pleaded, taking full responsibility for the drunken rampage. The pub owner, however, reacted with palpable fear, instantly assuming a defensive posture. Javier, witnessing the unsettling exchange, desperately intervened, his plea to Lloyd: "Master Lloyd, please, I beg you, do not do this," a testament to the growing unease. Lloyd, internally observing the owner's terror, scoffed at the man's heightened alarm at his sudden shift in demeanor. Frustrated by his inability to truly convey remorse, he abandoned the attempt at contrition, muttering a declaration to be a little ruder, adding that the apology was clearly unconvincing. The pub owner, visibly shaken, attempted a nervous dismissal of the apology, stammering assurances that all was forgiven. The tension, however, remained palpable, leaving the conflict far from resolved. Lloyd noted the pub owner's lingering displeasure, even after his apology. Javier clarified the situation, explaining the extensive damage, furniture and cherished decorations, painstakingly acquired with the owner's hard-earned savings, lay in ruins. Until compensation was offered, Javier stated, the owner's dissatisfaction would likely persist. The difficulty of earning the villagers' goodwill weighed on Lloyd. Javier then revealed a further complication: the pub owner's mother was gravely ill, weakened by the harsh winter's cold. Lloyd observed the pub's chill, a single fireplace struggling to warm the vast space. Javier explained that elderly individuals, particularly without the benefit of ondal floors, found such cold nearly unbearable for extended periods. Crushing debt weighed heavily on Lloyd Frontera, his posture slumping under its burden. Lost in thought, the young man surveyed his surroundings, his troubled features reflecting the family's dire financial straits. Javier, witnessing Lloyd's distress, chose to observe from a distance, granting the necessary space and privacy. A whirlwind of memories and anxieties raced through Lloyd's mind, a silent battle waged within. Then, a sudden breakthrough, a key piece of the puzzle clicked into place. He had grasped the solution, the details still forming, but the core understanding was there, illuminating the path forward. The sudden insight felt as if a light had switched on in his head. A towering multi-story building dominated the view. An astonished exclamation, hinting at the structure's remarkable height and possibly referencing Korean underfloor heating, punctuated the moment. The thought of such a feat was clearly beyond the capabilities of Lloyd Frontera, a stark contrast to the inner thoughts of the man who now occupied his body. Kim Suho, the true occupant, silently asserted his superior knowledge. He, a civil engineer by training, had built a house single-handedly during his service as a military engineer. Years spent toiling tirelessly at construction sites had honed his expertise, a far cry from Lloyd's reputation. Clutching the object that would finally alleviate his family's crushing burden, Lloyd Frontera, his heart thrumming with relief, let out a triumphant cry: "This is it. With this, I can settle all of the Baron's debts." The urgency of the moment propelled him to call for Javier. "Javier, let's go back to..." His words trailed off, cut short by the pressing need to act. Javier's query, though unseen, was clearly heard. "And why is that?" Lloyd's subsequent explanation remained unspoken, implied only by his immediate actions. Suddenly, a bright notification flashed across his vision. "Notification: your true journey has begun." This was swiftly followed by another: "RP system has been activated. RP equals relationship points. You can earn RP by improving relationships with key characters." The stark reality of his starting point was then revealed: current RP total 0. His adventure, and the crucial task of mending relationships, had truly commenced. Lloyd Frontera, burdened by the weight of his previous night's indiscretions, entered the pub, his demeanor radiating remorse. Shame and regret gnawed at him. He knew he had created a dreadful situation. Approaching the pub owner, amidst the wreckage of the night before, he bowed deeply, offering a sincere apology for his uncontrollable behavior. The initial anger etched on the owner's face softened as Lloyd's genuine contrition became evident. To compensate for the damage, Lloyd presented a considerable sum, promising continued payments until full restitution was made, mentioning his family's support in the matter. Learning of the pub owner's mother's illness and need for medicine, Lloyd's concern deepened, adding another layer to his self-reproach. The heartfelt apology, coupled with the financial offer, was ultimately accepted, leaving Lloyd to depart, a flicker of hope for his redemption illuminating his path. Lost in thought, Lloyd Frontera pondered the cryptic notion of experience points, their acquisition a mystery. He then grasped their application. Improving relationships with key characters yielded these elusive points. A low approval rating, clearly visible, spurred him into action. Javier Azarhan's voice broke through his musings. "Yes, Master Lloyd?" Lloyd, attempting to curry favor, offered a compliment. "I really think you're very good-looking." His transparent attempt at ingratiation was immediately apparent to Javier, who retorted, "I know that already." The consequence was immediate. Javier's approval of Lloyd plummeted by 1 point, leaving Lloyd bewildered and questioning the unexpected downturn. Lloyd Frontera, choosing prudence over haste, decided to postpone a task, muttering to himself that rushing would only compound the problem. He weighed the potential consequences of his actions, considering the momentous implications of his ambitious development project. A business arrangement was quickly struck with a developer, the exchange confirming Lloyd as the buyer and the other as the builder. To expedite the process, Lloyd audaciously proposed an offsetting of construction costs against the property damage he had caused. However, the watchful gaze of the pub owner remained fixed upon him, his suspicion unwavering. The stout pub owner, his face a mask of suspicion hardened by the stone-wall heart skill, initially rebuffed Lloyd Frontera. Undeterred, Lloyd steeled his resolve, his mind already formulating a strategy. He chose to adopt a rough-and-tumble, hooligan demeanor. Approaching the owner, Lloyd subtly hinted at future collaborations, skillfully weaving a web of implied mutual benefit. His gamble paid off, a subtle shift in the owner's expression, a mixture of reluctant agreement and perhaps hidden resentment, signaled his success. Lloyd, internally triumphant, confirmed the wisdom of his approach, recognizing that securing the pub owner's cooperation was a crucial step in his ambitious development project. Lost in the comforting rhythm of hammer against wood, Lloyd Frontera muttered to himself about the forgiving nature of his current project, the cozy structure requiring less exacting measurements. Javier Azarhan's voice cut through the quiet, addressing him as Master L. The interruption brought a swift accusation of unreasonableness, followed by the unfamiliar term cognitive distortion. Lloyd's brow furrowed in confusion. He clearly did not understand the concept. Azarhan elaborated, explaining it as a prejudiced, negative bias clinging to the mind, a judgment based on past actions, a distortion fueled by preconceived notions and negativity. The pub owner, his distrust etched deep, declared his aversion to Lloyd wasn't born of bias, but of hard-won knowledge and cold, unforgiving numbers. Lloyd, however, subtly countered, questioning the validity of experience and statistics as predictors of future outcomes, a calculated maneuver designed to plant a seed of doubt. A nearby observer, witnessing this exchange, openly marveled at Lloyd's unexpected eloquence. Inwardly, Lloyd formulated a plan to coax a smile from both the pub owner and his mother. He understood that this act of persuasion would be the cornerstone of his burgeoning financial empire. The midday sun beat down as Lloyd Frontera toiled, his hands tirelessly moving earth, shaping it, packing it down, a relentless cycle of exertion. He then utilized river clay, meticulously forming the walls of his burgeoning structure. A wave of debilitating fatigue washed over him. The words, "This body is so weak," echoed in his weary mind. Though the project, completed in a mere week, felt surprisingly swift to him. A dull ache pulsed through his weary limbs. "Ugh, I'm so sore," he groaned, but even the sharp pangs of exhaustion couldn't deter his resolve. There would be no rest, the work pressed on. A pained groan escaped the unnamed individual, perhaps the pub owner, perhaps a villager, before a flurry of frustrated gestures and unintelligible exclamations. Lloyd Frontera then approached, his request clear and precise. I need thin little pieces of wood, each one about 2 hands length tall, 1 hand's length wide, and 1 finger thick." Lloyd Frontera unveiled his handiwork to the pub owner and his mother. The mother's expression spoke volumes of approval. The pub owner, however, initially remained unconvinced, his skepticism a formidable barrier. Yet, Lloyd, employing his considerable charm, skillfully navigated the owner's doubts. Perhaps a well-placed compliment, or a shrewdly offered proposition, broke through the resistance. The pub owner's expression shifted, revealing his newfound admiration for Lloyd's accomplishment. A triumphant internal monologue followed, Lloyd declaring himself, figuratively of course, on the path to mastering the art of social influence. He internally reveled in his success, contrasting his effortless manipulation with the cumbersome inefficiency of conventional methods. The need for complex tools, he mused, was entirely unnecessary when wielding his mastery of interpersonal skill. Javier Azrahan, instead of expressing gratitude for Lloyd Frontera's previous efforts, burdened him with additional tasks. Lloyd, privately, felt a surge of frustration and disappointment, deeming Javier a hopeless case. Javier, however, soon recognized the error of his ways, a silent regret palpable in the air. Observing this, Lloyd formulated a plan, a strategy involving collaboration, as evidenced by his whispered resolve, together. This collaborative approach, the final frame suggested, would mend the rift between the two, fostering a stronger working relationship. Lloyd Frontera, consumed by a fervent desire to expedite the project's completion, impatiently urged its progress forward. His internal monologue, a silent plea for acceleration, echoed the intensity of his gaze as he observed the ongoing construction. The work itself, a testament to his dedication, continued, though unfinished, the word construction. Hanging heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the project's incomplete state. His efforts, clearly aimed at gaining favor with the villagers, were visibly in motion. Lloyd Frontera, alongside Javier, stood before a structure proudly displaying his brand's logo. Javier inquired about the lettering, prompting Lloyd's confirmation. A mischievous glint in his eyes, Lloyd proposed a visit to a nearby establishment. There, he unveiled his elaborate strategy, a carefully crafted plan intended to charm the pub owner and his mother. The subsequent actions saw Lloyd and Javier successfully executing this scheme, resulting in a favorable outcome. Warmth radiated from the newly installed ondal floor, causing the pub owner's mother to sigh with contentment. Her stiff joints, long a source of discomfort, felt relaxed and eased by the gentle heat. Overwhelmed by the technology's effectiveness, the pub owner marveled at its transformative power, proclaiming it akin to magic. His gratitude poured forth as he thanked Lloyd profusely, his voice thick with emotion. It had been a considerable time since he'd witnessed his mother display such unrestrained joy. Warm smiles graced the faces of the pub owner and his mother, a clear testament to Lloyd Frontera's diligent efforts and unwavering commitment to his promises. Javier Azrahan, witnessing this transformation, the refined speech, improved manners, and surprising dedication to hard labor, reacted with a mixture of astonishment and doubt. His inner voice echoed his disbelief, "This is unexpected." The change in his demeanor alone was jarring, and now this tireless work ethic and fulfilled promises to the villagers? He questioned Lloyd's motives, his internal monologue a stark expression of skepticism. Did he truly act out of selfless concern to elicit those smiles? Impossible. Lloyd Frontera would never act in such a manner. The villagers' joy was palpable. A notification then flashed, revealing a 2-point surge in Javier Azrahan's approval rating of Lloyd. Despite the improvement, the overall rating remained at a -29. Lloyd Frontera's efforts yielded a small but significant improvement in his standing with Javier Azrahan. Javier's internal thoughts revealed a surprising shift in opinion. He no longer considered Lloyd entirely worthless. Despite acknowledging substantial financial losses due to exorbitant timber costs on their collaborative building project, Lloyd dismissed the monetary setback as inconsequential. He emphasized the structure's role as a showcase model home, prioritizing its symbolic value above immediate profit. Days later, a surprised observer noted the house's unexpected resilience, a testament to its unexpectedly robust construction. With unrestrained zeal, Lloyd Frontera presented a freshly constructed building to the pub owner, its inviting warmth and superior craftsmanship silently advocating for a similar structure on the premises. He then proposed two options, an annex or a complete remodel, each accompanied by a generous 10% discount. However, the pub owner's inner reservations were palpable, a silent distrust coloring their expression. Lloyd attempted to bridge the gap, envisioning a future built on mutual confidence. Yet, the owner's hesitation persisted, prompting Lloyd's frustration to boil over as he reiterated the exceptionally low price. This escalation drew the unwanted attention of Arcos Frontera, who arrived to challenge his son's actions. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, found himself grappling with the echoes of a previous encounter, a fragmented boast, perhaps your greatest, hanging in the air, a stark contrast to the word developer that followed, immediately countered with a defiant no. A period of tense reflection ensued, the intervening moments swallowed by the silence. Then, concern etched itself onto Lloyd's features as he privately contemplated the looming threat of a powerful adversary, a force capable of halting his ambitious construction endeavors, jeopardizing the very foundations of his buildings. Finally, a moneylender, either Meatloaf or Shiloh, pressed him, demanding Lloyd clarify his stance amidst what seemed to be a significant financial disagreement, a dispute marked by a stark $0 that underscored the gravity of the situation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, secretly Suho, faced the moneylenders, Meatloaf and Shiloh, their questions sharp and demanding about his recent activities. He curtly dismissed their inquiries, aiming for brevity, explaining his involvement in constructing an ondal room for a pub owner as a perfectly legitimate endeavor. He employed his most gruff Lloyd persona, a practiced act. The moneylenders, however, implied a deeper understanding of his influence, hinting at his extensive knowledge of the townspeople's needs and his sway over them. Lloyd, his voice firm, asserted his commitment to the people's well-being, declaring his absolute intolerance for their deceitful practices. He vehemently denied any intention to deceive them, anticipating their inherent skepticism despite his assurances. His purpose served, he dismissed the pair, ordering Javier, or Arun, to depart immediately. Alone, Suho, his true identity, pondered the confrontation, recognizing it as a direct consequence of his family's precarious financial situation, an awareness born of keen observation and well-placed information. Baron Frontera, outwardly calm, assured the Baroness and implicitly Javier of his ability to navigate their precarious financial situation, advising them to remain uninvolved. Simultaneously, he offered his inner self, Suho, similar reassurances, urging a focus on studies. However, Suho's internal dialogue painted a starkly different picture, acknowledging the gravity of their predicament. Despite this, a resolute determination echoed his outward composure, masking the turmoil within. A wave of regret washed over him, a poignant memory surfacing of his father, Arcos Frontera, during a past crisis, a time Suho wished he'd offered stronger support. The Baron, resuming his role as the family's provider, meticulously reviewed outstanding orders and partial payments from ongoing construction projects, actively pursuing solutions to the financial distress. Disguised as Baron Frontera, Lloyd confronted Meatloaf and Shiloh, two moneylenders demanding immediate payment. The encounter was fraught with tension, their impatience evident in the rushed, fragmented speech. Lloyd, internally frustrated by their disrespectful demeanor despite his noble disguise, lamented their failure to acknowledge his supposed status. The moneylenders' aggressive posture and increasingly forceful demands underscored the Frontera family's precarious financial state. Shiloh, exasperated by the 5-day delay, directly challenged Lloyd, issuing a stark warning. Further procrastination would force them to take drastic action. Baron Lloyd Frontera, besieged by the relentless demands of Meatloaf and the tacit agreement of Shiloh, both moneylenders pressing for payment of his debts, wrestled with the turmoil of his dual identity as Suho. His internal monologue revealed an RP level of 36, a consequence, he realized, of his improved standing with Javier. The question of how to utilize this RP lingered until a helpful guide materialized, explaining its function in acquiring abilities. The words "you can gain abilities" appeared, eliciting a stunned wow from Lloyd. He then, with sudden clarity, apologized profusely, vowing to amend whatever behavior had prompted the system's explanation. The air crackled with the hurried, unintelligible babble of Phi Op A. Of IAP, a frantic undercurrent to the unfolding events. A silent examination of Lloyd Frontera, Baron, revealed a wealth of concealed knowledge, his mastery of soil mechanics, hydraulics, structural mechanics, water supply and sewage theory, steel structure design, and concrete design became starkly apparent. An unseen voice, surprised, exclaimed, "HUH? You know more than you look." Lloyd, inwardly chafing at this blatant observation, retorted with frustrated exasperation, "Do you really need to say that? I have a scholarship, for crying out loud." The mystery observer, however, remained partially in the dark, conceding, "I can't tell what those are based off of just this." With 36 readily available RP points, Lloyd Frontera, or Suho as he's also known, impulsively decided to make a purchase. The action initiated a surge of information, leaving him exclaiming, "Whoa! What is this?" in stunned awe. The newly acquired skill, basic design, revealed itself, granting him the unprecedented ability to visualize building plans without the need for a surveyor. He marveled at this revelation, exclaiming, "Is this for real? I don't need a GPS surveyor, I can just see it all with my own eyes?" Reflecting on his past struggles, he muttered, "No way. Before this, I worked my butt off, scribbling down the plans for the channels." While anticipating a significant boost in efficiency, a shadow of doubt lingered. His internal monologue concluded with a thoughtful, "Things will definitely be a lot easier going forward, but will Javier alone be enough to cover all the construction?" The final frame displayed the name of his transformative new ability, basic design. Consumed by internal turmoil, Lloyd Frontera, also known as Suho, weighed the tempting prospect of summoning heavy machinery, a power his knowledge granted him. Javier Azrahan's unexpected offer of a summon ignited a spark of exhilaration within him. A vibrant advertisement then materialized, revealing the summons cost, resource points, or RPs. Lloyd questioned if this was some sort of extravagant game, only to discover the stark reality of his meager resources. A single RP lay within his grasp. The weight of this limitation, combined with a careful consideration of the consequences, ultimately dissuaded him from pursuing the summon. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a man wrestling with internal turmoil, watched the menacing figures of Meatloaf and Shiloh. The urgency of acquiring RP, a vital resource, gnawed at him. His thoughts, a torrent of desperate calculation, revealed his true identity, Suho, driven by the plight of his family, Arcos Frontera and the Baroness. He knew gaining the favor of influential individuals was paramount. Assuming the Baron's guise, he engaged his namesake in conversation, a subtle power play veiled in polite suggestion. The exchange, though partially obscured, clearly centered on the pressing issue of the moneylenders, with Lloyd expertly positioning himself as a resourceful and valuable ally. A pungent aroma of meatloaf hung heavy in the air as a proposition of unspeakable depravity was made. The Baroness and her ladies would be sold to settle a debt. Baron Frontera, Lloyd in disguise, exploded with righteous fury, his voice a thunderclap of indignation. The interruption was noted by Shiloh, who recognized the eldest son, remarking on his peculiar manners and abrupt entrance into their conversation. Lloyd, maintaining his disguise, issued a veiled threat, his words a chilling prelude to a decisive move. He then demanded the moneylenders produce their warrant, challenging their legal right to proceed, his knowledge of the law a weapon as sharp as any blade. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, calmly recited Article 3, Clause 6 of the Royal Family and Nobility Act, his voice resonant in the tense atmosphere. He meticulously emphasized the clause guaranteeing a noble's right to safeguard their own holdings. A pointed finger drew attention to the critical passage, entry into a noble's home without a warrant constituted trespassing. Meatloaf, or perhaps Shiloh, their expressions mirrored stunned incomprehension, clearly lacked awareness of this legal precedent. Undeterred, Lloyd suggested a collaborative exploration of the law's intricacies, the implication of further action hanging heavy in the air. Javier, ever loyal, addressed Lloyd as Master Lloyd, his posture conveying unquestioning obedience and a readiness to act on his master's behalf. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced the furious accusations of Meatloaf and Shiloh, the moneylenders who threatened legal action. Their outburst, a torrent of indignant cries, was met with the Baron's calm suggestion that they thoroughly examine the circumstances. He finished, his voice betraying unshakable confidence in the judge's eventual ruling. Their initial bluster faltered, a question, laced with doubt, escaped their lips. Could he truly escape the consequences of his actions? The confrontation concluded with Lloyd's unflappable composure and the moneylender's stunned silence, a clear testament to his legal acumen and shrewd maneuvering. Baron Lloyd Frontera, in disguise, observed the moneylenders, Shiloh and Meatloaf, with barely concealed contempt. Their greed and incompetence spurred a sharp internal rebuke. Unnerved, the two confessed their crimes, revealing their desperate plight due to insufficient funds from legitimate orders. They admitted to their brazen theft, extorting the Baron's own people to enrich themselves. However, Javier's reassurance, "Fear not, my lord," confirmed the unfolding plan's success, promising a swift and decisive resolution under the Baron's cunning orchestration. Javier, with a careless confidence, guaranteed Lloyd Frontera's compliance to the moneylender's demands. Lloyd, however, subtly observed Javier's unwavering loyalty and the creditor's complete faith in his word. Soon, the moneylenders departed, their business seemingly concluded. One creditor, surprised by Lloyd's unexpectedly sharp legal understanding, voiced his astonishment at the Baron's heir's supposed naivety. With a carefully crafted evasion, Lloyd confessed to his legal studies, hinting at the tragic circumstances of his parents' passing. He then revealed the full extent of his knowledge, explaining that his understanding of the relevant law stemmed directly from his parents' suicide and the moneylender's subsequent, exploitative attempt to profit from their demise. Baron Lloyd Frontera, utilizing his legal acumen and Javier's bold actions, skillfully resolved a contentious financial disagreement with creditors. Javier, invoking the Royal Family and Nobility Act, Article 3, Clause 6, decisively protected the Baron's interests as a royal vassal. The moneylender's threats were swiftly and decisively ended. Subsequently, Javier stood before a judge and was exonerated. Observing the unfolding events, Lloyd, internally as Suho, recognized the strategic advantage of foreknowledge. He correctly anticipated official acknowledgement of his success, receiving confirmation in the form of a 6-point increase in Baron Frontera's approval rating and a reward of 60 Rp for strengthening their relationship. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his in-game status a displayed 61, wrestled with anxieties for his family, particularly his father, Arcos. The looming threat of Meatloaf and Shiloh, the moneylenders, hung heavy in the air, their pressure palpable despite unspoken words. However, drawing upon his sharp legal mind and a clandestine system, Lloyd, as Baron Frontera, deftly navigated the tense situation. The specifics of his negotiation remained veiled, yet the outcome was undeniable: foreclosure averted, his family secured. This triumph, implicitly reflected in a subsequent rise of his in-game status, showcased his strategic brilliance and resilience. Alone, Lloyd Frontera pondered a summoning, a clandestine operation. He brusquely dismissed a curious voice, assuring himself, and perhaps an unseen digital companion, of his solitude. With a decisive command, he demanded access to his summoning game, its interface materializing to reveal the stark terms. One attempt cost 50 Rp. The summoning ritual, partially visible, hung poised on the brink of completion. Lloyd Frontera, amidst a cacophony of arcane energy, meticulously completed his summoning ritual. A vibrant magic circle pulsed with power, its creation accompanied by a dramatic display of light and sound, a testament to the magnitude of his invocation. He silently willed success, his hope palpable. Then, with a resounding whoosh, a surge of energy heralded Podong's arrival. A colossal hamster materialized before him. Unseen onlookers gasped, their astonishment clear from their audible reaction to the sudden, impressive spectacle. Lloyd Frontera watched, a pleased smile gracing his lips, as the colossal hamster, Podong, efficiently packed its cheek pouches with clay. Newman then materialized, his voice sharp with disapproval. He accused Lloyd of exploiting the Baron's soldiers for his building project, claiming it was an abuse of power. Lloyd, however, countered the accusations subtly, a gesture perhaps hinting at the Baron's sanction, remaining unmoved by Newman's ire. The soldiers, oblivious to the exchange, continued their work. Later, Lloyd privately reflected on his earlier, less successful attempt at summoning, a failure remedied only by the addition of sunflower seeds, which proved crucial to summoning the large, efficient Podong. Lloyd Frontera, summoning Podong, initially questioned the creature's existence, his voice echoing with disbelief. The small being responded with playful, though seemingly irrelevant, suggestions of acorn-based projectile antics. Unimpressed, Lloyd demanded a demonstration of Podong's true capabilities. A remarkable transformation followed, showcasing Podong's ability to alter its size. Later, the creature's user manual revealed its endearing nature and emphasized the importance of affection. The instructions clearly detailed the use of sunflower seeds to control Podong's dimensions. Lloyd Frontera meticulously examined the crimson sunflower seeds, aware of their peculiar effect on Podong, a 12-hour period of colossal growth. He reviewed the procedure for returning the creature to its normal size before the effect wore off, noting the resource cost. 2 differently colored seeds constituted 1 Rp. His thoughts turned to the creature's potential. Just how big does it get? Human-sized, he wondered. The idea sparked further consideration. Hamsters are excellent tunnelers, he mused, so a human-sized Podong would be incredibly useful in moving large amounts of clay. A colossal mound of earth and clay, testament to a Herculean digging effort, dominated the landscape. The project neared its end, a massive pile of excavated material attesting to its scale. Newman, his fury palpable, confronted Lloyd, a frustrated "No, it's over," echoing his outrage at the 30-foot undertaking's completion. Lloyd, however, remained unmoved, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Newman's internal thoughts branded him smug and arrogant. The secret to this remarkable feat was revealed. Podong, despite possessing only a level 1 digging skill, had single-handedly achieved the impossible. The completed excavation, a silent rebuke to Newman's disapproval, stood as a monument to Lloyd's ingenuity and Podong's surprisingly effective labor. Level 2 of the construction site showed packed earth, a testament to the project's steady advance. Podong, with his impressive cheek pouches at level 1 capacity, proved a valuable asset, his ability to carry materials significantly speeding up the process. Though the exact methods remained unseen, the work continued at a brisk pace, clearly facilitated by Podong's unique strengths. Finally, Lloyd Frontera, beaming, declared, "I've got my heavy equipment." His satisfaction with Podong's contribution was palpable, rendering any incidental background sounds insignificant. The shrewd Lloyd Frontera, aware of the peculiar implications of a colossal hamster, Podong, suddenly appearing by his side, conceived a plan. He would carry a book on summoning, presenting himself as a master of the arcane arts, thus explaining the unusual companion. A self-satisfied smirk played on his lips as he perfected this ruse. His thoughts then shifted to the more practical matter of constructing his project. The Baron's soldiers, under Lloyd's direction, toiled diligently on a repetitive task, their actions clearly contributing to the ambitious undertaking he had envisioned. 30 soldiers from Lord Frontera's barony stood before Lloyd, their presence a source of simmering frustration for the ambitious young man. He privately pondered the Baron's continued employment of these seemingly unproductive men, especially given the Baron's well-known financial woes. Lloyd, however, saw an opportunity, cleverly exploiting their availability as unpaid laborers for his burgeoning construction project. Addressing them directly, he declared them an army, their purpose now redefined as manual work. One soldiers muttered reminiscence about their military service, a poignant contrast between the anticipated training and the reality of endless digging and weeding, inadvertently reinforced Lloyd's rationale. He then gestured towards a massive pile of clay, initially boasting of a tireless night's work before modestly correcting himself. Padong, not he, had accomplished the feat in a mere 30 minutes. This deftly showcased Padong's superior efficiency while simultaneously minimizing the soldiers' contribution, despite their clear involvement in moving the clay. With unrestrained zeal, Lloyd Frontera launched the Ondal project, immediately commanding the Baron's soldiers to transport clay to the building site. He inwardly braced himself. Newman's disapproval was a certainty. The confrontation arrived swiftly. Newman, his skepticism plain, challenged Lloyd's requisition of the men. Lloyd, having foreseen this, remained composed. His thoughts drifted to the barony's three knights, Newman, Byron, and the ever-present shadow of Javier Azrahan, acknowledging the rigid pecking order and the intricate web of allegiances that bound them. Loyal knights Javier Azrahan and Byron stood in stark contrast to Newman, whose treachery had once burdened the Baron with a crippling debt. Newman's betrayal involved selling vital information to unscrupulous individuals. Lloyd, his mind focused on Newman, openly utilized the Baron's soldiers for his building project, posing the pointed question, "What does it look like I'm doing?" He directly refuted Newman's accusations, pointing out the other man's displeasure stemmed from Lloyd's imminent success in repaying the Baron's substantial losses. Lloyd emphatically concluded by asserting he acted with his father's full authorization. Newman accosted Lloyd, demanding an explanation for his appropriation of the Baron Arcos Frontera's soldiers for a personal construction project. He questioned Lloyd's methods, wondering how he had managed to deceive his lordship. The accusation of self-serving motives followed, Newman stating there was no other plausible reason for Lloyd's actions. Lloyd offered no immediate rebuttal, his silence heavy with implication. A mumbled concession, perhaps an unwilling acknowledgement of Newman's assessment, was followed by a stunned pause, reflecting Lloyd's internal turmoil. The stark visual contrast highlighted the overwhelming power of Newman's accusation. Newman's inner thoughts, meanwhile, revealed his disdain, labeling Lloyd a weakling and speculating on his inexperience with high-pressure scenarios. The confrontation concluded with an unspoken tension hanging heavy in the air. Lloyd Frontera, outwardly calm, continued to subtly maneuver the situation, pressing Newman's buttons. Newman's fury mounted, a palpable wave of outrage building until it crested in a torrent of accusations. He branded Lloyd a scoundrel, a disgrace, for daring to insult a knight's honor, further emphasizing Lloyd's lowly status as the son of a soon-to-be impoverished baron. Undeterred, Lloyd seemingly dismissed the tirade, instead issuing a challenge to a duel, suggesting they set aside their respective positions and settle the matter with their fists. Lloyd Frontera watched Padong, vastly enlarged, move mountains of clay with astonishing speed. The task progressed far quicker than he'd foreseen. Numerous soldiers toiled alongside the colossal creature, efficiently transporting the excavated earth. This efficiency, however, drew the ire of Newman, who arrived, accusing Lloyd of exploiting the Baron's troops for his own selfish construction project. The accusation was followed by a pointed threat. Newman vowed to make Lloyd pay for his actions, calling him a scoundrel. The narrative shifted, a subtle change marking the passage of time. Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, received the unwelcome news, a duel with Sir Newman, 1 month hence. His disbelief exploded into furious incredulity. He vehemently questioned the messenger's competence. Subsequently, exhaustion etched itself upon his features as he privately wrestled with the challenge, perhaps in his sleep, the image of a clash of steel blurring between reality and dream. A calculated plan began to form in his mind, spurred by a near miss, a past encounter where victory almost slipped through his fingers. His thoughts drifted, already focused on strategy and the sweet taste of triumph over Sir Newman. A dust cloud erupted as young Lloyd Frontera, the Baron's son, unexpectedly soiled Sir Newman's face, issuing a brazen challenge to a duel. His father, observing from a distance, recognized the calculated nature of this seemingly impulsive act. The boy had orchestrated their separation to facilitate the fight, cleverly appointing Sir Byron as a replacement overseer. The Baron's wife, however, voiced her disapproval and disgust at her son's audacious behavior. Undeterred, Lloyd then approached Sir Javier, directly requesting sword-fighting lessons. Sir Javier, initially resistant, citing his role as a mere observer, remained unmoved by Lloyd's bold request. Baron Lloyd Frontera, confronting Sir Javier, reiterated the knight's earlier refusal to provide swordsmanship instruction. He then offered a proposition: should teaching Lloyd cure Javier's insomnia, would the knight reconsider his denial? Lloyd proceeded to unveil the source of Javier's sleepless nights, a revelation subtly hinted at through his subsequent reference to a specific text. With a flourish, he demonstrated his familiarity with the Knight of Blood and Iron, meticulously detailing the 4 ranks of knighthood. Finally, he pressed home his point, emphasizing Javier's proximity to achieving sword master status and how overcoming his insomnia was paramount to this advancement. Baron Lloyd Frontera observed Sir Javier, acutely aware of the knight's heightened senses that rendered sleep impossible. He knew, with absolute certainty, that Javier's exceptional perception made restful slumber unattainable. Lloyd then boldly challenged the knight, implying possession of a cure for his relentless insomnia, a provocative statement met with Javier's immediate reaction. Javier, in turn, confessed his exhaustive efforts to overcome his sleeplessness, detailing his fruitless exploration of sleep cognition therapy, herbal remedies, aromatherapy, rigorous exercise, even Eastern medicinal practices, and several other avenues. Yet, Lloyd, with a self-assured chuckle, revealed his understanding of Javier's struggle, subtly suggesting a devious, yet effective, method to resolve the knight's sleepless nights, a solution that cleverly hinted at a proposition for Javier's swordsmanship tutelage. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, found himself questioned by Sir Javier regarding his profound slumber during the recitation of the Oasea spell. Lloyd, with a confident air, countered that his discourse on reinforced concrete proved a far more potent soporific. He alluded to his extensive familiarity with the subject matter, a conviction underscored by his internal certainty of success. Sir Javier listened raptly as Lloyd detailed the properties of reinforced concrete, his eyelids gradually drooping until he succumbed to sleep. The explanation concluded with Lloyd's assertion of the synergistic relationship between concrete and steel, followed by his initiation of the promised sword-fighting instruction with the now slumbering knight. Baron Lloyd Frontera stared in disbelief as Sir Javier, unexpectedly, acceded to his request for swordsmanship training. The ease of his victory fueled Lloyd's astonishment. He hadn't anticipated such compliance. The subsequent interaction, though wordless, solidified the agreement, though perhaps reluctantly given on Sir Javier's part. A frustrated groan, a guttural "Uggggggh, I don't like this. Teach me some skills," punctuated Lloyd's impatient determination. His inner triumph, however, was clear. A self-satisfied smirk played upon his lips as he silently gloated. "You thought I wouldn't do it, didn't you? You thought I would just refuse, didn't you?" His cunning plan, exploiting Sir Javier's insomnia, had yielded precisely the desired outcome. Baron Lloyd Frontera, anticipating Sir Javier's rejection of his training plea, mentally sparred with the knight. He envisioned the refusal, a sharp "you don't have what it takes," echoing in his mind. This imagined confrontation, however, unexpectedly triggered a burst of laughter. "Now what? I'm going to finish running." "Wahaha," he exclaimed internally. His persistent, irritating demeanor manifested in a tangible way as his passive skill, "Annoying brat," ascended to level 4. Self-aware and amused by his own antics, he continued his internal monologue, chiding himself. "That lump you call a head is calling out to the people around for a slap. I know you just made that up." Buzz. He continued his activity, seemingly a run, unfazed by his self-deprecating humor. Each dawn found Lloyd Frontera, then a young man, awakening alone in a cramped boarding house room, a stark contrast to his current life of baronial privilege. Days bled into one another, a relentless cycle of hauling bricks to the roof of a towering four-story building. Nights offered no respite, filled with the grueling labor of loading and unloading delivery trucks. The hardship was profound, a desperate struggle against starvation fueled only by a fervent, internally whispered oath to persevere, a vow to endure the seemingly endless toil. He silently urged himself onward, a quiet mantra of hope echoing in his mind, a whispered encouragement to hold fast a little longer. His diligence, finally acknowledged by an unseen voice, served as validation of his efforts. Even as the narrator paused, a single, determined thought echoed in the Baron's heart: just a little further, soon he would reach the end of this arduous road. Baron Lloyd Frontera, seeking swordsmanship training from Sir Javier to prepare for his impending duel with Sir Newman, found the renowned knight initially resistant. Sir Javier, plagued by debilitating insomnia stemming from heightened sensory perception, flatly refused. Recognizing the root of Sir Javier's sleepless nights as sensory overload caused by the incessant city vibrations and noise, Lloyd proposed a solution, applying his engineering expertise to modify Sir Javier's bedroom using reinforced concrete dampening techniques. He detailed a specific design, outlining materials and construction methods to drastically reduce noise and vibration. Intrigued despite his initial skepticism, Sir Javier agreed to the modifications, conditionally offering swordsmanship training in return for Lloyd's success. The subsequent reduction in disruptive sensations, previously experienced as overwhelming vibrations and discomfort, now significantly lessened by Lloyd's engineering, confirmed the efficacy of his design. Lloyd's inner satisfaction was palpable. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, secured swordsmanship instruction from Sir Javier. Javier, impressed by Lloyd's tenacity, agreed to impart his knowledge of fighting techniques. This positive interaction resulted in a 1-point boost to Lloyd's approval rating with the knight. However, this gain was offset by a significant 28-point drop in his overall approval, a consequence of prior events. Despite this setback, Lloyd earned 18 role-playing points for strengthening his bond with Sir Javier. Baroness Frontera's voice, sharp with disbelief and anger, cut through the air. Her words condemned Lloyd's disrespectful treatment of Sir Javier, a man who had served their family faithfully for years. The Baron, his own initial optimism regarding Lloyd's maturity shattered, acknowledged he lacked the authority to prevent the impending duel with Sir Newman. He nonetheless addressed his heir, cautioning Lloyd against excessive force. The Baron's instructions were clear: bring Sir Newman to reason, but refrain from inflicting serious harm. The Baroness, her worry palpable, voiced her apprehension regarding the inherent unpredictability of duels. Meanwhile, Lloyd's thoughts, though obscured, revealed a chilling consideration of killing Sir Newman. A grim possibility weighed against the anticipated consequences and, in particular, his father's response. His internal debate showcased a calculating mind, weighing risk against potential reward. The shadows held a wicked secret, a plot to extinguish the Baron and Baroness, framed as a self-inflicted tragedy, hatched by a departing scoundrel. Meanwhile, Lloyd Frontera, the Baron himself, felt a quiet satisfaction, a subtle hum of triumph as his own machinations advanced. Unintelligible ramblings, perhaps further villainous scheming or the musings of another, filled the air, though their meaning remained elusive. Finally, Sir Javier's voice cut through the undercurrent of intrigue. "Are you ready, young master?" His question marked the culmination of Lloyd's swordsmanship training, the impending duel looming large. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing a duel with the formidable Sir Newman, recognized the chasm in their abilities. The knight's boast of victory echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of the challenge ahead. Undeterred, Lloyd resolved to bridge that gap, dedicating himself to rigorous training under the tutelage of Sir Javier. Finally, with newfound assurance, he declared himself ready, a defiant shout of "ready to knock your lights out," ringing out, despite the awareness of his initial shortcomings. Through the eyes of the observing crowd, Lloyd Frontera stood opposite Sir Newman, poised for their duel. A gasp rippled through the onlookers as one voiced his incredulity. What is that? A shovel? He's going to fight Sir Newman with that? Another, however, noted the shovel's construction, a solid iron shovel, so that's what he asked the blacksmith for. A third dismissed it as a foolish prank, muttering about Lloyd's actions being a joke. This was swiftly countered by a fourth observer who vehemently disagreed. A joke? I don't believe so. When I think of what he showed me over the last month. The implication of unseen, rigorous training hung heavy in the air. Under the cloak of pre-dawn darkness, Lloyd Frontera toiled relentlessly. His training was brutal, a relentless cycle of grueling physical exercises and tireless instruction of village engineers amidst the clamor of a construction site. Even the blessed respite of sleep was stolen, his sword a constant companion until exhaustion finally claimed him. His face, etched with grim determination, betrayed no hint of levity. This was no playful exercise, but a testament to unwavering dedication. Then came the duel with Sir Newman, a clash of steel that ended swiftly, with Lloyd Frontera emerging victorious. Sir Newman, sneering at Lloyd Frontera's stance, scoffed at the apparent lack of fighting prowess. His underestimated opponent, however, proved him wrong. The ensuing clash showcased Lloyd's unconventional methods, a whirlwind of shoveling techniques, augmented by mana conjuring skills honed under Javier Azrahan's tutelage and fueled by innate strength, overwhelmed Newman's rigid style. The silent struggle concluded with Lloyd's triumphant victory, a testament to the effectiveness of his unique approach and the unwavering support of his family. His internal jubilation, a silent affirmation of Javier's training and the potent combination of shovel and mana, resonated with the decisive outcome. The duel between Sir Newman and Lloyd Frontera unfolded with surprising swiftness. Sir Newman, initially astonished by Lloyd's fluid movements, voiced his amazement at the practical effectiveness of a fighting style clearly honed for real-world application. He exclaimed over the apparent evolution of swordsmanship itself, witnessing Lloyd's mastery. Lloyd, however, attributed his technique to common knowledge among Korean men, casually explaining that such skills were readily accessible. He then underscored the thoroughly modern aspects of his hand-to-hand combat, drawing a comparison to bayonet training. The unexpected weapon of choice, a shovel, was not overlooked. Lloyd highlighted its surprising strength and versatility, noting the wide blade's usefulness as an effective shield. The duel concluded with Lloyd's victory, his unconventional methods proving undeniably effective against a seasoned opponent. Lloyd Frontera, showcasing his prodigious strength, effortlessly severed thick tree roots with his mana-infused shovel. He then elaborated on his unorthodox fighting style, explaining how the very same shovel served as an unexpected, spring-loaded weapon, propelling him with surprising agility. The ensuing duel with Sir Newman was a whirlwind of blows. The sharp sounds, a cacophony of impacts, suggested a fierce exchange, punctuated by the force of Lloyd's unique techniques. Following the unexpectedly swift victory, Lloyd stood bewildered, questioning the reality of the situation, wondering if the entire affair had been some elaborate jest. The silence that followed, a stark contrast to the preceding battle, spoke volumes of both Sir Newman's defeat and Lloyd's incredulous triumph. The duel began with Lloyd Frontera's unexpected choice of weapon, a shovel. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, astonishing Sir Newman with his raw power and surprising skill. Newman, disbelieving the ferocity of the assault, questioned the source of this newfound strength. Lloyd then revealed his shoveling level 1 skill, a physical enhancement directly linked to his rigorous shoveling training. He further explained that this boost was amplified by his training partner, Javier Azrahan, granting a +1 approval bonus, and significantly enhanced by the +2 and +3 approval boosts from his parents' pride in his diligent efforts. The duel with Sir Newman loomed, a stark challenge. Lloyd Frontera, however, was presented with an unexpected solution, a shoveling skill extension, costing 40 RP. The memory of a past triumph, learning from Javier Azrahan, fueled his resolve. Facing a dearth of other viable strategies, Lloyd, with a grim acceptance of the unconventional, embraced the new skill. He met his opponent, the unfamiliar shoveling technique seamlessly interwoven with his mana conjuring prowess, securing an improbable victory. The duel between Lloyd Frontera and Sir Newman began. Newman, confident in his strength, pressed his attack. Overwhelmed, yet far from defeated, Lloyd drew upon a mana conjuring technique taught to him by Javier Azarhan. With a fierce concentration, he channeled his power, summoning Mana Heart, a devastating display of magical might. The incantation, a guttural cry lost to the chaos of battle, marked the apex of his technique. Mana Heart struck, securing Lloyd's victory. But his triumph was short-lived, for he offered a mocking challenge to his fallen opponent, a clear indication that the conflict was far from resolved. Sir Newman's assault upon Lloyd Frontera was swift and brutal. A voice, perhaps the knight's own, underscored the monumental challenge facing the young man. A Mana Heart summoning, typically a decade's arduous undertaking for even the most gifted, was seemingly impossible for Lloyd to achieve under such duress. Indeed, the sheer volume of mana unleashed in Sir Newman's attack rendered any conventional defense hopeless. Yet, Lloyd, employing unconventional techniques and the esoteric mana conjuring skills passed down by Javier Azarhan, not only deflected the onslaught but countered with devastating effect. The clash resonated with destructive force. Sir Newman's blade shattered, his helmet cleaved, leaving him broken and defeated. Lloyd's victory was absolute, his triumph a testament to his extraordinary strength and tactical acumen. The duel between Lloyd Frontera and Sir Newman raged, a brutal contest of skill and strength. Lloyd, straining visibly, suddenly felt a surge of power flood his body. His internal astonishment was evident in his breathless exclamation, "Is this? It's as if all the strength in my body is." He then declared, "And now for the fourth weapon I've prepared." This fourth weapon, he explained, was a mana conjuring skill, the very technique that had made Javier Azarhan the most powerful warrior in the land. He unleashed the Azarhan core technique, the vibrant energy visibly erupting around him. The aftermath showed the undeniable effect of Lloyd's devastating maneuver, signifying his triumph over Sir Newman. Sir Newman, brimming with arrogant confidence, issued a duel to Lloyd Frontera. Lloyd, though inwardly apprehensive, Javier's training, "It has to work," met the challenge with a steady gaze. The duel began with a ferocious assault from Sir Newman, a blow Lloyd narrowly evaded. Drawing upon his unconventional training, Lloyd manipulated earth and debris, creating a defensive barrier. Javier's lessons focus on the earth, before countering with a sudden, unexpected attack infused with mana, a technique honed under Javier Azarhan's tutelage. Mana burst. Just like Javier showed me, the unusual fighting style completely discombobulated Sir Newman, leaving him vulnerable. Seizing the opportunity, Lloyd delivered a final, decisive strike, securing victory. From a distance, the Baron and Baroness of Frontera watched, their smiles conveying their pride in their son's achievement. A duel between Lloyd Frontera and Sir Newman commenced. The fight, a whirlwind of unusual maneuvers, unfolded with Lloyd employing unorthodox techniques. His movements subtly hinted at his shoveling training and the mana conjuring skills honed under Javier Azarhan's tutelage. Against all expectations, Lloyd emerged victorious. A stunned silence fell upon the onlookers, broken only by gasps of disbelief. One spectator stammered, his astonishment evident in his words, "What? Lloyd won? Incredible." Another echoed the sentiment, exclaiming, "Impossible. What did I just see?" The unexpected outcome left the audience utterly speechless. The unseen judge declared Lloyd Frontera victorious. Sir Newman, furious and incredulous at his defeat, unleashed a torrent of insults upon Lloyd. His words, though partially obscured, hinted at both disbelief and intense physical discomfort, the aftermath of his unexpected loss. Undeterred, Lloyd declared the matter far from settled and moved to attack again. A voice, likely a concerned spectator, sharply intervened, calling out for Lloyd to cease his assault, believing the duel concluded. With a roar of "Grrr! Take that!" Lloyd Frontera launched his attack against Sir Newman. The resulting impact was undeniable, evidenced by Newman's pained cry, "Ow," a testament to the effectiveness of Lloyd's unconventional training and the surprising prowess it had forged. The duel concluded with Lloyd's decisive victory. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Sir Newman, directly accusing him of fraudulent land transactions. Newman vehemently denied any involvement. Lloyd, however, remained silent, employing his technological marvel, Padong, to discreetly gather evidence. The device whirred and clicked, its digital output a flurry of indecipherable characters reflecting the intensity of its search. After a period of frantic activity, Padong successfully retrieved damning letters from Tord's, irrefutable proof of Newman's treachery. The confrontation concluded with Lloyd possessing the undeniable evidence of Sir Newman's guilt. 15 days before his duel with Sir Newman, Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Javier. Javier's shouted order to halt went unheeded as Lloyd launched a methodical attack, striking precise pressure points to inflict agonizing pain. His expression remained composed throughout the assault, betraying a preternatural calm that suggested not only anticipation of Javier's reaction, but a complete understanding of the encounter's inevitable conclusion. With chilling assurance, Lloyd demanded to be taught the Azrahan core technique. Javier Azrahan, his anxiety evident, faced Lloyd's interrogation. Lloyd denied accusations of urging Javier to teach him thievery. Javier then explained a crucial element of the Azrahan core technique, harnessing ambient mana, not solely self-generated mana. A wave of shock washed over Javier as Lloyd revealed his source of knowledge, Javier's sleep-talking. The incredulity was palpable. Javier questioned whether Lloyd's audacity was a figment of his imagination, pondering how else such intimate knowledge could be acquired. Initially, Javier rebuffed Lloyd's request to learn the incomplete technique. However, Lloyd's counter-proposal, a collaborative effort to perfect the technique, secured a reluctant agreement from Javier. The instruction began. "Okay, so listen," Lloyd stated, confirming the feasibility of Javier Azrahan's attempt. Javier, however, challenged this assurance, questioning the source of Lloyd's certainty. Lloyd then diagnosed the problem. Javier was attempting to directly combine external mana with his internal mana heart. The result, Lloyd explained, was a forceful rejection. The external mana, upon contact, rebounded with a resounding boing. The reason, Lloyd clarified, was simple: the mana heart treated the foreign mana as an intruder. The solution, Lloyd offered, lay in a shift of perspective. Instead of direct fusion, Javier should envision the absorbed mana as a separate entity, positioned nearby, then integrated into his technique, utilized externally as a supplementary force. Baron Lloyd Frontera, employing his knowledge of the Azrahan core technique, surreptitiously acquired from Javier's slumbering pronouncements, offered an analogy: it's like having an auxiliary engine beside the main one, they're unified, yet distinct. He then posed a simple query to Javier. Javier responded positively, deeming the explanation plausible. Intrigued, Javier questioned Lloyd's insight, but Lloyd skillfully evaded the inquiry with a casual, "Just improvising." Did it make sense? His inner thoughts, however, betrayed a different story. He recognized the telltale signs of Javier's realization. Lloyd privately acknowledged his role in Javier's breakthrough. The previously elusive Azrahan core technique, a source of prolonged frustration for Javier, yielded to Lloyd's explanation, resulting in Javier's immediate and remarkable success, 3 perfect circles on his very first attempt. Baron Lloyd Frontera, having overheard Javier's explanation of the Azrahan core technique, a method capable of absorbing multiple mana units with sufficient training, devised a counter-strategy against Sir Newman. Javier's demonstration, showing the potential to absorb 4, 5, or even more units, earned him a +5 increase in Lloyd's approval. However, Lloyd impatiently cut him off, declaring he required only the technique's mana absorption component, specifically the mana making direct contact with his body, not ambient energy. This focused understanding, Lloyd reasoned, held the key to overcoming Sir Newman. His confidence was immediately tested as Sir Newman appeared, furious, demanding an end to Lloyd's actions, vehemently protesting the dishonor inflicted upon the knighthood. Within Sir Newman's residence, the diminutive Podong navigated unseen pathways. Guided by the unseen Baron Lloyd Frontera, the creature located and retrieved letters from a concealed spot. These documents, as Lloyd later explained, detailed a corrupt correspondence between Sir Newman and Towards, the very individual who had cheated countless landowners in a fraudulent real estate scheme. The letters exposed the financial state of their lands, the lord's preferences, and their plans to falsify property documents, a complete record of their deceitful dealings. Sir Newman's own words, discovered amongst the retrieved correspondence, betrayed his desperate attempt at concealment. "I hid them in a wall, how?" The document's discovery laid bare the extent of the fool's deception. Baron Lloyd Frontera, having employed Podong to recover compromising letters from Sir Newman's dwelling the previous night, calmly informed Javier that certain details, the evidence of Sir Newman's deceit, awaited him within a specific book. He then mused on Sir Newman's inherent kindness, a quality that stood in stark contrast to the swift retribution most would demand for such transgressions. A thoughtful frown creased his features as he internally acknowledged that benevolence didn't necessarily equate to effective governance. With a subtle shift in demeanor, he offered a proposition for dealing with Sir Newman, a suggestion which the Baron himself immediately elaborated upon at the other's eager prompting, leaving the precise nature of his plan tantalizingly unresolved. Baron Lloyd Frontera, utilizing a small creature, Podong, to retrieve crucial evidence, formulated a plan. He privately questioned the unusual choice of Podong, wondering if its use against Sir Newman would prove effective. Javier, correctly interpreting Lloyd's strategy, recognized it as a calculated risk, an offer of repentance, a test of sorts, tempered with the implied threat of harsher consequences. He lauded Lloyd's wisdom, acknowledging the plan's merciful yet cautionary nature. Agreeing to assist, Javier pledged his support. Lloyd then directly presented the proposal to Sir Newman, inviting any objections. Sir Newman, overwhelmed, expressed sincere gratitude for the unexpected leniency. The sequence concluded with a reflection on the uncertain, yet hopeful, nature of extending mercy and prompting genuine repentance in the face of wrongdoing. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing Sir Newman, endured the knight's scornful dismissal, his prediction of Lloyd's eventual downfall met with a chilling stillness. Newman's threat of vengeance followed, but Lloyd's response was a calm yet ominous observation about the knight's smile, a smile he predicted would be the last the fool would wear. Confused and fear gripping him, Newman demanded clarification, prompting a rhetorical question from Lloyd that only served to amplify the despair of Newman's predicament. Then, with a finality that sent shivers down the knight's spine, Lloyd uttered a chilling truth: forgiveness was a futile pursuit, the implication of his impending retribution hanging heavy in the air. Baron Lloyd Frontera, employing his cunning and the knowledge surreptitiously acquired regarding Javier's Azrahan core technique, orchestrated Sir Newman's downfall. He first dispatched Podong to retrieve damning correspondence from Newman's dwelling, irrefutable proof of the Baron's collaboration with the unscrupulous Towards in illicit real estate transactions. The confrontation that followed was a masterclass in manipulation. Lloyd, subtly mirroring the principles of the Azrahan core technique, challenged Newman, forcing the knight onto the defensive. Initially defiant, Sir Newman's composure crumbled under the weight of Lloyd's carefully chosen words and pointed insinuations. His stammering "yn" betrayed his inner turmoil. Finally succumbing to the pressure, Newman confessed his fraudulent dealings with Towards, his guilt evident in his broken demeanor. Baron Lloyd Frontera, leveraging his understanding of Javier's Azrahan core technique and the skills of his loyal Podong, orchestrated a clandestine operation. Podong, acting on Lloyd's unseen instructions, infiltrated Sir Newman's estate and recovered damning correspondence. This evidence exposed Sir Newman's deceitful real estate transactions with Towards, a web of corruption that threatened the land. With the incriminating letters secured, a feat achieved with evident difficulty and secrecy, as suggested by the obscured text, Lloyd triumphantly declared his victory, vowing to rid the region of these dishonest individuals. The subsequent exile foreshadowed the consequences for those involved in the fraud. High above, the dust swirled as Podong diligently carved the roadway, his chisel biting into the earth. Javier watched the steady progress, a question hanging in the air: what precisely was Padang accomplishing? The answer was simple enough. The man was shaping a path, a vital component of the larger construction project under Baron Lloyd Frontera's supervision. The Baron, however, was temporarily absent, leaving Bayern in temporary command, the stage now set for his eventual return or for unforeseen occurrences during his short leave. Baron Lloyd Frontera watched his soldiers, now surprisingly adept construction workers, begin the ambitious project. He then launched into a detailed explanation of their undertaking, invoking the historical precedent of Roman engineering and the legendary Appian Way. His plan, he announced, was to construct a road from his manor to the base of the eastern mountain, employing those very Roman techniques. When a worker questioned the purpose of such a venture, Lloyd offered only a cryptic answer: this road would place their land firmly on the map. This pronouncement, however, immediately drew suspicion from Javier, who pointed to Lloyd's previously demonstrated uncanny knowledge, a sophisticated heating system and the summoning of a powerful being, as evidence of something more than coincidence at play. Javier Azarhan received confirmation of his doubts regarding Lloyd's true nature. A grimoire, its text revealing Lloyd's deception, a usurper who had stolen the body of his rightful lord, solidified his suspicions. Fear gripped Javier. The thought of Lloyd turning his blade against him sent a chill down his spine. But this was only the beginning of his apprehension. Javier knew Lloyd was capable of far greater cruelty. Seeking solace, he quietly reminded himself of his unique power, a mana heart pulsing with potential, a potent counter to the looming threat. The air crackled with unspoken accusations as Javier Azarhan confronted Lloyd, the stark contrast between their paths laid bare. Lloyd's mastery of summoning magic, a skill secretly honed in clandestine study, was a blatant contradiction to his protestations of innocence. Javier's sharp gaze, born from countless hours of dedicated practice, pierced Lloyd's carefully constructed facade. A sarcastic retort followed, a dismissal that brushed aside Javier's claim of observation, yet failed to mask the subtle arrogance in Lloyd's tone. Undeterred, Javier pressed his advantage, the undeniable evidence of Lloyd's impressive skill, a skill too refined to be born solely of natural talent, a stark refutation of his claims. Lloyd, facing the weight of Javier's scrutiny, desperately fell back on the convenient explanation of an innate gift, a flimsy shield against the truth. His words, however, lacked the conviction to truly sway Javier's unwavering suspicion. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his patience exhausted, brusquely dismissed an unseen individual whose words had proven unproductive. The previous conversation, he reflected, had been a frustrating detour. Having confirmed the success of a prior endeavor, he then charged Bayern with overseeing the ongoing road construction project during his absence. Bayern readily accepted the responsibility, offering his good wishes for a successful journey. Driven by a fierce determination, Lloyd set off towards the border town of Ladinia, intent on reclaiming his stolen funds. He vowed to rest only when his objective was achieved. Javier Azarhan, incredulous and furious, learned of a significant sum stolen from Lloyd, immediately suspecting foul play. His internal rage roared, unbelievable. To lose that much money. They must have used some sort of trick. The culprit was identified as Tords, a real estate conman. Javier, with a sneer, remarked on the irony, "Isn't that how gambling works though?" He pointed out Tords' past financial success, stating, "Until now, you've also earned your fortune that way." The protective arrangement was then made clear. Javier threatened to withdraw his protection unless paid, declaring, "On that note, if you cannot pay for me to protect you, I will be taking my leave then." A desperate Tords begged him to stay, promising eventual payment. I have enough for that. I'll come up with the rest, so you can't go." Javier, however, remained resolute, reiterating his departure if payment was not forthcoming, adding with chilling confidence, "Do keep in mind that I will be gone the moment you default. I can always find another easy mark to get money from." Tords, clearly shaken, suggested they lie low for a while due to a looming threat. "Things first, there are people out to get me, so let's stay hidden for a while, and before the conversation was abruptly cut short. A flurry of unintelligible symbols filled the background, a visual echo of the tense moment. Javier paused, his words laced with uncertainty. "Ah, that's right. You don't know what I look." But Lloyd's declaration cut through the doubt, ringing with confident authority. "I'm Lloyd Frontera. Does that ring any bells?" A fierce internal battle raged within Javier, a silent conflict visible in the stark lines of his expression. His thoughts, laid bare, revealed the struggle. Kill him? The question was quickly supplanted by a desperate, self-preserving decision, and no. Run. Let's run. The subsequent action, though unseen, spoke volumes. A silent flight into the unknown followed the Baron's startling revelation. Javier Azarhan confronted Tordes and his hulking bodyguard. A fierce struggle ensued. He then leveled a chilling threat at the bodyguard, demanding immediate and silent retreat under penalty of criminal complicity. The bodyguard's confirmation that this matched Lloyd's earlier orders underscored both his obedience and the meticulous forethought of Lloyd, a fact that, despite Javier's lingering doubts regarding Lloyd's true nature, bolstered his confidence in the man's capabilities. Finally, Javier issued crisp commands to his unseen operatives, positioning them to intercept any attempt by Tordes and his companion to flee through a rear window, a strategic maneuver indicative of a well-orchestrated ambush. The air crackled with unspoken challenge as Tordes, questioning Javier Azarhan's youthful prowess, doubted his swordsmanship. Fueled by a burning desire for vengeance following the theft of Baron Frontera's fortune and the Baron's subsequent vanishing, Javier confronted Tordes and his imposing bodyguard. Their initial clash was a brutal face-to-face confrontation, a stark contrast to any fictional battles Javier might have previously imagined, as evidenced by his internal monologue. The bodyguard's gravity-bending magic proved a formidable opponent, forcing Javier into a desperate struggle. Baron Lloyd Frontera, meticulously inspecting Podong's work on the Roman-style road, expressed his approval of the construction's progress. A sudden shift in atmosphere arrived with Javier's serious approach. The revelation that Tordes had pilfered Lloyd's funds ignited a furious storm within the Baron. His internal rage fueled a resolute vow for retribution. Leaving Bayern in charge of the ongoing road project, Lloyd immediately set off in pursuit of the thief, his departure marked only by a flurry of indistinct sounds, likely the rush of wind or the quickening beat of his own determined footsteps. Chronicles recount Javier Azarhan's previous duel with Tordes, a contest where his swordplay was deemed unremarkable. Now, however, wielding a triple-circle mana heart, a substantial augmentation of his power, Javier confronted Tordes once more. This time, he engaged not only Tordes himself, but also his accompanying guard, in a brutal clash. The confrontation ended with Javier's triumph. A nearby spectator later voiced surprise, questioning if Javier had magically increased his mass during the fight, a testament to the mana heart's remarkable effect on his strength and overall capabilities. Javier Azarhan, eyes blazing, confronted Tordes, the swindler who had cheated a noble family, Lloyd's, it was heavily implied. His fury was palpable, a simmering rage that boiled over into a brutal threat. He would sever Tordes's legs and compel the miserable fool to crawl to the courthouse. A pained cry escaped Tordes's lips as the ensuing struggle erupted. The violent exchange left little doubt that Javier was swiftly gaining control. Javier Azarhan witnessed the unraveling of Lloyd's predicament following the theft. He recognized the dire consequences, acutely aware that a trial would almost certainly result in Lloyd's death. A fierce internal struggle ensued as Javier grappled with the appropriateness of compassion, weighed against the gravity of Lloyd's actions and the perilous legal ramifications. The weight of the situation pressed upon him, fueling his resolve to exact revenge against Tordes. Fear etched itself onto the defrauded Baron's face as he confronted Lloyd Frontera. A curt no silenced any protest before it could form. However, the chilling initial refusal softened. Lloyd's voice, though firm, offered reassurance. "Come on, there's no need to be so scared." A subtle understanding, even a measure of forgiveness, colored his following words. "Everyone gets a little greedy sometimes. I can see why you made the most of your opportunity. This leniency, however, came at a steep price, cleverly disguised within the terms of a newly forged, 520-year employment contract with a drastically reduced salary. Baron Lloyd Frontera, the defrauded nobleman, listened as the culprit, trembling, pleaded for mercy, lamenting the harshness of the law. Lloyd, however, offered a grudging pardon, his words a silken mask concealing a sharp edge. He demanded the immediate surrender of all remaining assets, a demand readily met by the relieved baron. But this was merely the prelude, Lloyd made clear. True forgiveness, he explained, demanded further recompense. The terrified baron pledged his unwavering loyalty. The final act, Lloyd revealed, involved a simple contract, the signing of which sealed the baron's fate, a 520-year indentured servitude, compensation meticulously structured to ensure the debt was repaid. Baron Lloyd Frontera, with unnerving composure, unveiled the terms of the contract to the defrauded nobleman. The man sputtered in disbelief, his protest a stammering question. Lloyd, unfazed, calmly described it as a standard employment agreement, a paid position, he assured him. However, a significant detail followed: 80% of the baron's salary would be retained to cover his debt. The final, chilling revelation was the contract's duration, a staggering 520 years before full repayment. Javier, witnessing the exchange, correctly surmised that Lloyd harbored no true forgiveness. A smug, self-satisfied thought crossed Javier's mind, a silent declaration of the baron's extended financial servitude. Baron Lloyd Frontera, calmly facing the defrauded nobleman's outburst about the contract's egregious unfairness, simply replied, "Ah, is that so?" He then offered a deceptively simple choice: sign the document, or face the courts. The baron's internal conflict was palpable, and ultimately, he yielded and affixed his signature. Afterward, Lloyd and Javier, his associate, gleefully discussed the substantial sum acquired, assuring themselves that interest payments would be comfortably covered for some time. Lloyd, ever practical, outlined his intentions: to use this newfound wealth to bolster his military strength, asserting that his current 30 soldiers were insufficient for his ambitions. A few days after the dust settled, Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed his barony. He inwardly questioned the stark transformation in the townsfolk's demeanor. Hadn't they all despised him? Javier Azrahan's voice, a calm counterpoint to Lloyd's astonishment, confirmed the earlier animosity. The reason for this remarkable shift, Javier explained, lay in Lloyd's timely and affordable Ondal system rollout, his swift handling of the dishonest baron, and even his summoning of aid. The populace, Javier summarized, now viewed Lloyd as a dependable and skilled leader. Lloyd, however, remained bewildered. Could such a profound alteration in public perception truly stem from these actions alone? A citizen approached Baron Lloyd Frontera, referencing a prior work agreement. Overwhelmed with relief, the grateful individual detailed how Lloyd's Ondal system had miraculously protected their child from debilitating winter illnesses. Their effusive thanks poured forth. Lloyd outwardly expressed delight at their family's good health, yet inwardly recoiled, acknowledging his own selfish motives and feeling a surge of shame. A mere desire for profit had driven his actions. Seizing the opportunity, however, he smoothly steered the conversation towards potential business expansion, mentioning a relative residing in nearby Lacona as a possible avenue for growth. A messenger arrived, bearing word of Viscount Lacona's order for Ondal systems. Baron Lloyd Frontera, however, harbored a different calculation. This venture, he mused, was far from unprofitable. His plan involved a significant markup, skillfully disguised as inflated travel expenses. He outwardly accepted the Viscount's commission, noting the other man's dubious expression as he mentioned the added costs. Javier, observing this exchange, understood the truth. The seemingly unprofitable Ondal systems were a calculated risk. His question regarding the planned mountain road prompted Lloyd's explanation. The substantial fuel demands of the Ondal installations necessitate access to the mountain's timber resources, thus justifying the road's construction. The Baron, however, held a further, unspoken ambition, intending to leverage this resource need as a pretext for the road's building, expanding his influence and business holdings. The defrauded Baron accused Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, of knowing about his prior misdeeds and continuing his plan regardless. Lloyd, however, explained his actions as a carefully calculated strategy, likening it to the strategic construction of the Appian Way. He unveiled his ultimate goal, the extraction of black coal, which he intended to sell at a significant profit, leveraging the Ondal system's established dependence to maximize his returns. While offering a slight discount to his own people, Lloyd acknowledged Javier's amusement at his underhanded tactics, even embracing the perception of his plan as both cunning and devious. Yet, he justified his actions as necessary to settle their considerable debts. Baron Lloyd Frontera, deep in thought, recognized the 520-year employment contract as the most viable solution to the defrauded Baron's predicament. He knew the defrauded Baron was fully cognizant of the black coal deposits, their untapped potential not a result of oversight. Lloyd recalled the failed attempts of his predecessors, their mines collapsing due to the treacherous, unstable bedrock. However, he possessed unwavering confidence in his own success. His strategy, he mused, lay in deploying cutting-edge excavation techniques, the shield tunneling method, to conquer the geological challenges that had stymied his forebears. Following the signing of the unexpected employment contract, Baron Lloyd Frontera erupted with unrestrained enthusiasm. "Let's go. There is so much for us to do," he exclaimed, launching into a detailed explanation of his ambitious black coal mining operation, utilizing the shield tunneling method. The defrauded Baron, however, confessed his unfamiliarity with the technique, a quiet skepticism evident in his expression despite his lack of alternative. Javier, though, offered cautious support, declaring, "But let's trust him for now. Our lord is a new man and he has a plan." His words reflected a palpable shift in the townspeople's demeanor, a change likely fueled by Lloyd's prior success with the Ondal system. The subsequent presentation of Lloyd's plans, detailed blueprints and illustrations of the mine and the scope of his expanding business, further solidified the burgeoning hope and altered perception of his rule among his once hostile workforce and citizens. Surrounded by his furious employees, the defrauded Baron unleashed a torrent of accusations and insults upon Lloyd Frontera. The Baron's anger was palpable. Lloyd, with Javier as a silent observer, maintained a facade of benevolence, his mind already calculating. He couldn't afford a scandal, yet his resolve to recover what was rightfully his remained unshaken. He then offered the Baron a proposition, a second chance, a long-term employment contract to settle his debt. The document revealed a staggering 520-year term, accompanied by an 80% salary reduction. The Baron's shock was evident. Despite initial objections, Lloyd's skillful negotiation, leveraging the Baron's desperate circumstances, resulted in a reluctant signature. The Baron's workers, initially seething, shifted from outrage to a bewildered acceptance of the cruel bargain. A smirk played on Javier's lips as he witnessed Lloyd's masterful manipulation. Baron Lloyd Frontera reveled in victory. A triumphant message flashed, proclaiming the completion of a monumental undertaking. He was hailed as the greatest developer, a testament to his expertise. A challenge, however, had been firmly rebuffed. The subsequent frames showcased the journey, the arduous construction phases and the jubilant aftermath, culminating in the proud proclamation, a Gangnam apartment building. His success was undeniable. The Baron Lloyd Frontera oversaw his mining operation, a laborious undertaking painfully slow in its progress. His frustration boiled over in a muttered, "This is taking forever," a testament to the sluggish pace of the work. He toiled at design level 1, the architectural drawings a potential, yet unused, skill at his disposal. A desire for a massive, cost-free workforce then surfaced in his mind. He yearned for 100 undead laborers, free from the burden of wages. Baron Lloyd Frontera, reviewing his options, dismissed the chance to improve a digital design skill, confident in his current proficiency. The successful resolution of the Newman incident had significantly boosted his standing with the Baron, Baroness, Javier, and Bayern, yielding a substantial 639 reward points. He promptly invested these points to enhance his capabilities, acquiring intermediate planning, intermediate surveying, land price estimation, and GPR scanning. A satisfied Lloyd observed the newly acquired skills on his screen, noting the breadth of his upgrades. Facing the urgent task of excavating a path for a mining operation, he emphasized the importance of his newly obtained intermediate surveying and GPR scanning skills. The GPR scanning, he explained, provided a crucial 5-meter depth view, ensuring a safe route through the mining site. Fully aware of the pressing need for speed, human labor alone proved inadequate. Lloyd implicitly acknowledged the requirement for further resources or improved methods to expedite the project. Overworked and ailing from past construction endeavors, Podong lay before Baron Lloyd Frontera, his size and weakened state rendering him a liability for the ongoing mining operation. The Baron, observing the creature's condition, recognized the need for a replacement. A solution struck him: his random summon game. Possessing 119 RP, more than the 70 required for a summon, he initiated the process. A burst of game-like activation sounds echoed as the summoning ritual began, the outcome of which remained shrouded in anticipation. Baron Lloyd Frontera scrutinized the newly summoned creature, his expression skeptical. He wondered aloud if its purpose was assassination, or if it harbored some insidious poison. The Baron's gaze drifted inward, a memory surfacing of Podong, its initially unremarkable form belying its ultimate value. Returning to the present, Lloyd questioned the creature's growth potential, suggesting sunflower seeds as a possible catalyst, before inquiring about any unique abilities. A direct command for a demonstration of its talents followed. Weeks later, the results of the experiment would be known. Baron Lloyd Frontera oversaw the operation. A colossal summoned creature, Bangul, employed its accelerated dirt digestion skill to excavate the tunnel, consuming the earth with remarkable speed. Subsequently, it unleashed a volley of steel dung, a byproduct of its unique physiology, via its steel dung launcher skill. Javier, with practiced efficiency, then expertly sliced these projectiles into precisely sized lengths, transforming the waste product into sturdy supports for the newly formed tunnel. The earth within the freshly excavated passage was thereby stabilized and reinforced. Deep within Lloyd Frontera's grueling mine, Javier Azrahan, a knight, toiled, his inner turmoil simmering as he chopped Bangul dung for structural reinforcement. The absurdity of his task, a knight performing such menial labor, weighed heavily upon him, a stark contrast to the Step 5 reality check confronting him. A curt move forward spurred him onward, yet the oppressive lack of oxygen gnawed at his strength. A grateful sigh escaped him upon discovering ventilation piping, a testament to another's foresight. Concerned, he urged Lloyd to withdraw, suggesting a much-needed rest for himself and his crew. Lloyd, however, refused, steadfast in his belief that his presence, as leader, was paramount to the operation's success. He further articulated his stance by contrasting his approach with the poor example of Korean bosses who, he stated, merely held titles without actively participating in the work. The miners struck a vein of black coal, prompting Baron Lloyd Frontera to bellow words of encouragement. "We're almost there, men. Keep going just a little longer." A worker offered a mumbled reply of thanks. With the coal layer reached, Lloyd then barked orders for the next phase of the operation: "Listen up. Once we reach the coal layer, we will dismantle the shield and enlarge the mining." He cautioned his weary team, his voice firm but cut short mid-sentence as he continued with a warning about the continuing peril inherent in their work. Baron Lloyd Frontera, surveying his mine, felt the unshakable confidence of a seasoned operator. The rock, he thought, was solid, no cause for alarm. Yet, his practiced eye caught something unexpected, a novel formation within the very heart of the mountain. A startled exclamation escaped him. A gaping hole, previously unseen, now marred the familiar landscape of the mine. His brow furrowed in concern as he realized the extent of the anomaly, the immediate investigation a silent promise in the stillness of the cavern. He stood before it, assessing, pondering the implications of this geological surprise. Deep within the earth, Baron Lloyd Frontera and his mining team toiled. Bangul, with his prodigious accelerated dirt digestion skill, aided the operation. Suddenly, a horrifying monstrosity emerged, unlike anything documented in the Baron's extensive tomes. Terror seized Lloyd, his exclamation, a testament to the creature's shocking nature, revealed his utter astonishment. The unforeseen arrival of this beast served as a stark reminder of the unpredictable, and potentially perilous, consequences of his random summon game. Lloyd's internal monologue echoed his visible fear and confusion, confirming that the creature was indeed a terrifying and utterly unexpected event. Baron Lloyd Frontera stared into the chasm of the mine, a terrifying multitude of creatures writhing within its depths, perhaps 1,000 strong, he grimly estimated. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If these things breached containment, the barony's ruin was assured. He watched Javier struggle valiantly to keep the creatures at bay, a desperate effort doomed to fail. The suffocating lack of oxygen in the shaft made containment impossible. The only solution, a desperate one, was to trigger a cave-in, but the necessary dynamite was nowhere to be found. Even then, he feared, the creatures would escape before the shaft could fully collapse, leaving the barony vulnerable. Javier's voice, sharp with urgency, cut through the Baron's mounting dread. "My lord. Maintain composure. Do not succumb to despair." Baron Lloyd Frontera, confronting a dire emergency with the clock ticking relentlessly, vehemently insisted he wasn't panicking, merely strategizing. His predicament was grave, precious seconds slipped away. Then, a discovery, an ant nest, altered his course. The following moments, though shrouded in mystery, revealed a determined Baron interacting with this unexpected find, his actions suggesting the nest held the key to his desperate gambit. The precise nature of his interaction, however, remained undisclosed. Baron Lloyd Frontera, ignoring Javier's apprehension, resolved to tackle the difficulty head-on. He issued a direct order, a bold declaration of intent to plunge into the heart of the matter, likening the situation to charging into an ant nest. Javier voiced his disbelief, deeming the Baron's plan foolish. However, an onlooker, though initially perplexed, surmised that Lloyd's seemingly absurd strategy must be underpinned by sound reasoning. A moment of quiet contemplation following before the next act unfolded. Chaos erupted as a torrential wave of wild ants swarmed the mine. Lloyd Frontera, demonstrating unwavering resolve, commanded an immediate evacuation, yet remained steadfast in the cavern's depths with Javier Azrahan. News of the catastrophic infestation and Lloyd's courageous, though perilous, decision reached a superior, provoking immediate alarm and concern. A messenger, likely Bangul, relayed the urgency of the situation, painting a stark picture of the trapped men. In response, Sir Byron initiated a mine shutdown, the weighty decision a testament to the gravity of the ant attack. The harrowing ordeal continued, leaving Lloyd and Javier trapped in the encroaching darkness below. Deep within the suffocating darkness of the cave, Bangul's restless impatience grated on Lloyd Frontera's already strained focus. A sharp rebuke silenced the man, Lloyd's attention riveted on the pressing task at hand. He noted with grim satisfaction the ants' confinement to the cave system, yet the ever-tightening swarm around them posed a lethal threat. Javier, his companion, weakened visibly, the stifling heat and dwindling air taking their toll. The urgency of their predicament spurred Lloyd into action. He needed to locate a pocket of methane gas, and quickly. The memory of methane-producing bacteria thriving in coal ignited an idea. He would use the flammable gas to eliminate the ant colony, a desperate but potentially life-saving gambit. His plan solidified, Lloyd announced his intention to find the methane, his voice firm despite the perilous circumstances. Deep within the ant-infested cavern, Lloyd Frontera's keen eyes detected a layer of methane gas. He swiftly directed Javier to hold the line against the relentless insect horde, shouting instructions as he began to tunnel towards the flammable gas. Javier roared in defiance, his blade ablur as he fought off the swarming ants. Meanwhile, Lloyd's relentless digging progressed, inch by painstaking inch, a path to freedom slowly taking shape. Deep within a cavern teeming with ants, Lloyd Frontera, Javier, and the injured Bangul found themselves ensnared. The sheer scale of the infestation was immediately apparent, culminating in the horrifying sight of a colossal ant queen. A grim assessment played out within Lloyd's mind as he registered the dire circumstances and the queen's imposing presence. He then turned to Javier, directly questioning his ability to stall the monstrous insect, a query met with a sharp retort from Javier, who felt his competence should be self-evident. Trapped within the oppressive confines of the cave, Lloyd Frontera wrestled with the stark reality of their situation. He privately questioned the existence of any viable escape route, a sense of powerlessness weighing heavily upon him as he surveyed their predicament alongside Javier and the gravely wounded Bangul. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. Bangul's pained utterances, barely decipherable as "wyoyo," spoke volumes of his suffering, a stark testament to the severity of his injuries. The oppressive atmosphere of the cave, the palpable danger, and the characters' grim reactions to their confinement were powerfully conveyed through the surrounding visual narrative, a silent testament to the immediate threat looming before them. Amidst a chaotic struggle against a relentless tide of ants, Javier, armed with an implement, fought desperately, the urgency of the situation underscored by his cry, "There's no time." The claustrophobic confines of the cave amplified the struggle for survival. Lloyd, however, saw a way out. He bellowed, "Run, Javier! To the exit!" His plan, born from his understanding of the environment, began to unfold. The desperate fight continued, yet Lloyd, with unwavering resolve, pointed towards their salvation, shouting, "Over there! The small tunnel we came through." His words guided Javier towards escape. Trapped within the suffocating darkness of a cave, Lloyd Frontera, Javier, and the groaning, wounded Bangul found themselves besieged by a relentless tide of ants. Javier's blade flashed, a desperate defense against the swarming insects, while Lloyd, his gaze sharp and calculating, observed the accumulating methane gas. He then revealed a daring strategy to his companion, proposing to harness the flammable gas for their escape. Bangul, his pain evident, voiced a hesitant concern, a plea for caution barely audible amidst the chaos. Lloyd, however, privately affirmed the soundness of his plan, acknowledging the inherent risks but unwavering in his resolve. With a decisive action, he ignited the methane, triggering a controlled explosion that carved a fiery path through the insect horde. Emerging from the cave, the trio left behind the burning ruins of the ant colony, their escape secured by Lloyd's quick thinking and calculated risk. Deep within a claustrophobic cave, Lloyd Frontera, Javier, and the groaning, injured Bangul found themselves besieged by a relentless swarm of aggressive ants. Javier, a bulwark of strength and courage, battled the insects, shielding his companions while Lloyd, observing his friend's prowess, formulated a daring plan. Noticing a fissure emitting methane, Lloyd devised a strategy to harness the gas. He directed Javier to enlarge the crack, improving ventilation and potentially creating an escape route. Javier, despite his apprehension, obeyed, expanding the fissure under Lloyd's careful guidance. Lloyd then meticulously ignited the methane, triggering a controlled explosion that blasted a path through the insect barricade. They fled the cave, leaving the ants behind, Lloyd relieved yet worried about Bangul's condition. The aftermath brought an unwelcome notification, a dip in Lloyd's approval rating, a consequence of this perilous ordeal. Deep within the claustrophobic confines of the cave, Javier's desperate plea, a fervent warning against further self-endangerment, echoed in Lloyd Frontera's ears. Then, a cataclysmic eruption ripped through the darkness, a garbled transmission, hinting at a methane-based strategy, confirmed the nature of the devastation. The dust settled, revealing the extent of Javier's sacrifice. He had thrown himself between Lloyd and the blast. Overcome with grief and self-reproach, Lloyd cradled the injured Bangul, his words a lament for the creature's suffering, a bitter acknowledgement of his own role in the catastrophe. The final moments showcased Lloyd's tormented spirit, his anguish a testament to the brutal events and the weight of his comrades' wounds. The air grew thin, a collapsing passage sealing off their only apparent exit and deepening Lloyd Frontera's despair. A stark warning flashed across his messenger, dwindling oxygen. He knew then, time was the enemy, a relentless, suffocating foe. The only solution, a grueling prospect of excavating a new passage at least 15 feet long, presented itself as their sole chance for survival. The messenger cruelly displayed their dwindling life-giving supply. With a grim determination, Lloyd resolved to begin digging, accepting the monumental task before him. Deep within the suffocating cave, Javier and Bangul struggled. Lloyd, however, voiced his unwavering resolve to lead them both to safety, no matter the obstacles. The arduous journey continued, the challenges of the environment and perhaps even aggressive insects further testing their mettle. A message then arrived, conveying Javier's profound gratitude for Lloyd's steadfast determination. This sentiment was quantified. Javier's approval rating of Lloyd rose by a significant 6 points, a testament to the strengthening bond forged in the face of adversity. Trapped within the claustrophobic confines of the cave, Lloyd Frontera, along with Javier and the wounded Bangul, faced a desperate struggle for survival. The relentless assault of ants added to their precarious situation, forcing them to contend with the swarming insects amidst the already hazardous environment. A chilling notification flashed on the messenger: their oxygen supply was critically low. Undeterred, Lloyd immediately contacted the messenger, initiating a determined search for a skill upgrade, a desperate gamble to improve their chances of escape. The word "greatest" blazed across the page, proclaiming a monumental accomplishment. Then, developer, followed by a decisive no, suggesting Lloyd Frontera, Baron, had achieved this breakthrough entirely through his own efforts. A flurry of indecipherable characters, possibly initiated by Javier Azarhan, marked the start of a skill assessment. The system began cataloging Lloyd's existing abilities, focusing on mana absorption and amplification, components crucial to the Azarhan core technique. The system then declared the possibility of synthesizing these individual skills into the desired technique. A triumphant internal monologue revealed Lloyd's relentless dedication. Even after his challenging duel with Newman, he had seized every opportunity to hone his skills, leading to this remarkable improvement. Baron Lloyd Frontera, overcome with elation, roared his triumphant affirmation. His mastery of the Azarhan core technique had reached single circle level 5, a considerable leap forward. A surge of mana coursed through him, its intensity so profound it left him breathless, expressing itself in a torrent of near unintelligible exclamations. Though lacking his mana heart, the amplification was undeniable, exceeding even his wildest hopes. The unforeseen power increase struck him with astonishment. His mana output had increased to 120%. This unprecedented growth stood in stark contrast to the typical incremental progress, even with dedicated training, as Javier Azarhan himself later explained. Baron Lloyd Frontera, possessing 142 role-playing points, recognized the potential for rapid advancement in his Azarhan core technique. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. He could dramatically elevate his skill in a heartbeat. With unwavering determination, he committed to maximizing its potential, pouring his resources into the upgrade. His technique swiftly ascended to single circle level 6, resulting in a 125% mana amplification. He meticulously tracked the 5 role-playing points expended per level. The process continued, a blur of intense focus, culminating in the achievement of single circle level 10. Faced with imminent peril, Lloyd had no recourse but to fully master the Azarhan core technique, leaving him no choice but to push his skills to their absolute limit. Baron Lloyd Frontera dramatically enhanced his Azarhan core technique, propelling it to double circle level 1, a feat that amplified his mana output by a staggering 200%. The advancement, however, left him 93 RP short of the required 100. Javier Azarhan, sensing a familiar pattern echoing Lloyd's previous skill upgrades in surveying and design, inquired whether the Baron had more to impart. 2 additional abilities then presented themselves: Energizer, granting 10 minutes of tireless movement daily, and Latent Power Surge, a potent temporary boost tripling his mana amplification for a fleeting 20 seconds, also once per day. Baron Lloyd Frontera, pushing his newly acquired Azarhan core technique to its absolute breaking point, initiated a desperate, powerful surge of energy. The effort was immense. He wrestled against crushing pressure, a cave-in threatening to bury him alive. His oxygen supply dwindled to critical levels, a stark reminder of his perilous situation. Terror clawed at him, a desperate plea for salvation escaping his lips. Please. Someone, please be there. Yet, even in the face of certain death, his spirit remained unbroken. He fiercely searched for an escape, muttering a fervent prayer for even the smallest opening, just a tiny hole. If I can see just one tiny little hole. His determination burned brightly against the encroaching darkness. Baron Lloyd Frontera, trapped in the suffocating darkness of a collapsed mine, felt the chilling grip of oxygen deprivation. His desperate thoughts mirrored his dwindling air supply. Then, pushing past the boundaries of his physical endurance, he unleashed a surge of power, rapidly refining his Azrahan core technique. A burst of energy, a visual echo of his skill's enhancement, marked the pivotal moment. With this newfound strength, he bravely extricated the entrapped miners. The ensuing celebration, a testament to his heroism, brought forth abundant praise and a substantial reward from his overjoyed subjects, securing him significant recognition and a considerable increase to his in-game resources. Baron Lloyd Frontera, trapped in a mine with dangerously low oxygen, faced a desperate struggle for survival. The dwindling oxygen supply, repeatedly flashing its warning, underscored the gravity of his predicament. Drawing upon his Azrahan core technique, Lloyd pushed his body to its absolute limits, a testament to his growing mastery of the skill. Within the 10-minute deadline, he conquered the oxygen deprivation, his exertion evident in the strain displayed. Javier Azrahan's subsequent rescue implicitly concluded the ordeal. Lloyd's heroic feat garnered substantial praise and reputation points from his relieved subjects. His nephew later recounted the story, solidifying his elevated status within the barony. Baron Lloyd Frontera, trapped within a collapsing mine, faced dwindling oxygen and crushing pressure. He activated latent power surge, a newly mastered ability, unleashing the Azrahan core technique with newfound strength. His performance far surpassed his previous display against Newman, enabling him to overcome the insurmountable physical obstacles of the cave-in. He emerged victorious, his escape witnessed and recounted throughout his domain. The ensuing acclaim showered upon him was immense, a substantial reward and a significant increase in his Azrahan core technique proficiency served as testaments to his bravery and skill. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a man who once dreamt of a life of aristocratic leisure, found himself trapped in a devastating collapse, likely a cave-in. His earlier aspirations for comfortable ease clashed sharply with the immediate threat to his very existence. Driven by desperation, he summoned every ounce of strength, channeling the Azrahan core technique with ferocious intensity. His body, pushed to its absolute limits, responded, the physical strain even eliciting an involuntary release of bodily fluids. Through sheer will and masterful skill, he escaped the perilous situation. News of his daring feat and miraculous survival quickly spread, earning him both the heartfelt admiration and substantial financial reward from his grateful subjects, a testament bolstered by the corroborating account from his nephew. Baron Lloyd Frontera, lost in profound concentration, strained his body beyond its known limits, a breathtaking display of the Azrahan core technique. His exertion was evident as he pushed further into the mine's perilous depths. Meanwhile, Javier Azrahan encouraged a trapped miner, Suho, towards safety with the promise of a nobleman's life. A subordinate, voicing concern for the Baron's well-being, cautioned against further advancement, citing grave dangers. Undeterred, Lloyd commanded the others to withdraw, resolutely choosing to complete the rescue alone, his resolve unwavering as he pressed onward to the very end. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced a perilous predicament, demanding he transcend his physical boundaries. He ingeniously devised a solution, conquering his limitations within the harsh conditions. The ordeal profoundly impacted his Azrahan core technique, as evidenced by a detailed account of his enhanced abilities. He gained the power-saving mode skill, enabling him to utilize the Azrahan core technique even in states of profound weariness, though at reduced strength. The rescue concluded successfully, earning him effusive commendation and a substantial increase in reputation points from his grateful subjects. Furthermore, this experience likely bestowed upon him the additional skills, energizer and latent power surge, further testament to his remarkable growth. Word spread through the village of Lloyd Frontera, Baron, recounting his bravery. A nephew, witnessing the chaos firsthand, described the sudden appearance of ferocious ants in the mine. His uncle, initially skeptical, confirmed the tale, adding that Lloyd and Javier had ventured deep into the swarming colony. The Baron, alone, vanquished the entire infestation. Later, the villagers saw him emerge, Javier seemingly lifeless, carried upon Lloyd's back. The villagers marveled at the change in their lord, a transformation wrought by his courage and selfless act, a difference palpable to all. This heroic deed dramatically improved his standing amongst his people. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his Azrahan core technique honed to a razor's edge far exceeding his previous prowess, emerged from the rubble of the collapsed mine, a savior to those trapped within. Overwhelmed by gratitude, his subjects showered him with praise for his daring rescue. Their heartfelt admiration manifested in a substantial bonus to his reputation points, boosting his total to 7. Baron Lloyd Frontera, possessing 507 reputation points, underwent a dramatic breakthrough in his Azrahan core technique. The exertion was immense, pushing him beyond previously established limits, surpassing even his performance against Newman. This mastery culminated in a daring rescue from a perilous mine, a feat that garnered significant acclaim. 500 reputation points were awarded for his bravery, boosting his total considerably, eliciting an enthusiastic "SWEET" from the Baron himself. His nephew, along with the grateful citizens of his barony, celebrated his heroic actions. Baron Lloyd Frontera engaged in a tense discussion with Akush, the orc chief, the air thick with unspoken tension. Akush initially rejected Lloyd's proposal for orc laborers to work in his mine, his refusal stemming from anxieties about the impact on the orcs' traditional hunting and meat supply. Lloyd, however, countered with a solution that addressed Akush's concerns, a proposition skillfully crafted to maintain the orcs' access to food. Following this, Arash, one of Akush's men, greeted Lloyd with heartfelt gratitude. "It's Master Lloyd," he exclaimed, followed by a formal expression of thanks for Lloyd's service. "Good day, Master Lloyd. Thank you again for your gracious service." The successful negotiation thus secured the needed orc workforce for the Baron's mining operation. 2 weeks after the wild ant catastrophe, Baron Lloyd Frontera personally inspected the mine. His presence elicited murmurs of approval from the workers, their praise a stark contrast to their experiences with other, less diligent, aristocrats. Meanwhile, Javier watched, a subtle unease playing across his features. Lost in thought, Lloyd surveyed the smoothly functioning operation, privately reflecting on the time elapsed since the incident and reaffirming his dedication to worker safety and proactive hazard mitigation. Later, deep within the ant tunnels, Lloyd, accompanied by another individual, responded curtly to a question about the dangerously low oxygen levels. Javier continued his observation, his skepticism evident as he weighed Lloyd's actions against his position as heir, questioning the sincerity behind his concern for the miners' well-being. Frustration exploded from Akush, a harsh rebuke aimed at Baron Lloyd Frontera. Undeterred, Lloyd, driven by a deep-seated belief that leadership demanded presence in the face of peril, rationalized his personal inspection of the treacherous mine tunnels. His internal monologue revealed a pragmatic streak alongside his concern for his workers. The increased risk, he reasoned, justified his presence, ensuring no criticism could follow should he claim the greatest profits. Javier, ever observant, weighed the impact on Lloyd's public standing, noting a near surge in approval that ultimately failed to materialize. Reaching the tunnel's end, Lloyd declared the search concluded. However, a subtle indication of a concealed space behind a surface feature shifted his focus, opening a new path for his investigation. Deep within the mine, Baron Lloyd Frontera and Arash pressed onward, the latter voicing apprehension about the potential for a catastrophic ant egg hatching. A treacherous, unstable portion of the shaft loomed before them. Lloyd, acknowledging the danger, nonetheless proceeded cautiously. From a distance, Javier watched, his words sharp, "Hold on. You're far more reckless than you appear." Lloyd, taken aback, retorted defensively, "Of course it's risky, it's an orc." Javier countered, explaining that the typical indifference towards orcs underscored the unusual degree of Lloyd's risk-taking. Baron Lloyd Frontera found Arash amidst a swarm of ferocious wild ants, creatures known to paralyze their victims before storing them as food. Arash, once freed, repeatedly uttered the word oink, expressing his gratitude for his rescue. Lloyd, however, questioned the sincerity of this repeated sound, suggesting it might be a deliberate affectation. Arash vehemently denied this, yet continued his peculiar vocalizations. Finally, he formally introduced himself, emphasizing his profound thanks and his willingness to repay the Baron's kindness. Arash concluded by stating his eagerness to assist Lloyd, paving the way for discussions regarding orc laborers. Baron Lloyd Frontera, seeking to bolster his mine's workforce, received a request from Arash, a rescued orc, for 120 laborers. This plea was met with an immediate and forceful rejection from Akush, the orc chieftain. Akush's gruff refusal, punctuated by a dismissive snort, left Lloyd persistently questioning the chieftain's decision. Akush's explanation revealed the crux of the problem. The orcs considered themselves warriors, bound only to the commands of other warriors, a status Lloyd had evidently not yet achieved. This was underscored by Akush's initial incredulous reaction upon learning of Lloyd's rescue of Arash, which foreshadowed the subsequent refusal. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced Javier Azrahan's skepticism regarding his competence to manage orc laborers. Azrahan voiced his doubts, emphasizing the inherent difficulties of commanding orcs. Lloyd, however, internally processed Arash's recent near-fatal encounter within a wild ant cave. This incident, he realized, offered a solution. Azrahan, apparently resigned to inaction, declared the situation hopeless. Then, Lloyd playfully congratulated Arash on his coming-of-age ceremony, despite Arash's claim of failure, having been paralyzed instead of securing the required wild ant head. This clarification prompted Azrahan's confusion. Lloyd subsequently revealed that he and Arash had jointly captured a wild ant, a feat implying the capture of a queen, proposing a way to fulfill the Orcish rite of passage without decimating the ant population and thus preserving their hunting grounds. Baron Lloyd Frontera, tending to Arash's wounds, initially questioned Arash's assertion of not recalling his encounter with a sizable ant. He gently reassured the injured man, suggesting the paralysis might have clouded his memory. Arash then described the queen ant, portraying it as frail and trembling. He recounted the queen's surprising statement, "Goodness, I can't believe I was attacked by a young orc." Lloyd voiced his disbelief in the notion of conversational wild ants, a skepticism Arash swiftly dispelled, confirming their surprising eloquence. Arash credited Lloyd's prior training for his easy victory over the weakened queen ant. A subsequent lapse in the narrative followed, leaving the precise nature of its interruption undefined. The imposing figure of Arash, initially proclaiming himself the Great Warrior, then hesitantly amending it to the, Great Warrior, addressed Baron Lloyd Frontera. He reiterated the request for 120 orc laborers. Akush, the great chief of the Sand and Steel tribe, responded directly, his words, a guttural string of sounds interpreted as a refusal, accompanied by a formal rejection and apology. He dismissed Lloyd's proposition, employing the term oink, perhaps a dismissive phrase in his tongue, perhaps a descriptor of the Baron's perceived folly. Javier Azrahan's sharp query regarding the orcs' sudden cooperation spurred Baron Lloyd Frontera to seek clarification. Formally addressing Akush, the Sand and Steel tribe's great chief, Lloyd learned the reason behind their initial refusal to provide miners. Akush explained their tribe's substantial daily meat consumption, a necessity to maintain the muscle mass crucial for their survival. Hunting occurred in 3 rotating shifts, a testament to the tribe's dedication to avoiding any muscle loss. Akush stressed that such a loss would be devastating, preventing any reduction in the number of warriors dedicated to the hunt. Lloyd confirmed the daily nature of their hunts. Akush further clarified that the meat's rapid spoilage necessitated immediate consumption to prevent muscle deterioration. Javier commented on Akush's unwavering focus on this crucial aspect of their survival. Lloyd, contemplating the orc's profound dependence on protein and muscle, began formulating a solution, his thoughts trailing off as an idea sparked his mind. Baron Lloyd Frontera, addressing Akush's anxieties over the orc workforce's dwindling strength from excessive hunting, posed a thought-provoking query: could the preservation of orc meat eliminate the need for daily hunts? Akush, acknowledging the predicament, the need to reciprocate Lloyd's generosity while avoiding debilitating muscle loss, confirmed the Baron's assessment. Lloyd, certain of a solution, confidently proclaimed his ability to extend the shelf life of the meat considerably, ensuring a sufficient supply for days to come. Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the colossal undertaking. Massive granite blocks, hauled by the tireless might of orc laborers, steadily rose to form the sukbingo. He shook his head, a sharp no silencing the sounds of construction. A flaw, unseen yet undeniable, marred their progress. The sheer scale of the operation, the relentless effort of the orcs under the harsh conditions, was undeniable. As the structure neared completion, Javier approached, his face etched with silent worry for the Baron's well-being, a concern born perhaps from Lloyd's physical strain or the grueling nature of the work. The final view showcased the orcs' exhausting labor, leaving Javier's unspoken apprehension, and Lloyd's detected problem, hanging heavy in the air. Baron Lloyd Frontera witnessed two orcs embracing, their combined might breathtaking. He mused that caught between them, he would be utterly crushed. This display sparked a revelation: with 120 such powerfully built workers, his sukbingo construction project's output would skyrocket. His mind raced, envisioning a future of unprecedented efficiency. Then, Arash, his orc son, arrived, triumphantly presenting the head of the queen ant as a tribute. Lloyd, brimming with paternal pride, lauded Arash's remarkable achievement. To mark the occasion, a grand celebratory feast, indeed a double celebration, was immediately declared. Javier witnessed orc laborers utilizing what looked to be priceless artifacts as implements during the sukbingo's construction, prompting an incredulous outburst. Lloyd, observing the situation, nonchalantly remarked that the orcs likely plundered a village or simply scavenged them, adding that the workers regarded these objects as nothing more than fitness equipment. He then revealed his shrewd plan: a contract with the tribe's chieftain secured him both the orc workforce and their seemingly invaluable possessions. Javier, completely bewildered by the entire undertaking, confessed his utter ignorance of this sukbingo project. Baron Lloyd Frontera, explaining the sukbingo to Javier, likened its function to the ice magic employed within the royal palace, albeit without the aid of sorcery. Javier's inquiry regarding Lloyd's knowledge of sukbingo construction prompted an evasive mention of a student society, followed by Lloyd's irritation at Javier's apparent ignorance. The Baron then emphasized the crucial role of granite in the sukbingo's construction, its strength paramount. Javier noted the granite's difficult extraction, a point Lloyd readily confirmed, highlighting the lack of dynamite. Their solution, Lloyd revealed, lay in utilizing orc workers. A private reflection betrayed Lloyd's awareness of his manipulative tactics, hinting at potential friction with Javier and foreshadowing further exploitation of the orc workforce. Baron Lloyd Frontera recalled a harrowing passage from Night of Blood and Iron, specifically the siege at Namran's Wall. A city choked by a malevolent magical barrier held thousands of refugees, their life force cruelly leached away. Even Javier, a sword master renowned for wielding 4 mana circles simultaneously, found himself powerless to break the enchantment and save the desperate populace. Lloyd, interpreting a fragmented passage, understood the depth of Javier's resolve. The knight's unwavering commitment to rescuing the trapped citizens drove him to the brink of self-sacrifice. His strategy, as Lloyd remembered it, involved shielding the city's central mana heart with 1 circle while unleashing the devastating combined force of the remaining 3 in a desperate, if ultimately futile, attempt at breaking the barrier. Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the construction of the sukbingo, a colossal undertaking. A throng of orcs, including the formidable Podong, hefted and maneuvered enormous granite blocks with breathtaking strength, a testament to their prodigious power. Lloyd, his gaze sharp and assessing, felt a surge of satisfaction. The sheer scale of the project was almost overwhelming, yet its eventual completion would stand as a monument to human ingenuity. A momentary snag arose, a significant impediment to the smooth flow of work. Frustration briefly flickered across his features, another obstacle to overcome. But swiftly, Javier intervened, shouting a battle cry and unleashing a potent mana blast that effortlessly cleared the blockage. Lloyd registered the decisive action with quiet approval. Javier, as ever, proved himself a resourceful and invaluable asset. The construction resumed its relentless pace, the orcs working with renewed vigor under Lloyd's watchful eye. The end was near, he mused, a satisfied expression gracing his lips. Baron Lloyd Frontera, with a playful smirk, observed Javier unleashing his mana blast, a technique clearly influenced by the Knight of Blood and Iron and incorporating the Azrahan core technique. Javier's own thoughts, laid bare, revealed the meticulous crafting of this ability. Lloyd then inquired, teasingly, "Don't you think you can do something like that?" Javier, momentarily thrown, countered with suspicion, "Tell me honestly, my lord. How do you know about such things?" Lloyd's response was a characteristically charming, if somewhat disingenuous, "No really, the thought just came to me. Look at these eyes. Do they look like the eyes of a liar?" Javier, unmoved, retorted, "Yes, they look like the eyes of an extremely annoying liar." Lloyd, unfazed, simply concluded, "Our little Javier's heart is rather dark," leaving Javier to react in silent contemplation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, ever mindful of boosting production, weighed the advantages of harnessing Javier's mana. He privately envisioned the accelerated progress, a surge in efficiency promising a significant increase in his workload. Recognizing potential mutual benefit, Lloyd proposed the idea to Javier, suggesting that successful application of his powers would prove advantageous for both of them. Subsequently, Javier, under Lloyd's guidance, channeled his mana abilities, likely focusing his energy upon the precise placement of granite blocks during the Sukbingo's construction. The endeavor proved successful. Baron Lloyd Frontera received a profuse apology. "I'm sorry. I'm very sorry," the unnamed individual repeated, his prediction, though initially doubted, having proven accurate. Lloyd acknowledged this, and the individual immediately inquired about returning the favor, their eagerness evident. A subsequent glance at the data revealed a pleasing surge in Javier's approval rating, a rise of 3 points. While Lloyd's own approval remained at a -11, the interaction yielded a significant reward, 54 relationship points, boosting his total to 561. The unnamed individual, however, insisted against further expressions of gratitude, shouting, "You don't have to thank me." Following a previous incident, the Sukbingo's construction progressed at a breathtaking pace. Javier, wielding his mana, effortlessly cleaved granite blocks with precise cuts. Podong, initially hoisting the heavy stones with clumsy technique, received a playful yet insightful correction from Baron Lloyd. A well-placed oink served as both gentle rebuke and instructive guidance. Undeterred, and seemingly viewing the heavy lifting as a welcome challenge, the orc workers eagerly seized the transport duties, one exclaiming, "It's such a good workout, ain't?" Their impressive rate of work far surpassed even the Baron's optimistic projections. With the stonework advancing so rapidly, Lloyd turned his attention to securing the final components for the Sukbingo, ice and sufficient insulation. The crisp air hung heavy with unspoken tension as Javier Azrahan inquired about the 5 men dispatched to procure insulation for the Sukbingo. Lloyd's reply, a stark 3 weeks, spoke volumes. He weighed the possibilities. Were the men simply indolent, or had some calamity befallen them? The conclusion was swift: a search party was necessary. Javier immediately volunteered, but Lloyd, ever mindful of the heir's responsibilities and the potential dangers, countered the impulsive offer, insisting that the unknown risks were too great for Javier to undertake personally. The Souk Bingo construction site, a vast and demanding undertaking, filled the horizon. Lloyd Frontera, the Baron, stood resolute, declaring his responsibility for the well-being of his orc workers. The strenuous labor of the orcs, toiling amidst the scale of the project, was evident. Then, holding aloft a pair of specially crafted gloves, Lloyd underscored his dedication to their safety. He further revealed straw, intended for insulation and added comfort. One of the workers, addressing him with respectful deference as Master Lloyd, solidified the bond of loyalty between leader and those he commanded. Baron Lloyd Frontera, gazing towards the Progia Gorge, felt a prickling unease. A subtle disruption in the flow of mana, barely perceptible to Javier, nonetheless registered as a discordant note in Lloyd's keen senses. The location triggered a memory, a chilling parallel to an incident detailed in the Chronicle, Night of Blood and Iron, flashed through his mind. With a sharp command, Lloyd urged Javier to join him, their departure immediate and fraught with urgency. Javier, sensing his lord's grave concern, inquired about the nature of his apprehension. Lloyd's response was stark. He feared for the lives of their orc workers, voicing a terrible suspicion that they were already lost. The air crackled with tension, a silent scream conveyed through the chaotic symbols representing Lloyd's dread and the imminent peril. Lloyd Frontera and Javier Azrahan descended into the oppressive darkness of Lupellin's dungeon, the grim reality of their rescue mission settling upon them. The air hung heavy with the dungeon's suffocating atmosphere, prompting a silent assessment from Lloyd. He braced himself, anticipating the trials that lay ahead. Javier, beside him, mirrored the apprehension that clung to the very stones of the place. Finally, Lloyd's voice, a low affirmation, broke the silence. So this is it. Lupellin's dungeon. The cryptic markings scattered throughout the dungeon, however, remained enigmatic, their meaning lost to all but Lloyd's keen, possibly precognitive, perception. Deep within Lupellin's dungeon, early in their perilous quest, Javier, the impetuous one, first attempted to chart a course through the labyrinthine corridors. Lloyd Frontera, however, swiftly identified the location as Lupellin's secret hideout, his voice laced with righteous fury at the sheer audacity of their trespass upon his sacred grounds. The gravity of their transgression weighed heavily on Lloyd. He considered death a merciful outcome for such blatant disrespect. With a stern command, he instructed Javier to trail behind him, his words carrying the unspoken weight of his precognitive knowledge of the treacherous path and the lurking dangers within the dark sorcerer's domain. Javier, venturing into Lupellin's dungeon, unwittingly triggered a magical booby trap. Lloyd, observing the incident, dryly questioned Javier's knightly prowess, alluding to a precognitive vision, a sort of prophetic book, that foretold Javier's downfall at this very first obstacle. He revealed his foresight, explaining that the book clearly showed Javier suffering an injury upon entering the dungeon. However, Lloyd noted, despite the uncanny mirroring of the vision, Javier avoided the trap, unlike his future self. This, Lloyd explained, was due to Javier's nascent ability to sense the unusual mana fluctuations in the immediate vicinity. He then instructed Javier to cultivate and hone this skill, emphasizing that mana usually exists in a consistent concentration within the air. In the Lupellin dungeon, Lloyd Frontera, utilizing his precognitive abilities, pinpointed a hidden booby trap. He detected an unnatural surge of mana, a telltale sign of the danger, muttering to himself about its predictable clustering. Javier Azrahan, observing this display, offered a compliment, acknowledging Lloyd's proficiency. Though noting Lloyd's characteristically evasive responses, Javier nonetheless accepted the validity of Lloyd's assessment of the dungeon's treacherous nature. The narrative highlighted Lloyd's unique gift, his uncanny grasp of present and future events. Finally, Lloyd sensed the absence of any significant mana or exceptional energy emanating from Lupellin himself. The rescue mission commenced with Lloyd Frontera steeling his resolve, silencing the distracting thoughts that threatened to overwhelm him. He barked a command, demanding immediate action to save the captive soldiers. Suddenly, a hidden mechanism sprang to life within the labyrinthine dungeon. From his vantage point, Lupellin, the dungeon's master, sensed the disruption, suspecting intruders attempting a daring rescue of those he'd imprisoned. He concluded, with chilling certainty, that the soldiers, caught in his deadly snare, were surely perished. Satisfied, Lupelin confirmed his preparations were finalized. Deep within Lupelin's labyrinthine dungeon, Lloyd Frontera and Javier navigated the twisting passages. Lloyd, with his innate sensitivity to magical energies, sensed a violent surge of mana ahead, a harbinger of grave danger. Rounding a bend, they stumbled upon a horrifying spectacle, a chamber where Lupelin himself presided over a ritual. A pentagram etched upon the floor served as the focal point, a blood-soaked sickle resting nearby, its grim purpose made chillingly clear by the young victim bound before the sorcerer. Lupelin, a sinister grin playing on his lips, declared, "The experiment will succeed." A piercing scream, tore through the air, echoing the agony inflicted upon the innocent. The ghastly display left Lloyd and Javier with a stark understanding of Lupelin's depraved magic and the perilous nature of the dungeon they had dared to enter. Within the dungeon's perilous depths, Javier narrowly avoided triggering one of Lupelin's insidious traps. Lloyd Frontera, his precognitive senses already alert to the mana imbalances, erupted in furious condemnation, his voice laced with lethal threat, "Don't you touch my things. I'll end you." Javier, stunned by the outburst and the sheer number of hidden dangers, responded with incredulous frustration, voicing his astonishment at the overwhelming quantity of traps. The following moments unfolded in a silent but potent exchange of intense expressions. Lloyd's anger remained palpable, met by Javier's continued disbelief, a visual argument that spoke volumes without a single uttered word. The cunning Lupelin had laid a treacherous network of sleeping gas traps, a potent concoction designed to incapacitate his foes. Lloyd Frontera, however, anticipated the ambush, his precognitive abilities allowing him to perceive the subtle mana imbalances betraying the fool's preparations. Meanwhile, unseen, Lupelin continued his work, readying more of the insidious gas for a ruthless sacrifice. Javier, burdened by exhaustion from their earlier ordeal within the ant cave, activated his core technique Energizer, its revitalizing power washing away fatigue. Lloyd noted the stark contrast, Javier's renewed energy a beacon against the oppressive weariness that had weighed him down moments before. The Energizer, crucial in this instance, was necessary because even conventional sleeping aids held no power over Javier. In the labyrinthine depths of Lupelin's dungeon, Lloyd Frontera, employing his precognitive gifts, silently guided Javier through a treacherous mana-based snare. His instructions, partially concealed but clear enough to understand, were conveyed through a combination of precise gestures and a murmured, "And if the shovel, use it like this." Javier, though initially struggling, ultimately navigated the peril under Lloyd's expert tutelage. Meanwhile, a mischievous grin played upon Lloyd's lips. The thought of later teasing Javier about his momentary predicament brought him quiet amusement. The ensuing flurry of activity, a silent testament to Javier's success and likely filled with frustrated grunts and muttered words, was followed by Lloyd's decisive deployment of a mana blast, clearing their path forward. The unsettling dungeon unfolded before Lloyd Frontera and Javier, its bizarre architecture a disorienting maze. Garbled text, hinting at the environment's unusual features, only added to the unsettling atmosphere. They navigated the peculiar entrance, their path leading them directly to Lupelin's monstrous creation, a ghoul, whose sudden appearance elicited a panicked cry of alarm from Javier. "What kind of monster is this?" Lloyd, however, remained unseen, his strategic mind already assessing the creature and the mana imbalance, quietly planning his approach. A monstrous ghoul, emitting a terrifying roar, materialized before Lloyd Frontera and Javier. Lupelin, the architect of this horror, gloated about the unintentionally powerful creature born from his reckless experiments. He proclaimed the ghoul's hide impervious to attack, foreshadowing a grueling battle. Lloyd, eyes fixed on the formidable beast, grimly acknowledged to Javier the significant challenge ahead. A surge of mana, imperceptible to Javier, registered acutely in Lloyd Frontera's precognitive senses. He urgently cautioned his companion about the impending danger, a blade of pure energy poised to strike. Javier, initially unconvinced, questioned the warning, his senses failing to detect the hidden threat. Lloyd's precise directions, however, guided Javier away from the invisible peril. A devastating mana blast slashed through the air, a hair's breadth from where Javier had stood moments before. The near-death experience, witnessed firsthand, galvanized Javier. His apprehension dissolved, replaced by a newfound confidence and heightened combat awareness. Together, their shared success bolstered their resolve, their steps carrying them deeper into the labyrinthine dungeon. Deep within Lupelin's dungeon, Lloyd Frontera and Javier progressed cautiously. Lloyd, his precognitive senses tingling, detected a severe mana disruption ahead, a clear sign of a deadly trap. He urgently cautioned Javier, his words trailing off as a vision of catastrophic energy flooded his mind, a chaotic maelstrom of destruction. A sharp intake of breath, a silent scream of recognition, the impending danger was undeniable. Lloyd immediately recognized the gravity of the situation, the urgent need for swift, decisive action to circumvent the imminent peril. Terror and despair choked Lupelin's every utterance, his internal turmoil a stark contrast to the Baron's implacable presence. He pleaded for mercy, the fear of imminent death etched onto his face. A tense silence followed, the weight of the Baron's judgment hanging heavy in the air. Then, Lloyd Frontera's voice cut through the stillness, a cold accusation of sabotage and worker abduction, the delay to his construction project a grievous offense demanding immediate redress. Lupelin, his life hanging by a thread, groveled, offering amends and pledging anything for his survival. But Lloyd remained unmoved, his demand for compensation unwavering, the Baron's wrath a storm gathering force. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Lupelin, who, trembling, begged for his life, offering a cave brimming with valuable sorcery tools in exchange. "This cave is full of valuable tools. I will give you everything," he stammered. Lloyd, skeptical yet intrigued, pressed him, "Really? So you're saying everything here is mine?" Lupelin frantically confirmed the claim. A worker then approached, reporting on the condition of the kidnapped men. "Master Lloyd, the men are all worn out, but they seem fine otherwise." Lloyd acknowledged the report, though his internal assessment was stark: a few more days, and they would have perished from starvation. He turned his gaze back to Lupelin, demanding to know the man's intentions with his captives. Lupelin confessed, "I was researching how to bring back the dead." Lloyd responded with incredulity, "Is that even possible? And what would you do if you could?" Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Lupelin, who, in a broken confession, recounted his desperate attempt to bring back his deceased wife and child. Memories of a happier time, a life spent as a sorcerer within his lord's castle, were quickly shattered by the revelation of his lord's attempt to steal his wife, a betrayal that fueled his desperate flight with his family. Lloyd, however, cut short Lupelin's tale, impatiently demanding an end to the rambling justification. He then cruelly questioned whether Lupelin's resurrected family would truly appreciate the horrifying price paid, a price measured in the lives of innocent people, for their return. The grotesque ghoul, a creation born from Lupelin's actions, stood as silent testament to the terrible cost of his grief-driven obsession. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Lupelin, his voice heavy with the weight of countless shattered lives. He laid bare the devastating consequences of Lupelin's crimes, the sacrifices, the stolen lives, families, and happiness that fueled Lupelin's misguided ambition. Lloyd's internal resolve hardened. Lupelin's tragic past, he knew, offered no justification for his actions, no excuse for the misery he had wrought. He directly accused Lupelin of being a serial killer, his words painting a picture of the shattered happiness of innocent victims, cruelly extinguished by Lupelin's hand. Despite the magnitude of Lupelin's offenses, Lloyd chose to spare his life, his decision steeled by a grim determination. He would return with his men to collect the offered tools, but he left Lupelin with a chilling promise: any further violence, any repetition of such heinous acts, would meet with absolute, merciless retribution. A guttural cry, a choked ah, filled the air. Baron Lloyd Frontera, lost in thought, mentally revisited a fictional narrative, a parallel reality perhaps. In this imagined world, Javier Azrahan, a figure from his internal comparison, had expelled Lupelin, effectively forgiving the man, yet this forced departure proved a flawed solution, the consequences followed. Lupelin, in this alternative scenario, went on to wreak havoc, claiming hundreds of lives, horrifically altering his very form, becoming a persistent, irritating antagonist Javier endlessly battled. Yet, Lloyd, aware of this nightmarish future, chose a different path. His rationale for releasing Lupelin, despite the foreseen carnage, remained a silent, somber contemplation. Bound and begging for mercy, Lupelin, the sorcerer, faced Baron Lloyd Frontera. He offered a cave brimming with valuable tools as recompense for the kidnapped workers, whose emaciated forms spoke volumes of their suffering. Lupelin confessed his desperate attempts to resurrect his wife and child, a misguided quest that spawned ghouls and the abduction of Lloyd's men. Lloyd, his mind wrestling with memories of a harsher past and contrasting his own temperament with the merciless Javier Azrahan, weighed the repercussions of taking Lupelin's life. Despite the sorcerer's admitted crimes and unwavering intention to continue his harmful practices, Lloyd chose to spare him, a decision made with full awareness of the inherent risks. The confrontation ended with an enigmatic message, from the start. FYPWSS, its precise meaning veiled in mystery. Baron Lloyd Frontera confronted Lupelin, his voice sharp and accusatory. The confrontation, a continuation of a prior altercation, began with a harsh rebuke. He then berated the man's posture, demanding a proper 90-degree bow, underscoring his superior status. Lloyd's mind drifted to a past encounter with a particularly cantankerous old man, one who had constantly irritated him with pointless, abusive language. This memory highlighted a stark contrast between Lloyd's current measured response and the potentially harsher reaction he might have employed in the past, a reaction mirroring the hateful words from his recollection. Ultimately, after considering this, Lloyd chose a course of action that spared Lupelin. Baron Lloyd Frontera, lost in contemplation, revisited past moments of unwavering patience and kindness. He recalled apologies offered, "I'm sorry. I'll be more careful, sir," echoing from previous encounters with those who had misbehaved. His former philosophy, kindness brings more kindness, avoid confrontation, and conflict begets conflict, played on repeat in his mind, a stark contrast to the bitter aftertaste of a recent experience. A frustrated sigh escaped him as he remembered his naive belief, "If I treat him with respect, one day he will return it," a sentiment now overshadowed by the fragmented memory of a past failure, a jumble of illegible words whispering of its ineffectiveness. The weight of these past attempts, all ending in disappointment, pressed heavily upon him. "What happened with that guy, you ask?" he mused, the question leading to the present. A polite "good morning, sir," initially suggested a respectful encounter, but the false courtesy shattered into an aggressive outburst, "You almost broke my eardrum, you little fool." This unveiled the bitter fruit of his previous approach, triggering a cynical reflection, "He took me for some weak pushover. Whatever, he's so pathetic." The Baron's once steadfast belief in non-confrontation now lay in ruins, replaced by a cold understanding of its limitations. Baron Lloyd Frontera, wrestling with a tempest within, initially dismissed Lupelin, urging himself to forget the entire matter. He reasoned that letting the situation rest would prevent further complications, a wiser course than escalating the conflict. A pursuit of inner peace consumed him. Though he voiced disgust, a dismissive, almost amused contempt, at Lupelin's character, a sentiment implying profound disappointment in the young man's behavior, he ultimately forgave him, choosing to spare Lupelin's life and opting for tranquility over retribution. The silence that followed spoke volumes of Lloyd's resolute decision. Baron Lloyd Frontera found Lupelin, bruised and possibly bound. A conflict raged within Lloyd as he considered his actions, the bitter irony of feeling wronged even as he himself meted out punishment not lost on him. A sharp shout, "Hey, kid! Knock it off," cut through the air, followed swiftly by Lloyd's decisive intervention, "That's enough." The confrontation ended with Lloyd's decision to spare Lupelin's life, a choice made against the backdrop of past experiences. Baron Lloyd Frontera watched Lupellin, the aftermath of their struggle evident in the still figure before him. A jarring shift in the surrounding turmoil followed, perhaps reflecting the turbulent thoughts churning within Lloyd himself. He acknowledged the brutal necessity of violence to quell violence, a truth he held against the backdrop of his decision to spare Lupellin's life. His internal debate continued, questioning the Korean justice system's apparent leniency toward murderers, attackers, and swindlers. He wondered aloud if such lenient treatment stemmed from a misplaced emphasis on the rights of offenders, a contrast to his own unconventional approach to justice. Baron Lloyd Frontera, wrestling with the implications of Lupellin's actions, briefly entertained the notion of retribution, a harsh judgment born from the instinctive belief that wicked deeds demand equally wicked consequences. The thought, a fleeting echo of righteous fury, manifested as a sharp internal retort, "Don't make me laugh. Fools deserve a punishment fitting their folly." Yet, even this initial inclination towards violent reprisal was quickly dismissed. The sprawling construction project, overseen by Baron Lloyd Frontera, faced a critical logistical hurdle, preserving a substantial quantity of meat. Javier Azrahan voiced his apprehension regarding Lloyd's unconventional approach. Undeterred, Lloyd, leveraging his extraordinary abilities, conjured a vast expanse of ice, effectively solving the preservation problem. Arash, an orc laborer, initially hesitant, soon expressed awe and relief at this ingenious solution. However, the immense effort took its toll, a worker succumbed to exhaustion. Observing this, Lloyd swiftly intervened, ordering the overwrought individual to rest, taking over the demanding task to prevent further collapse. The worker, though protesting their ability to continue, was compelled to yield to the Baron's command. Sweat beaded on Baron Lloyd Frontera's brow as a worker offered to bear his weight should he collapse. Instead of accepting the offer, the Baron barked a sharp command, demanding a tool. Further expressions of concern followed, more workers volunteering to carry him, but Lloyd silenced them with a curt, uncompromising refusal, effectively ending the discussion. From a distance, Javier watched, a question flickering in his mind regarding Lloyd's true motives. Was this a ploy to avoid unnecessary exertion, or a genuine, if gruff, prioritization of task completion over personal comfort? Ultimately, Javier dismissed the question as irrelevant. The construction continued, and that was all that mattered. The workers, trusting and loyal to Baron Lloyd Frontera, followed his lead. News of his resourcefulness would soon echo far and wide. Javier, seeking to gauge his satisfaction, inquired if the ordeal had proved fulfilling for Lloyd. Arash, however, revealed a more mercenary outlook, stating his sole concern was the financial gain, implied to be significant given his subsequent inspection of the souk bingo, the ice Lloyd had skillfully created to solve a pressing meat spoilage problem, a problem his pragmatic nature had correctly foreseen as profitable to overcome. The sweltering heat hung heavy in the unfinished structure. Arash, in his characteristic grunting dialect, voiced his anxieties about the meat, noting the negligible temperature difference between the interior and the brutal wasteland sun. The lack of ice, a stark reality in this harsh environment, threatened spoilage and significant muscle loss. His query about the very existence of ice, given its absence in the natural world, hung in the air, a question quickly answered by the Baron's unspoken resolve. Lloyd Frontera, unfazed by the challenge, silently set about the task of ice creation, his actions in the following moments suggesting a swift and decisive plan unfolding. Baron Lloyd Frontera, resourceful as ever, addressed the lingering concerns surrounding the meat spoilage. Javier questioned Padong and Bangul about their earlier involvement with a charlatan and a dubious tale concerning a queen ant, his skepticism palpable. While initially doubting Arash's acumen, Javier quickly dismissed his own misgivings, a shift Lloyd subtly navigated, clarifying Arash's importance as a valued client. Javier acknowledged Lloyd's life-saving intervention, a significant event that clearly altered his perspective on Arash, a viewpoint Padong readily confirmed. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Arash pledged continued support for Lloyd's ongoing endeavor, a testament to Lloyd's leadership. Lloyd, confident in the project's imminent completion, reassured his worker. Finally, Javier's inquiry about Lloyd's ice-making plans alluded to the ingenious solution that had already proven so effective in resolving the earlier crisis. Arash's anxiety, a palpable question hanging in the air, what should we do? Followed a troubling development. Javier, his skepticism evident, leveled a sharp critique at Baron Lloyd Frontera's methods, exclaiming, he really doesn't have a plan. The accusation escalated, Javier directly challenging Lloyd with the stinging suggestion that the contract's undertaking, devoid of any predetermined strategy, amounted to potential client fraud. You made a contract with them without a plan. Were you planning to defraud them? Lloyd, however, proceeded to articulate his perspective on achievement, posing a rhetorical question regarding the common trait amongst those who fail. He then offered a counterpoint, emphasizing that the hallmark of success lay in the boldness to commence endeavors and the resourcefulness to navigate their complexities to completion, but the people who succeed. Those people start things and figure them out somehow. Baron Lloyd Frontera, facing a logistical challenge in preserving perishable goods, devised a brilliant solution. Javier Azrahan, witnessing the outcome, proclaimed the feat now that is innovation, praising Lloyd's inventive spirit. He further lauded Lloyd's resourcefulness, declaring it the mind of an entrepreneur. The considerable difficulty of traditional meat preservation methods, evidenced by complex calculations illustrating a high probability of failure, sharply contrasted with Lloyd's decisive and immediate action. He boldly proposed, let's make a giant ice cube mold, thus showcasing his proactive approach to the problem and its ingenious resolution. The final stages of construction were underway. Padang and Bangul diligently ferried lake water to the waiting molds. Arash, however, voiced his doubts about Baron Lloyd Frontera's method, questioning its efficacy. Javier, too, showed curiosity, eager to understand the process. Lloyd, with a practiced ease, explained his magical technique, detailing how he manipulated mana, reshaping its very essence to conjure ice. His internal reflection revealed years of dedicated training, a deep understanding of the diverse properties of mana found throughout the natural world. The Baron then offered a practical demonstration, the subtle shift in mana visibly resulting in the creation of ice. The Baron Lloyd Frontera found himself facing a predicament. The meat was spoiling, its fate sealed by the oppressive heat. Javier's worried murmur hung in the air. Lloyd, however, saw a solution, a flicker of determination lighting his eyes. But I can do something, he mused, before announcing his intention. I will absorb only the warm air and leave behind the cold. With a surge of magical energy, he attempted to execute his plan, only to cry out, "Ack! I did it the other way around." A brief setback, quickly rectified. Finally, he succeeded, a subtle but satisfied tisk. Not as easy as I thought, escaping his lips as the threat of spoilage vanished, the meat now safely preserved by his magically cooled surroundings. The IW Aegis project hung in the balance as Baron Lloyd Frontera announced his methodology, a chaotic dance of action and improvisation, a start things and figure them out somehow approach. Javier, witnessing this, initially recoiled internally, branding the Baron's methods irresponsible and reckless. He privately questioned his initial assessment, a flicker of doubt against the backdrop of Lloyd's seemingly haphazard actions. Yet, as the work progressed, a flurry of activity culminating in a successful outcome, Javier's perspective shifted. He observed Lloyd's flamboyant display of skill, a masterful exhibition that rendered any criticism moot. In the end, Javier conceded, resigned to the unstoppable force of the Baron's unconventional brilliance. Baron Lloyd Frontera, wrestling with a logistical challenge, muttered to himself as he experimented. A sudden notification flashed. He'd leveled up his Azrahan core technique to double circle level 2, mastering a new application. With a flourish, ice appeared, eliciting a surprised "Why you made ice, ONK, from the orc, Arash. All we need to do now is put in the insulation and we're done, Lloyd declared, the solution to the rapidly spoiling meat now within grasp. Arash's relief was palpable. Oink. Amazing, oink. Now we won't have to throw out any meat, oink. And we won't have to hunt every day, oink, he exclaimed, his joy evident in his words. Baron Lloyd Frontera, with a boisterous oink, declared Triceps Day to his assembled workforce in the town square. This unusual proclamation marked the triumphant conclusion of a major construction project. A fleeting glimpse into the Baron's mind revealed a single-cent symbol, accompanied by the words "the mind of an entrepreneur," showcasing his shrewd and inventive problem-solving skills throughout the undertaking. The subsequent jubilation, unspoken yet palpable, served as a resounding testament to his leadership and the project's undeniable success. Lloyd Frontera received 120 orc workers, the fulfillment of a prior agreement. A guttural sound, perhaps an exclamation of satisfaction, punctuated the transfer. The Sand and Steel tribe, overflowing with gratitude, expressing it with their characteristic oink, thanked Lloyd profusely. He responded modestly, explaining he had only completed his contractual obligations. However, their appreciation extended beyond mere business. Akush, their leader, swore loyalty to Lloyd, formally binding the Frontera family and the Sand and Steel tribe in blood brotherhood. Akush, leader of the Sand and Steel orc tribe, declared Lloyd Frontera and his family blood brothers with a boisterous, celebratory cry. The alliance was further cemented with the tribe's vow to consider any enemy of the Fronteras their own, pledging unwavering protection. The tribe's acceptance of Lloyd as a true friend was evident, resulting in a substantial boost to his reputation, a gain of 611 points. The celebration concluded with a resounding cheer for the enduring strength of the Sand and Steel tribe. Dust swirled behind Lloyd Frontera as he and the Sand and Steel orc tribe, 120 strong, entered the town. Their imposing physiques sparked immediate fear among the townsfolk. Even Baron Shiloh, privy to Lloyd's mission, admitted to a start of alarm at their sheer presence. Yet, Lloyd, understanding the apprehension, swiftly moved to allay it. News of his triumph over the Dark Sorcerer and the daring rescue of the soldiers had already begun to spread, garnering Lloyd praise and bolstering his standing. However, he set aside the accolades, focusing instead on the pressing matters at hand, the Baron's plan to secure wealthy merchants for providing the orcs with training equipment, and the urgent task of disposing of the Dark Sorcerer's remaining tools. Lloyd Frontera meticulously sifted through his belongings, his internal monologue revealing a shrewd plan to identify any reusable items before resorting to selling anything of worth. His search continued, the specifics of which remain clear only in their purpose, to uncover whatever might prove useful. Then, a sharp demand cut through the air, Lloyd's voice seeking towards. The enslaved man promptly appeared, bowing respectfully as my lord. A satisfied expression settled upon Lloyd's face. He had located towards, and he had good news to impart, the nature of it hinting at the continuation of the debt bondage. The flickering candlelight illuminated Lloyd Frontera's face as he casually reminded Towards of the preposterous 520-year work contract. A smirk played on his lips as he acknowledged the absurdity of the clause, admitting it had been a jest. However, any hope for reprieve swiftly vanished as Lloyd unveiled a chilling solution, a necromantic spell capable of animating corpses into obedient ghouls. With a flourish, he proposed a revised arrangement. Towards could utilize these ghastly workers to extinguish his monumental debt, effectively circumventing the original, ludicrous terms. A cruel amusement twisted Lloyd's features as he suggested this grim prospect was, in fact, fun for the unfortunate Towards, leaving no doubt about the coercive nature of his offer. Excitement crackled in the air as an unseen voice celebrated Lloyd Frontera's strides. He toiled relentlessly, wrestling with crippling debt and the volatile Sand and Steel orc tribe, his efforts evident in his determined posture. Xaviel, ever present, offered words of encouragement, praising his hard work. Further affirmations of his progress followed, a voice echoing, "You can do it." Then, a chilling message arrived. The ruler of the underworld, inexplicably impressed, extended a proposition. Lloyd's response was immediate and sharp, a look of confusion and unease twisting his features as he grappled with the baffling offer and wondered what misstep had earned him such unwanted attention. Lloyd Frontera resolved to speak with Baron Shiloh. News arrived that the Baron was already in the reception area, accompanied by visitors. These visitors, it was subsequently revealed, were Baron Shiloh himself and a man named Mr. Meatloaf. Baron Shiloh, outlining his firm policy, demanded complete repayment of Lloyd Frontera's loan. This repayment, he clarified, necessitated the transfer of Frontera's mining rights. Frontera, arriving politely, gained audience with the Baron and his associate, Mr. Meatloaf, offering a greeting that masked a quiet defiance. He then bluntly refused any further intimidation, subtly hinting at a power shift in his favor. The production of an official invitation served as undeniable evidence of this, leaving the Baron to offer only a sarcastic jab regarding Frontera's supposed intelligence, a thinly veiled acknowledgement of his own diminished authority. The air crackled with tension as Mr. Meatloaf, overhearing Lloyd Frontera's proposal, brazenly inserted his own, far less favorable terms. Lloyd, his temper flaring, instantly dismissed the suggestion, refusing to even consider such an insult. Meatloaf, stung by the rejection, complained about his inability to participate in the negotiations while Baron Shiloh remained present. Lloyd, internally fuming at the interruption, steeled himself. The subsequent exchange remained tense, though Lloyd maintained a firm, controlled exterior. Meatloaf persisted, his next offer dripping with thinly veiled condescension and a sneer, attempting to provoke the younger Frontera. The negotiations continued, their visual resolution unseen, yet the outcome spoke for itself. Lloyd ultimately secured more favorable repayment terms. Akush, chieftain of the Sand and Steel Orcs, boomed a proclamation, promising the full force of his tribe to anyone foolish enough to cross the Frontera family. A question, presumably from Xaviel, sought clarification regarding the target of this ferocious warning. Akush made it perfectly clear that the threat was aimed squarely at Lloyd. A flurry of agitated words followed, likely a mix of apprehension and perhaps defiance, from either Lloyd himself or Xaviel. A brief silence fell, heavy with unspoken tension before Akush reiterated his solemn vow, adding that even causing Lloyd distress would be met with swift and merciless retribution. Lloyd Frontera, surveying his burgeoning Ondal construction business and the smoothly operating soft coal mines, felt a surge of confidence. Debt repayment loomed close, a tangible reward for his hard work. Yet, a shadow flickered across his satisfaction. A significant obstacle loomed, a problem of considerable magnitude. The Sand and Steel Orc tribe, their appetites voracious, consumed resources at an alarming rate, 10 times that of a typical human. This staggering food consumption threatened to eclipse his financial gains, potentially plunging him back into debt. The Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the sprawling achievement, a testament to tireless effort, a monument to industry. Inscriptions, though indecipherable, spoke volumes of the project's magnitude. The sheer scale of the reclaimed land unfolded before him, a breathtaking panorama of revitalized earth. His gaze fell upon a single orc, toiling relentlessly for a full day and night. Concerned for the creature's welfare, the Baron immediately dispatched an order to relieve the worker, urging rest. The orc, however, refused adamantly, his spirit undimmed, his desire to continue his labors unwavering. This exceptional dedication, mirrored by countless others, had yielded a productivity increase exceeding tenfold, transforming the barren landscape into a thriving testament to the power of unwavering commitment. The orc, addressing Baron Lloyd Frontera, bluntly declared their people's need wasn't coin, but sustenance. Lloyd, internally grappling with the necessity to dramatically increase tax revenue, immediately countered that the funds were crucial for procuring meat for the Orcish population, emphasizing the mine's robust output negated any potential financial shortfall. However, his father, Arcos Frontera, voiced apprehension regarding the current hardships faced by his subjects and the detrimental effects of imposing higher taxes. He argued that such a measure, without sufficient justification, would be tantamount to theft, stifling industriousness and consequently diminishing the very tax revenue Lloyd sought to increase. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Arcos directly questioned Lloyd's plan for bolstering tax revenue. Lloyd's answer was decisive. The solution lay not in burdening his people with higher taxes, but in fostering their prosperity, thereby naturally increasing their earnings. Baron Lloyd Frontera, standing tall and resolute, announced his audacious scheme to wrest the Merrick's wetlands from their neglected state, transforming the marshland into fertile farmland. His purpose, he declared, was to grant this land to the populace, thereby bolstering tax revenues. However, his father voiced doubt, his skepticism a stark counterpoint to Lloyd's ambition, questioning the viability of cultivation on such abandoned, untamed terrain. Lloyd, inwardly acknowledging the monumental undertaking before him, the sheer scale of the wetlands and the myriad factors that needed careful consideration, silently mapped out a key component of his plan, a robust drainage system capable of withstanding even the heaviest deluges. Baron Lloyd Frontera, driven by necessity, declared, "I have no choice. It's time for the old-fashioned way." His chosen approach to the land reclamation project, however, proved initially unsuccessful. A frustrated attempt, followed by another at a different site, met with the same disappointing result. A subsequent entry, though indecipherable save for a possibly location-related word, "Pote," served only to underscore his difficulties. A significant passage of time later, Arcos Frontera, Lloyd's father, inquired of an orc laborer, "How many days?" The reply was a curt, 21 days, my lord." Witnessing his son's self-imposed hardship, the utter lack of rest and proper nourishment, Arcos wrestled with intervention. The Baron's dedication, however, prompted a profound internal shift in Arcos. He mused, "Although I am his father, I used to hate him. I wondered when he would ever become a man, if it was even possible," revealing a newfound respect for Lloyd's relentless work ethic. A narrator witnessed Lloyd Frontera, Baron, miraculously transforming the landscape through his tireless efforts on the land reclamation project. Meanwhile, Arcos Frontera, silently observing, reflected that while he couldn't offer direct assistance, he wouldn't hinder Lloyd's progress. Arcos admired Lloyd's shrewd choice to embark on this undertaking and lauded his unyielding resolve. He noted the Baron's persistent nature and his unwavering commitment to his promises. A game notification then appeared, signaling a surge in Arcos' approval of Lloyd, granting him 20 reputation points, increasing his total to 931. The water receded from the vast expanse of land, an Orcish voice proclaiming the success. Baron Lloyd Frontera watched, his mind already calculating the influx of tax revenue, a golden stream mirroring the receding water in his vision. He eagerly anticipated the wealth, a shower of prosperity to reward his efforts. The project concluded, its completion marked by a final, satisfying visual. Lloyd acknowledged the considerable labor invested, yet found it significantly less arduous than the grueling nights he'd endured during his previous part-time construction job. The arduous month Lloyd Frontera, Baron, dedicated to the land reclamation project yielded significant results, notably a dramatic increase in his architectural design skill and the unlocking of a revolutionary simulation mode. This new ability, powered by survey data, allowed him to construct a virtual representation of the reclaimed land. His frustration boiled over when his father, Arcos Frontera, belatedly acknowledged his achievement. Lloyd's anger erupted in a sharp confrontation, highlighting the extensive effort expended over the past month. Arcos, however, attempted to dismiss Lloyd's complaints, suggesting a lack of prior protest. Undeterred, Lloyd forcefully reiterated the project's considerable difficulty, directly countering his father's minimizing remarks. The words, "Only self-acquired knowledge enhances skills," hung in the air, a stark reminder as Baron Lloyd Frontera contemplated his past. He internally dissected his former aspirations, finishing college, obtaining a license, securing employment, and achieving financial stability, dismissing them as mere goals, not the heart's true desire that might explain his current reincarnation. His impatience flared, silencing an unseen voice with a sharp rebuke against its frivolous chatter. The Baron had pressing matters, a land reclamation project demanding his immediate attention. With a curt call for Padang and Bangul, he moved forward, his focus unwavering. Driven by his ambition to complete the Merritt's Wetlands Reclamation Project, Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the work. The undertaking was significant. Stage 1 of the reclamation was already underway, with Padang and Bangul diligently toiling. However, Lloyd recognized the task's immense scale, exclaiming, "Pp Padang. Ppo Didong. That's too big a job for just the two of you?" "Of course it is." He immediately devised a solution. "That's why I'm going to get you some new friends right now." His internal strategy, a torrent of focused thought, became clear. He intended to utilize a substantial amount of premay to summon numerous additional helpers. Baron Lloyd Frontera, meticulously reviewing the summons game, discovered a base cost of 100 Rp. He understood the escalating expense. Each additional attempt would cost 1.5 times the previous. A simple calculation revealed that with an extra 50 Rp, he could afford 4 more summons. His focus remained solely on brute strength, individuals like Padang and Bangul, capable of moving significant volumes of water for his land reclamation efforts. Specialized skills were unnecessary. The summoning ritual commenced, erupting in a cacophony of nonsensical sounds, papapapapapagakap alapabajik pabachikpi eflajt pageka, a noise Lloyd noted with a silent, internal observation. The vast land reclamation project surged forward, a maelstrom of toil fueled by summoned orcs and other creatures laboring under Lloyd Frontera, the Baron's watchful gaze. He stood amidst the chaos, a palpable weight of responsibility evident in his bearing, his inner turmoil hinted at by the jumbled thoughts echoing in his mind. He then barked orders to Padang and Hamong, 2 of his summoned helpers, before being momentarily distracted by an orc's polite, yet urgent, request for the operational manual of the summoned beings. The orc's plea hung unanswered, swallowed by the relentless pressure of the ongoing endeavor, a stark testament to the monumental task at hand. Meanwhile, concern etched itself onto the lines of Lloyd's father's face, mirroring the Baron's own internal conflict. Baron Lloyd Frontera observed Hamong, the creature summoned for the land reclamation project, failing to increase in size after consuming a generous portion of sunflower seeds. His surprise was palpable, a sharp, incredulous "huh? You don't get bigger with sunflower seeds," escaped his lips. The Baron's disappointment was evident as he concluded, with a frustrated sigh, that he had indeed received a subpar, ineffective creature. Baron Lloyd Frontera stared at his summoning game's display. He commanded the game to activate, only to be met with the frustrating news of a daily usage limit. A sharp tisk escaped his lips, a clear expression of his disappointment at this unforeseen constraint. "What a complete waste," he muttered, his annoyance palpable. The Baron's frustration was immediate. He bellowed for Bangul, his repeated calls echoing through the air. Following Bangul's reaction, or lack thereof, Lloyd seemed to vehemently deny any previous mistreatment, perhaps anticipating a retort or misunderstanding. Baron Lloyd Frontera, addressing an unseen assembly, internally acknowledged the need for a more substantial creature for the upcoming undertaking. He initially observed Hamong, deeming the smaller being insufficient for the task at hand. Repeated calls of bang, ul, bang, ul, were directed toward Bangul, a summons met with some unseen response that prompted Lloyd to declare, "Fine. Fine. You two are scaring me." Turning his attention to Hamong, Lloyd questioned the creature's abilities, initially misjudging its potential. A subsequent demonstration revealed Hamong's extraordinary capacity to consume vast quantities of water in a single gulp. Lloyd, visibly surprised, exclaimed, "One shot? You can chug some water in one shot?" He then clarified, "Oh, as much as your stomach can," confirming Hamong's unique and crucial talent. Baron Lloyd Frontera, troubled by the unexpected challenges of his Merit's wetlands reclamation, privately questioned the efficacy of his skill. He suspected his initial success might have been a fortunate fluke. "Javiel's dismissive, huh? Oh. Sure, well, go on and show us." Barely registered as Bangul, the summoned creature, commenced its work. The ensuing actions, though their specifics remained veiled, clearly contributed to the reclamation effort. Finally, Lloyd stared, astonishment etched on his features, as Bangul's size dramatically increased. The Baron himself questioned the reality of this growth, pondering whether it was a genuine development or merely a trick of the light. Baron Lloyd Frontera, undeterred by jovial skepticism, directed the fool to sow seeds across the parched Meret's wetlands while Bangul observed. Lloyd's confidence remained unshaken. He knew the power of his summons, particularly Hamong's formidable ability to manipulate water, and the earth-compacting strength of Podong. Hamong indeed proved invaluable, swiftly draining vast quantities of water, while Podong solidified the ground. Lloyd, witnessing the transformation of the desolate landscape, felt a quiet satisfaction, a silent acknowledgement of his success. This brief respite, however, was immediately shattered by the arrival of Viscount Lacona, who boldly asserted his claim to the newly reclaimed land, igniting a confrontation with the Baron. Baron Lloyd Frontera witnessed Hamong's astonishing feat. The creature consumed a prodigious quantity of water with breathtaking speed. He and perhaps Javiel observed this incredible display. Lloyd's voice, sharp with sudden understanding, cut through the air. It can drink this much, that quickly? We could get rid of all this water in a few days. A thoughtful frown creased his features as he considered the implications. The seemingly arbitrary nature of his summoned creature's skills troubled him. A quiet question echoed within, is this really random? It always seems to provide the precise skill I require. His thoughts wandered to the well-trodden path of fantasy narratives, a stark contrast to his experience. Usually, when one enters another world, they possess some inherent special ability, right? The Baron's contemplation continued, unvoiced musings likely shared with Javiel, further pondering Hamong's remarkable capacity. A voice, unseen, judged Baron Lloyd Frontera lacking in both skill and fortune. The Baron merely shrugged, a silent commentary on the assessment's ambiguity crossing his mind. His summoned creature, Hamong, inquired about further drink. Lloyd, in turn, urged Hamong to imbibe liberally. The next day, he declared, would mark the commencement of the Meret's Wetlands Reclamation Project, a venture he intended to initiate with the construction of a vertical drainage system. Baron Lloyd Frontera, employing his summoned creatures and refined engineering prowess, wrestled back a portion of the Meret's wetlands over a grueling 10-day period. Hamong, a creature of considerable size, repeatedly drank and expelled colossal volumes of water, diminishing noticeably with each exertion. Once the water receded, weeds and debris were systematically cleared from the exposed earth. Mana blasts carved holes into the ground, into which sturdy bamboo stalks were inserted. Sand was then meticulously added to form a nascent sandbank, while Podong diligently compacted the soil. These bamboo stalks acted as conduits, drawing further water from the depths. Hamong again consumed and ejected this remaining moisture. Finally, Lloyd, leveraging his enhanced simulation abilities, constructed a robust levee, sealing the reclaimed sector after 10 days of tireless work. Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the ongoing land reclamation project. A vast amount of work remained, he acknowledged, yet the enormity of the undertaking spurred a counterpoint of anxious reflection. What would come after its completion? The transformation from wasteland to fertile farmland was undeniable, a stark, impressive shift. But a wave of self-doubt washed over him. He questioned his own role in this endeavor, pondering the path that led him to such deep involvement and wondering about his previous duties. Javier! Javier, he called out sharply to his knight. Baron Lloyd Frontera, addressing his knight Javiel, issued a forceful command to plant seeds across a vast expanse, stressing the task's significance. Javiel, initially resistant, questioned the appropriateness of such work for a knight. Lloyd, in response, earnestly pleaded, emphasizing the seed planting's crucial role in pest eradication and the land's salvation. Javiel, internally chafing at this unexpected duty, resolved to avoid similar situations in the future. Meanwhile, onlookers marveled at the wetlands' transformation into fertile farmland, their admiration echoing throughout the community. One observer, awestruck, declared the achievement a miracle. The Frontera barony erupted in a chorus of admiration and deference, their reverence palpable as they acknowledged Baron Lloyd Frontera's triumph in securing the Meret's wetlands. For this extraordinary feat, a substantial bonus was bestowed upon him, augmenting his already considerable resources. The final tally, clearly presented, revealed his total renown points to be 1281. Baron Lloyd Frontera, surveying the nearly completed wetland reclamation project, declared the only remaining task, the construction of a water wheel. Javier voiced his immediate skepticism, prompting Lloyd to explain its crucial role in managing excess rainwater during the rainy season, thus preventing the reclaimed land from becoming submerged. He confidently announced the imminent arrival of his engineers. The sound of approaching horses and a cavalcade of people soon filled the air, revealing the unexpected arrival not of engineers, but of Viscount Lacona and his retinue from the northern reaches of the Meretz wetlands. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced Viscount Lacona amidst the Meretz wetlands. Lacona challenged Lloyd's presence on the reclamation project, questioning his right to be there. Lloyd, exhibiting remarkable composure, politely inquired if he could assist the Viscount. Lacona then asserted ownership of the land, igniting a dispute. He subsequently commanded Lloyd to depart immediately. The Meretz wetlands stretched before Lloyd Frontera, likely where he and his colleagues toiled. Viscount Lacona, accompanied by several other nobles, arrived, their displeasure evident in a muttered expression of dissatisfaction regarding the land reclamation. Lloyd explained the historical context, centuries of neglect, followed by an administrative division that split the wetlands, with the northern section belonging to Lacona and the southern to his family, the Baron Frontera. One nobleman openly condemned Lloyd's actions, branding them as greed-fueled opportunism. Another partially concurred, acknowledging Lacona's claim to the northern portion. Despite the accusations, Lloyd subtly, yet firmly, maintained his current control, leaving the confrontation unresolved and the existing situation unchanged for the moment. Viscount Lacona's men insinuated Lloyd Frontera and his companions were trespassing on private property. The Viscount himself then formally leveled the accusation, brandishing a royal land grant as justification. Several other nobles, adopting menacing postures and tones, attempted to quell Lloyd's objections with thinly veiled threats, relying on their superior social position. However, Lloyd, identifying himself as the eldest son of Baron Frontera, subtly challenged their intimidation, asserting his own lineage. Viscount Lacona, dismissing Lloyd's claim and his reputation, curtly demanded to speak with Baron Frontera instead. Viscount Lacona, furious, demanded an audience with Baron Frontera. Lloyd, his son, responded with a sarcastic, "What? Oh, no. I hear perfectly well," before skillfully diverting the Viscount's ire with a playful swat at a bothersome fly. This comedic interlude served only to further aggravate the already impatient nobleman. Then, with a flourish, Lloyd presented a copy of the Land Act, his finger tracing Title 321, a legal provision solidifying his claim to the Meretz wetlands. The Viscount and his companions were left dumbfounded by this unexpected display of legal acumen and strategic maneuvering. The narrative unfolded, beginning with Clause 2 of the Land Act, its text clearly defining barren land as any area left untended for a century, devoid of homes or cultivation. Subsequent clauses detailed the conditions for claiming such land, substantial investment of capital and labor, the establishment of a dwelling, and the sustained practice of agriculture. A final, crucial stipulation demanded at least one successful harvest of a designated crop. The slightly obscured text at the conclusion hinted at fulfillment of this final requirement, a fact silently confirmed by Lloyd Frontera's confident inner reflection, solidifying his legal ownership of the Meretz wetlands. Lloyd Frontera, overseeing a team of laborers, meticulously directed the planting of seeds across a designated area of the Meretz wetlands, issuing firm instructions regarding pest control. Later, with a triumphant flourish, he announced the inaugural harvest to a gathering of onlookers, including, it can be inferred, Viscount Lacona himself. His jovial proclamation, offering the bounty freely, masked a subtle yet pointed challenge to the Viscount's claim. An observer, likely among the Viscount's retinue, openly questioned the speed and apparent foresight of Lloyd's success, their suspicion evident. The generous distribution of the wetlands' produce as gifts served as a further demonstration of Lloyd's control and solidified his burgeoning power over the disputed land. Viscount Lacona, flanked by other aristocrats, accosted Lloyd Frontera, demanding his immediate departure from the Merit's wetlands. Lloyd, however, inwardly scoffed at the Viscount's presumptuous claim, recalling past encounters with similar arrogant fools. He dismissed Lacona and his companions with contempt, labeling them leeches attempting to pilfer the fruits of his labor. The subsequent harvest was a resounding success, the joyous cheers of Lloyd's workers echoing across the land as they celebrated their master's triumph and the secure ownership of their reclaimed home. The celebration served as a pointed rebuke to the frustrated Viscount and his allies. The sun beat down on the Merit's wetlands as Lloyd Frontera, his voice sharp with impatience, barked an order at a worker. He showed no tolerance for encouragement, his commanding style revealing an arrogant streak. The harvest proceeded at a furious pace, a whirlwind of activity. Lloyd, ever watchful, oversaw every detail, his unrelenting focus betraying a deep-seated desire to secure his claim to the land. Even as weariness must have pressed upon him, he remained, a testament to his meticulous planning. His internal monologue spoke of countless simulations run, yet his caution remained, a stark contrast to his outward demeanor. He knew the stakes, and he wouldn't leave until the very last grain was gathered, his ambition unshaken. The weight of the Merit's wetlands' potential pressed upon Lloyd Frontera. He meticulously surveyed the land, his actions a testament to careful planning and execution. A triumphant fanfare erupted across his vision. The game itself heralded his monumental construction achievement, a significant influx of experience points flooding his profile. Surveying and design, both critical skills, ascended to level 3, unlocking new capabilities within each discipline. A cryptic numerical detail, partially obscured, concluded the display. The wetland survey was complete, Lloyd's claim solidified. The golden stalks of the first harvest bowed under the weight of their bounty in the Merit's wetlands, a testament to Lloyd Frontera's ingenuity. His success, achieved through a clever migration incentive scheme, swelled his standing with Javier and Bayern, their approval soared. His role-playing points now stood at 1355, a reflection of this accomplishment. The celebration that followed was exuberant. Meanwhile, far from the joyful occasion, in the austere halls of Viscount Lacona's Viscounty, a storm brewed. News of the reclaimed land migration incentives program, free land, 3 years of protection in exchange for a 5-year residency and limited movement, erupted like a volcano within the Viscount. His fury was palpable, a raw, explosive what echoing through the room as an attendant explained the particulars of Lloyd's achievement. For 2 years, the residents toiled relentlessly, transforming the Merit's wetlands. Their efforts, Lloyd Frontera knew, secured their future ownership. This land was theirs. He envisioned a future of prosperity, the wetlands blossoming into a source of unimaginable wealth, a veritable goldmine. Meanwhile, Viscount Lacona and his companions seethed with envy, their frustration palpable. Lloyd's success was a bitter pill to swallow. The Viscount, in a display of barely concealed resentment, issued a command, met with immediate obedience. He then demanded the presence of the dye workshop supervisor, a clear indication of his intent to exploit the wetlands' resources, perhaps as a means of counteracting Lloyd's triumph. The matter, however, was left unresolved, the Viscount's plotting left hanging in the air. The ache in Lloyd Frontera's head throbbed, a dull percussion accompanying the exhaustion that gnawed at him. He recognized the relentless toll of his recent struggle to secure the Merit's wetlands. Still, rest was a luxury he couldn't afford. The harvest, meticulously sectioned and ready for distribution, demanded his immediate attention. Ignoring the insistent pounding in his temples, he summoned Javier. The younger man arrived, his concern evident as he noted Lloyd's pallid complexion and slumped posture. Lloyd, admitting to a fatigue unlike any he had ever known, confirmed his intention to proceed with the crucial task of distributing the crops. Overseeing a plentiful reed harvest in the Merit's wetlands, Lloyd Frontera noticed Viscount Lacona and several haughty nobles approaching with hostile intent. A smug assurance flickered within him. Their challenge arrived too late. Lacona, confronting Lloyd, thundered accusations of trespassing and illegal harvesting. Lloyd, unfazed, calmly presented a copy of the Land Act, his finger precisely locating a crucial clause. He then expertly explained its relevance, silencing his accusers. The Viscount and his companions, rendered speechless and visibly frustrated, found their intimidation tactics utterly ineffective against Lloyd's irrefutable legal argument. Their retreat left Lloyd to continue supervising the harvest, a clear demonstration of his undisputed dominion over the wetlands. A wave of weariness mingled with satisfaction washed over him as he considered the logistical mountain yet to climb. He'd need Javier's assistance with the organization of it all. A cryptic inscription, its meaning obscured, preceded the unfolding events. Then, a troubling visual unfolded, hinting at the root of the disturbance. Emily, the Baron's maid, described a debilitating headache that struck her that very morning. This affliction, Alop, a village farmer, confirmed, had spread throughout his family. Adding to the growing unease, Michael, the young farmhand responsible for the Baron's cattle, revealed that the cows had refused water since the previous day, their thirst a stark testament to the deepening crisis. A further, similarly enigmatic visual followed, leaving the precise nature of the ailment still shrouded in mystery, yet the shadow of its consequences loomed large, particularly for Lloyd Frontera, whose investigation would soon commence. Lloyd Frontera, his suspicions solidified, knew the cause of the pervasive headaches: contaminated water. He reflected on his advantage, a wealth of knowledge gleaned from a life beyond the novel's confines. The unexpected wild ant incident, for example, had proven the unpredictable nature of reality. Anticipating Viscount Lacona's ambition to seize the Merit's wetlands, Lloyd revealed the results of his meticulous research into the Viscount. The Lacona region's prosperity hinged on a secretive dyeing process, he explained, a process dependent on the Lacona berry. This fact, crucial to his developing strategy, fueled his righteous anger toward the Viscount, whom he privately condemned as a reckless fool. Viscount Lacona, brazenly, reiterated his demand: half the reclaimed Merit's wetlands in exchange for an end to the dye wastewater polluting the river. Lloyd Frontera, recognizing the blatant blackmail, directly called it out. Lacona, unrepentant, confirmed the extortion. Frontera, in response, issued a forceful threat of legal action, vowing to bring the Viscount before the king. Lacona, however, dismissed the threat with a superior air, confident of victory in any subsequent court proceedings. The Viscount informed Lloyd Frontera that a court decision concerning the poisoned water would be delayed for 2 years, a period during which Lloyd would shoulder substantial financial strain procuring alternative water sources and covering legal costs. Lloyd responded with a chillingly calm, "Well then, I look forward to your wise decision," a thinly veiled threat that hung heavy in the air. Lacona, in turn, revealed his deep-seated pride and the immense effort his people had poured into the land, fiercely rejecting Lloyd's demand for compensation. He spat out his contempt for the Baron, refusing to cede an inch. Lloyd, understanding the Viscount's unwavering resolve to continue polluting the water, prepared himself for the long struggle ahead, the conflict far from its conclusion. News of the poisoned river, relayed by Emily, reached Lloyd Frontera. He immediately confronted his father, Arcos Frontera, revealing Viscount Lacona as the culprit. This revelation spurred a furious retort from Cornat, who accused Lloyd of disrespecting his master. Lloyd, in turn, unleashed a torrent of condemnation, calling Lacona a vile parasite. This verbal assault, clearly understood by Cornat, served as the grounds for a formal duel. The challenge issued, Lloyd engaged Cornat, his skill ultimately proving superior. With Cornat's surrender, the duel concluded. The Baron Lloyd Frontera ceased his brutal punishment of Cornat, satisfied with the suffering he had inflicted. Cornat's sobs echoed the lingering pain as Lloyd explained the beating was a consequence of his blatant disrespect. The sounds of Cornat's agony were audible, even to unseen witnesses. One, likely Arcos Frontera or a similar figure, voiced surprise at the intensity of the Baron's actions, while another reacted with stark fear. Then, Lloyd's ire shifted. He furiously confronted Cournot over the abject failure of his blackmail attempt against Viscount Lacona, a mission given with explicit instructions. Cournot's apology hung heavy in the air, a weak offering against the backdrop of his continued distress and Lloyd's lingering displeasure over the botched scheme. Arcos Frontera lauded Lloyd's deft handling of the Viscount Lacona's blackmail attempt. The Viscount's only avenue of redress, they concluded, was a lawsuit against the Baron. To preempt this, a strategy was devised, framing the Viscount's actions as an assault by a reckless nobleman. This maneuver, they calculated, would embroil the Viscount in a protracted legal battle, potentially lasting 3 or 4 years. Arcos pondered the Viscount's likely calculations. Lloyd, however, firmly rejected a direct legal confrontation, declaring their intention to overcome the Viscount's threat through their own considerable means and resources, earned through generations of hard work and dedication to their land. Facing the crisis of contaminated drinking water, Lloyd Frontera immediately announced a two-pronged approach. A temporary reservoir would be constructed, utilizing the Hamong to transport clean water from upstream, providing immediate relief. Though an advisor noted the relentless work this would demand of both Lloyd and the Hamong, the temporary nature of this solution was acknowledged. Then, Frontera unveiled the long-term strategy, a permanent water supply system, drawing its lifeblood from Lake Kapua nestled in the eastern mountains, a feat of engineering to ensure the community's future. Viscount Lacona, eyes gleaming with avarice, plotted to amass a colossal fortune from the water contamination crisis, envisioning a 100-fold return on his investment. Months passed. Then, a servant announced Lloyd Frontera's unexpected request for a meeting. The Viscount, however, haughtily rebuffed the offer, blinded by self-importance and utterly lacking in foresight. Despite the servant's attempt to explain Frontera's offer of assistance, the Viscount remained dismissive, convinced of his own unparalleled brilliance. Lloyd Frontera and an escort approached Viscount Lacona, the former offering a sarcastic greeting that noted the Viscount's surprisingly robust health. Lacona, sensing a hidden agenda, demanded to know the purpose of this visit. Lloyd, unfazed, declared his intention to assist the Viscount with his difficulties. Lacona vehemently denied possessing any such troubles. Lloyd, however, brushed aside this denial, pressing for honesty. A brief pause followed, heavy with unspoken implications, before Lloyd offered his aid in revitalizing the Viscount's dilapidated dye workshop, a proposition subtly laced with the threat of exposure regarding the Viscount's environmentally destructive wastewater practices. A grim certainty settled over Lloyd Frontera. The Viscount Lacona was the culprit behind the poisoned water. His inner conviction, a silent "I knew it," solidified into a direct accusation. He confronted Lacona, the words "so that was your doing," sharp and accusatory. Lacona, however, met the charge with a counterattack, blaming Lloyd for the destruction of his dye workshop. The air crackled with unspoken threats, the accusation answered with a bitter retort. Baron Lloyd Frontera, engaged in a strained discussion with the dye workshop owner, calmly began his explanation. The owner, his voice sharp with accusation, demanded immediate answers for the destruction of his property. Lloyd conceded the task had been extensive, a significant undertaking. The owner then revealed, thanks to information provided by Javier, that Lloyd had deliberately rerouted wastewater into his workshop. Lloyd continued, detailing how he had excavated a route from the lake to his own land, laying pipes underground to accomplish the diversion, a process he described as troublesome. He paused, silencing the owner's impatient interruptions with a promise of further clarification. Baron Lloyd Frontera oversaw the ambitious aqueduct project, but a sizable valley threatened to derail its progress. His workers, initially dismayed by this unforeseen obstacle, devised a solution. They would extend the aqueduct across the chasm. Extensive blasting operations removed significant quantities of limestone, intended as building material. However, some of this material inadvertently filled the valley floor. This unexpected development unearthed a massive, previously hidden limestone bedrock. The revelation, though initially met with some confusion by the dye workshop owner regarding its relevance to his damaged business, was in fact pivotal. News of the lime-tainted water from Baron Lloyd Frontera's aqueduct reached the dye workshop owner, ruining his vibrant fabrics. Enraged, the owner vowed to take his grievances to the royal court. Lloyd, however, remained unperturbed. With practiced ease, he calmly explained the lengthy, 2-year legal process inherent in such a suit. He subtly highlighted the devastating impact such protracted litigation would have on the workshop's reputation and viability, effectively rendering any victory Pyrrhic. The dye workshop owner, his face contorted with frustration, unleashed a torrent of angry words, calling Lloyd a sneaky scoundrel and a good-for-nothing brat. Despite the outburst, the Baron's departure signaled the end of the conflict, the dye workshop owner's threat rendered impotent. Baron Lloyd Frontera faced the furious dye workshop owner, who blustered about his powerful court connections, promising retribution far exceeding the damages incurred by the Baron's aqueduct project. His rage was palpable, a storm brewing as he vowed to extract a heavy price for the destruction. Javier, ever vigilant, then approached Lloyd, his words painting a grim picture of the escalating conflict. The Baron's actions had deeply angered the Viscount, setting the stage for a protracted and bitter legal battle. The weight of this impending confrontation settled heavily upon Lloyd, a stark contrast to the dye workshop owner's earlier outburst. Desperation etched itself onto the dye workshop owner's face as he approached Baron Lloyd Frontera, pleading for mercy. His words, a desperate plea for salvation, echoed in the air, "I have wronged you. Please, save my workshop." Lloyd, however, met the supplication with a confident, almost disdainful air, subtly highlighting the owner's lack of power. He questioned the efficacy of the owner's supposed connections, sneering, "Did your influential friends advise you that this case was unwinnable?" The Baron's threat, delivered before the owner could reply, hung heavy in the air, "Let's see who has more to lose." The ensuing tension, palpable and oppressive, left the owner's unspoken fear echoing in the unsettling silence, a silence more potent than any shouted threat. The dye workshop owner, contrite, offered a profuse apology for his earlier behavior. Baron Lloyd Frontera, however, remained unmoved, his thoughts dismissing the words as inconsequential. Humbled, the Viscount of Lacona, lowering his head, desperately pleaded for the Baron's leniency, emphasizing his own high social standing. Lloyd, unimpressed, countered with a dismissive question regarding the value of the Viscount's pride, sarcastically querying if it held even a fraction of a gold piece's worth. He then amplified his point, declaring that such pride was easily replaceable with profit, and readily discarded. The Baron made his intentions perfectly clear. He desired not hollow words of remorse, but a simple signature on the water supply contract. The agreement, prepared between Baron Frontera and the Viscount of Lacona, lay before the humbled nobleman, awaiting his pen. Baron Lloyd Frontera, extending a contract towards the dye workshop owner, proposed a swift resolution, water delivery within 7 days, contingent upon the owner's signature. The owner, however, balked, contesting the exorbitant cost and the very principle of charging for water. Lloyd, recalling a past lesson emphasizing water's true value, remained resolute. His workers, upon learning the considerable monthly payment secured through this agreement, openly marveled at the sum. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, surveyed his jubilant workers. Their unrestrained cheers, exclamations of relief and triumph over the newly signed water contract, echoed the substantial financial boon it represented. A wave of laughter followed a worker's sarcastic remark regarding the Viscount's supposed generosity. Another worker mused on the Viscount's initial ire, acknowledging the surprisingly favorable outcome for them and their lord, a sentiment subtly contradicted by a nearby worker's less charitable comparison of the Viscount to a malevolent entity. Lloyd, however, remained impassive, his thoughts far removed from the celebratory clamor. He silently reveled in his strategic victory, a triumph built on the contract's cleverly omitted end date, a detail ensuring the Viscount's continued financial bleed until his death. This wasn't simply a win, it was a generational conquest, a plan to exploit the Viscount's misfortune for decades to come. A flicker of discontent, though, crossed his mind. He felt the Viscount's punishment was insufficient, a mere slap on the wrist compared to the retribution Lloyd believed the man deserved. Baron Lloyd Frontera, still simmering from the dye workshop owner's venomous resentment, a silent wish for his financial ruin echoing in the air, was suddenly approached by Javier Azrahan. Javier's initially unsettling expression, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor, momentarily alarmed the Baron. However, the apprehension quickly dissolved as Javier revealed the source of his elation, a finalized contract. Word then arrived of Count Cremo's surprisingly substantial purchase of the limestone byproduct from the aqueduct project, a deal of significant and unexpected value. Lloyd, while not fully privy to every detail of the transaction, recognized its considerable financial success, a sharp reversal of fortune from his earlier confrontation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, a shrewd businessman, finalized a profitable agreement with Count Cremo of the City of Commerce. Cremo, a merchant known for his discerning eye, acquired the limestone byproduct from Frontera's ongoing aqueduct construction, intending to use the material for a grand statue. The subsequent moments, marked by the absence of overt conflict or disagreement, clearly signified the successful conclusion of their negotiations, enriching Frontera's coffers considerably. Baron Lloyd Frontera and Javier discussed the dye workshop owner's angry complaints regarding the aqueduct's wastewater. Javier conveyed the owner's threats. Lloyd considered the situation, recognizing the Viscount's ire stemmed from the water usage. He then devised a plan, using his engineering expertise to redirect excess water, benefiting the Viscount and resolving the conflict simultaneously, a move promising substantial personal gain. Lloyd presented the Viscount with a contract, offering a generous, fixed-price water supply in exchange for continued aqueduct construction. Though initially furious, the Viscount, swayed by Lloyd's proposal, agreed. The subsequent jubilant celebrations among Lloyd's workers, their exclamations of gigantic profit highlighting the scale of the Baron's financial triumph, underscored the resounding success of his negotiation. Lloyd Frontera, issuing instructions on travel preparations, set the stage for a pivotal decision. A hurried report, containing only the discernible word "next," signaled the progression of his plan. He then declared their departure in 1 week. To minimize expenses, Lloyd decreed that only 10 men would accompany him on this journey. His father, the Baron, understandingly responded, demonstrating trust in his son's judgment. Javier Azrahan, offering his unwavering loyalty, pledged to closely monitor Master Lloyd's safety. The Baron, Lloyd Frontera, recounted a past transgression. A knight from Viscount Lacona's retinue had attempted to extort him, demanding half the reclaimed Merit's wetlands. He contrasted this with his former self, admitting a chilling fear would have crippled him, forcing compliance. However, a transformation had occurred. Witnessing Lloyd's actions and the tireless efforts of his people had instilled in him a newfound bravery. Lost in contemplation of his past perceived failings, his indecisiveness, his perceived incompetence, he was momentarily interrupted. A voice, likely a servant or advisor, attempted to refute his self-criticism, beginning to assert he had always been. Before the statement was cut short. With a gracious nod, the Baron acknowledged the intended comfort, yet remained modest, insisting that recent events alone did not qualify him as a truly good lord. The Baron, silently judging a man motivated solely by greed, dismissed Javier's surveillance of Lloyd Frontera. His new orders were clear: protect the heir to the Frontera lands. A subtle shift followed, marked by the Baron's praise for Lloyd's astonishing success in restoring the family's wealth. Then, a paternal offer of assistance was extended, inquiring into Javier's ambitions. Javier's ready agreement to aid the Baron's future endeavors sealed the transition, his loyalty redirected, his purpose redefined. Javier Azrahan boldly proclaimed his desire to become a knight, sworn to protect his lord. Baron Lloyd Frontera responded with hearty laughter, his amusement evident. The Baron then praised Javier's remarkable survival of a brutal winter spent entirely alone, expressing unshakable faith in the young man's potential. Javier recalled receiving a hand-carved wooden sword, a gift from the Baron himself. However, this moment of triumph was immediately undercut by the sneering laughter of a hidden adversary, likely the knight of Viscount Lacona, who cruelly dismissed Javier's ambitions, scornfully asserting that an orphan like him was utterly unworthy of knighthood. The Viscount Lacona dismissed a knight, the discarded soldier's parting words a bitter dreaming and try again in your next life, fool. Time passed, the ripple effect of Lloyd Frontera's burgeoning Frontera lullaby services subtly weaving its way through the events. A new customer arrived, greeted warmly with, "Welcome, my dear customer. Thank you for seeking out the Frontera lullaby services once again." This testament to the service's success underscored Lloyd's growing power and shrewd business sense, indirectly responsible for the knight's downfall and the shift in the loyalties of Javier Azarjan. Lloyd Frontera, facing a veiled threat of service suspension, remained unfazed. The ultimatum, a familiar refrain, carried the weight of unspoken power dynamics. His dismissive reply, a curt acknowledgement of the ongoing pressure, signaled his intent to proceed with their agreement. He then launched into a detailed explanation, employing precise technical jargon regarding a compaction outing method, a complex project, intricately linked to the resource in question. The technical specifications, conveyed with an air of assured expertise, effectively illustrated his thorough grasp of the matter. Subsequent visuals confirmed the successful conclusion of the negotiation, the project's commencement, or perhaps its visualization, signaling a swift, indirect resolution to the conflict. The threat was neutralized, the blackmailer's influence undermined, resulting in the knight's subsequent dismissal. Lloyd Frontera faced a disgruntled knight, the man's voice thick with accusation. "Lovo, Frontera." The knight's words were a clear indictment, a direct accusation of responsibility for his predicament. "It's all your fault," he declared, the weight of his blame heavy in the air. The subsequent events, though unseen, spoke volumes. The knight's dismissal from Viscount Lacona's employ was the direct, albeit indirect, result of Lloyd's actions, a testament to his growing influence and the resolution of Javier Azarjan's lingering animosity. Lloyd Frontera, amidst the organized bustle of his estate's operations, a flurry of activity suggesting meticulous management of his holdings, reflected on the crucial nature of decisive action. He mused internally on the weight of timely choices, punctuating the thought with a sharp, self-directed question, "What's always the most important thing?" Shortly thereafter, Javier Azarjan delivered the news that the knight attempting to blackmail them had been delivered to Viscount Lacona. Lloyd offered a simple, approving, good work, the matter settled, Javier's lingering resentment subtly eased by this demonstration of their shared power and efficacy. The conversation began with Javier explaining the knight's actions. The Viscount's substantial water payments likely led to the knight's dismissal, prompting his vengeful attempt at blackmail. Lloyd readily concurred, even commenting on the knight's poor performance despite his high pay, noting his repeated defeats at the hands of his neighbor's child. He then astutely deduced the knight's motivation, a petty attempt at revenge, typical of his limited intellect. Javier, surprised, inquired about Lloyd's preparedness. Lloyd acknowledged anticipating a similar event, though not the exact circumstances. Javier criticized Lloyd's lack of preventative measures. However, Javier's internal thoughts revealed his awe at Lloyd's anticipatory thinking, his comprehensive planning for every possible scenario. Slightly puzzled by Javier's assessment, Lloyd simply pointed out Javier's own presence as sufficient protection, rendering further precautions unnecessary. Javier Azarjan, expressing sincere gratitude, credited Lloyd Frontera for his newfound freedom, praising Lloyd's capabilities and unwavering trustworthiness. Lloyd, in turn, subtly reminded Javier that his current position as a knight was a direct result of his own efforts, questioning the existence of a more reliable figure. Internally, however, Lloyd wrestled with the uncomfortable exchange, lamenting his own awkward phrasing and briefly regretting his words. Lloyd Frontera watched Javier Azarjan's reaction to the knight's arrest, a chuckle escaping him at the sight. "Haha, nice. That was a very Javier-like reaction," he thought, internally pleased. The weight of Javier's long-held resentment visibly lifted, a clear shift in their dynamic. This success manifested as a 15-point surge in Lloyd's approval rating, accompanied by a reward of 320 Rp. He then announced the imminent completion of the waterworks construction, slated for tomorrow. Later, in a silent exchange with the Baron and Javier, the presentation of a wooden sword subtly conveyed the Baron's newfound confidence in, and approval of, Lloyd's capabilities. Lloyd Frontera, astride a horse, struggled with the unfamiliar gait. His initial attempts at riding were punctuated by a jarring impact. He believed Javier had struck him. Accusatory, Lloyd demanded, "Hit me just now, didn't you?" A flicker of doubt crossed his features as he added, "Are you sure?" "It felt like it." Javier, however, flatly denied the accusation, countering, "Did you see me do it?" "You didn't, did you?" His tone, while exasperated, hinted at a protective undercurrent as he dismissed Lloyd's uncertainty. The air crackled with Javier's unspoken disdain. Lloyd's midday nap, among other perceived shortcomings, had clearly irked the knight. Unabashed, Lloyd acknowledged Javier's perceptive nature, lightly chiding him for such petty grievances. A sudden uproar was silenced by Lloyd's sharp command, "Stop. Everyone stop." Immediately, he issued a forceful demand: he would learn to ride. Javier, though professing his role as a knight, not an instructor, secretly admired Lloyd's persistent drive. Lloyd's subsequent order, delivered with unwavering resolve, spoke volumes of his dedication. His heartfelt gratitude, though initially masked, eventually clarified, leaving Javier fully aware of Lloyd's earnest appreciation. Overwhelmed by the unidentified messenger's effusive praise, which spoke of his very heart and soul, Lloyd Frontera abruptly cut off the torrent of compliments. Annoyed by the messenger's boisterous delivery, he angrily silenced it, dismissing the translation as utter nonsense. Javier, witnessing this sudden outburst, voiced concern over Lloyd's apparent distress. Undeterred, the messenger continued, relaying news of Lloyd's burgeoning reputation as an engineer, the spreading rumors surrounding his waterworks project, and the certainty of his name's place in history. As a reward for this achievement, a bonus of 600 Rp was credited. Driven by dreams of financial security and a comfortable retirement, Lloyd Frontera's journey to Cremo commenced. His unpredictable temperament, however, was a source of concern for Javier, who questioned his sanity amidst erratic shifts between anger and mirth. Lloyd himself recognized the volatility, attributing it to perplexing messages from an unidentified source. The arduous trek to Cremo stretched into the winter months, delaying their arrival until the heart of the season. Upon meeting Count Cremo, Lloyd, with the aid of a translator, offered his formal greetings, introducing himself as a member of the Frontera family. Count Cremo's reaction was one of considerable amusement, his laughter echoing the stark contrast between Lloyd's actual demeanor and the Count's prior expectations. Count Cremo, bestowing a compliment, declared Lloyd Frontera the noblest of nobles, even hinting at royal lineage. Lloyd's amusement manifested in unrestrained laughter. Javier, however, interpreted this mirth as insolence, delivering a sharp rebuke. Lloyd, finding Javier's indignant expression incredibly funny, laughed even harder. He recognized his actions had caused offense, though the situation remained highly entertaining to him. A seemingly sincere apology from Javier regarding Lloyd Frontera's appearance was met with Lloyd's acceptance. However, the moment dissolved into good-natured ribbing, Javier playfully blaming Lloyd's visage for the prior misunderstanding while issuing a light-hearted threat. Lloyd, his patience wearing thin, countered with a pointed remark, attributing part of the blame for the teasing to Javier himself. His frustration escalating, Lloyd sharply rebuked Javier, demanding an end to the playful torment. The narrative then shifted, introducing Count Cremo, a figure of significant influence in the city of commerce and leader of the Knight of Blood and Iron. A sudden glimpse into Javier's past revealed his actions as a wanted criminal. The beheading of two moneylenders, Shiloh and Meatloaf, led to his flight. His evasion ended with his capture by Count Cremo, a pivotal moment in which the Count, despite Javier's heinous crimes, recognized an underlying strength of character and integrity. Count Cremo, a benefactor of Javier in years past, listened as Lloyd Frontera proposed a peculiar purchase, a vast quantity of jewels. Lloyd intended to adorn a sea-bound statue, a plan that drew a bewildered exclamation from the Count. The explanation for Lloyd's unusual request followed swiftly. Cremo's trade was suffering, a consequence of a gigaton lurking near the port. Though the colossal beast had caused no direct harm, its presence instilled fear, crippling commercial activity. Lost in thought, Lloyd Frontera relived a past encounter with the gigaton. He remembered reading accounts of its invulnerability in water, rendering even the Navy powerless. The Count's subsequent crisis flashed before his mind's eye. Lloyd recalled wondering if Javier would intervene. Then, the gigaton's surprisingly abrupt defeat surfaced in his memory, a swift conclusion after an extensive baiting strategy, leaving him feeling the narrative lacked a satisfying resolution. Initially believing he possessed complete knowledge of the location, Lloyd now realized the incomplete nature of his understanding, even as previously unknown elements continued to unfold. His extensive research, undertaken to expel the monstrous creature, culminated in a crucial discovery: the identity of the sea's mightiest rulers. Lloyd Frontera's mind raced. The gigaton, he mused, was terrified of anything resembling mermaids. He'd envisioned a colossal mermaid statue, erected within the sea, a fearsome deterrent. However, this audacious plan was quickly abandoned. Constructing such a monument would require raising the seabed, leaving insufficient depth for the necessary vessels. The practicality of the scheme crumbled under its own weight. Javier offered reassurance, and Lloyd, dismissing his earlier strategy, declared his intention to keep a promise: he would purchase the jewels. Count Cremo, it was strongly implied, refused to let Lloyd Frontera suffer another setback, a clear reference to a prior, unsuccessful transaction. Lloyd directly questioned the seller's unwillingness to part with the treasure. The seller confirmed their willingness to sell, but at a considerable cost, adding the further stipulation that a statue would be erected in their honor. This construction, however, was subject to a crucial condition: the sea channel's water level must remain undisturbed. Frontera mentally wrestled with this problem, envisioning solutions involving friction piles and box caissons. A flash of insight revealed the solution: a masterful combination of these engineering techniques that would allow him to secure the treasure while satisfying the seller's demands. The seabed, remarkably flat, provided an unforeseen backdrop to Lloyd Frontera's equestrian endeavors. His attempt at horseback riding proved less than graceful, a struggle culminating in a dramatic tumble. A pained cry, "Gah! My face," escaped his lips as he hit the ground. Javier, witnessing the spectacle, first reacted with a startled "What?" before a darkly amused chuckle escaped him. "Oh. I'm sorry," he confessed, a hint of genuine mirth coloring his voice. "It's the first time that watching someone suffer has made me so happy." This unexpected outburst revealed a previously unseen layer to his relationship with Lloyd, a complex interplay of camaraderie and, perhaps, a touch of mischievous glee. Lloyd Frontera, attempting his first equestrian lesson, simultaneously wrestled with a far more ambitious undertaking. An unseen voice, likely Javier's, requested measurements and inquired about a contract, a query Lloyd swiftly brushed aside. His mind, a whirlwind of calculations, grappled with the visualization of a colossal structure ascending from the ocean floor. The sheer audacity of his design prompted internal debate. He acknowledged the seemingly miraculous nature of his proposed method, carefully sidestepping overt mention of magic while acknowledging its practical implications. The crux of his plan, the creation of cement, consumed his thoughts. He internally questioned the feasibility of producing it in his current location, before resolving that the methods of Roman cement making offered a viable path forward. Meanwhile, a playful warning about his footing, delivered with characteristic wit, underscored the remarkable ability of Lloyd to juggle complex mental tasks alongside a precarious physical one. A messenger, their face obscured, approached Lloyd Frontera, a hesitant query hanging in the air: "Are you Master Lloyd?" "Frontera," Following this, the individual declared their purpose, stating simply, "I have something I want to give you." The title Greatest Developer proclaimed Lloyd Frontera's prowess. Christine Cremo, daughter of Count Cremo, approached him, recounting a chance encounter in the mansion courtyard. She presented a letter, the contents of which, though initially baffling to Lloyd, it seemed to read, later proved to be a declaration of affection. Despite this romantic overture, Lloyd remained largely unmoved, his attention immediately shifting to the considerable challenges of securing the necessary components for his ongoing development project. Christine Cremo presented Lloyd Frontera with a love letter. He accepted it, seemingly unmoved by its romantic implications. Subsequent notes, concerning the scarcity of volcanic ash for his project, a mere 23% availability suggested a significant shortage, immediately captivated his attention. Deeply immersed in this challenge, he disregarded Christine's affections. This blatant oversight prompted a sharp rebuke from Christine, who expressed her irritation at his dismissive attitude, her words conveying her frustration at his apparent obliviousness to her feelings. Lloyd Frontera stood before Christine, her sharp words slicing through his bewildered silence. He'd tossed aside her love letter, dismissing it with a careless "Sir? Anna, what's wrong with that?" His nonchalance only fueled her frustration. She pressed him, questioning if he'd ever even received such a letter before. His expression remained inscrutable, a swirl of internal confusion evident in his subsequent reaction. Yet amidst this turmoil, a note arrived, bearing Javier's encouraging words, a simple yet powerful message of support: "Take strength, my lord. Javier sincerely wishes you the best," offering comfort amidst his struggles. Count Lloyd Frontera received a love letter from Christine Cremo, though his preoccupation with wealth, a fervent desire for riches, rendered him oblivious to its delivery. Christine, noticing his dismissive attitude, expressed alarm at his intense, almost predatory focus. He apologized for his rudeness, explaining his singular concentration on his work. Christine then reported on the acquisition of materials for his Roman cement project, noting success in gathering most items, but highlighting the significant challenges in obtaining volcanic ash. Lloyd recognized the critical role of this ash as a key component, reflecting on the superior strength and remarkable longevity of Roman cement, its structures still standing testament to its quality after 2 millennia. Confronted with the daunting prospect of a 6-month expedition to a volcano for the volcanic ash crucial to his Roman cement project, Lloyd Frontera made a decisive shift. The impracticality of such a delay became immediately clear to him, prompting an immediate change of course. He abandoned his original plan, opting instead for Plan 6, the creation of Portland cement. While possessing a rudimentary understanding of the Portland cement production process, he acknowledged a lack of precise knowledge. Undeterred, he resolved to pursue a course of rigorous experimentation, tirelessly testing various material combinations until a successful formula emerged. Frustration etched itself onto Lloyd Frontera's face as he examined sample 129, another failed attempt at achieving the perfect cement mixture. He believed he was on the verge of a breakthrough, needing only a minor adjustment to the mixing ratio. The drying process, however, remained a nagging concern. 4 more combinations would be tested, a methodical approach to the problem. His calculations indicated that exploring 12 different ratios would yield 48 possible combinations, a daunting, yet necessary, task to ensure success. This meticulous process, however, was abruptly halted by the unwelcome arrival of Podong. Lloyd, tersely, instructed Podong to take a walk, emphasizing his current preoccupation with the demanding task at hand. Christine Cremo approached Lloyd Frontera, a love letter clutched in her hand, but he angrily rebuffed her advances, barking, "Damn it. I told you I'm busy." The letter remained unread, its contents lost to the architect's preoccupied mind. His attention was wholly consumed by the escalating problems plaguing his cement project. The acquisition of volcanic ash, a vital ingredient, proved unexpectedly difficult, fueling Lloyd's growing frustration as he wrestled with setbacks and the mounting pressure of his ambitious undertaking. Grief washed over Lloyd Frontera, the last vestiges of his family fading into a poignant memory. He replayed moments in his mind, a missed opportunity for one final caress, an unspoken wish for more shared playtime. Regret gnawed at him. Yet, shifting his focus, he turned his attention to the fantastical creatures under his care, Padang or Bangul, perhaps both. His hands moved with gentle purpose, a display of compassion and affection for his companions, a balm to his sorrow. Lloyd Frontera toiled relentlessly, his focus unwavering. Then, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. He berated himself for his appalling conduct. His inner voice echoed with guilt, acknowledging the creature's diligent service and his own callous disregard, treating them as mere tools rather than the sentient beings they were. The realization of his folly struck him with the full force of his error. He was an utter fool, his regret profound. Finally, a compassionate gaze fell upon his creatures, a clear shift in his demeanor. Christine Cremo presented Lloyd Frontera with a love letter. He read it, his response entirely missing its romantic subtext. Lloyd expressed heartfelt thanks, likely for assistance with his cement project, rather than the letter's sentiment. His dedication to his fantastical creatures was evident, as they registered his earnest feelings. The creature's status with Lloyd was clearly master-servant, as shown on the game interface. This relationship deepened, an upgrade option for them appeared. Lloyd selected Bangul for the upgrade, bestowing upon him the formidable abilities of chomping dirt, accelerated dirt digestion, steel dung launcher, and volcanic blast. Lloyd Frontera stared, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, as a notification blazed across his screen, a previously unknown game mechanic, the ability to imbue his fantastical creatures with new skills. The names Hamung, Padang, and Bangul flashed before him, a roster of his companions. A thoughtful pause followed as he weighed his options, murmuring to himself about the potential uses for any added ability, before finally, and seemingly with a shrug of acceptance, he selected Bangul for the enhancement. With his choice made, the game whirred into action, activating the upgrade and bestowing upon Bangul its mysterious new capabilities. The triumphant ascension of Bangul to a higher level was met with unrestrained joy from Lloyd Frontera. A digital notification confirmed the upgrade, a crisp +1 illuminating the screen, alongside a list of newly acquired skills, chomping dirt, accelerated dirt digestion, and steel dung launcher, all achieving level 3 proficiency. Most importantly, however, a level 1 volcanic blast skill appeared, its fiery visual representation promising great utility in Lloyd's ongoing cement project. "That's awesome," he exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In the bustling commercial hub of Cremo, the narrative unfolded, proclaiming Lloyd Frontera's project the greatest. However, this accolade was immediately countered with a decisive no, hinting at a challenge to his claim, perhaps born from envy of his considerable success. The city itself, Cremo, the city of commerce, served as a vibrant backdrop to his achievement. Following this confrontation, a series of visual events, unreadable text and blank frames, unfurled, likely portraying the culmination of the sea platform's construction and the ensuing celebrations. The volcanic ash, a formidable obstacle to the sea platform's construction, vanished in a brilliant blast of Bangul's power. Lloyd Frontera, exhilarated by the result, exclaimed his triumph at the sight of the genuine volcanic ash now scattered far and wide. A booming laugh followed, as he excitedly drew Javier's attention to the now cleared area, proclaiming it a magnificent gift. The sudden, powerful explosion startled Javier, eliciting a sharp "Hey," quickly followed by an exasperated "Have you gone deaf?" though the temporary deafness was clearly implied, not literal. Lloyd, instantly contrite, offered an apology for neglecting to warn his companion to cover his ears. Javier, however, responded with playful sarcasm, his retort, "Not as ugly asu," revealing his hearing was perfectly intact. Lloyd, picking up on this light-hearted jab, confirmed Javier's auditory capacity with a question, "You can hear me, can't you?" Time was of the essence. Lloyd Frontera, overseeing the ambitious sea platform project, barked the order to commence work. The initial phase, he explained, involved constructing and installing a colossal filter, a structure he humorously referred to as a diaper, to cleanse the area of volcanic ash. This immense filter boasted 5 layers of mesh, designed to trap even the finest particles. The filter's assembly, a flurry of activity by unseen hands, quickly followed. With the filter in place, Lloyd then unleashed Bangle's volcanic power, a targeted blast that efficiently swept away the remaining ash, leaving the construction site ready for the next stage. Lloyd Frontera, with a cry of "one more time. It's gonna blow," unleashed Bangle, clearing away the volcanic ash that had hampered progress. An observer, witnessing this unconventional engineering feat and the accompanying summoning, remarked on Lloyd's unique methods and abilities, noting they were unlike anything he'd encountered. Intrigued, the onlooker resolved to maintain close surveillance of the project, intending to submit a comprehensive report of their findings to King Alicia. The observer further pondered the potential strategic misstep of confining Lloyd to the remote Cremo region if the circulating accounts of his talents proved accurate. Meanwhile, Lloyd formulated his next move, resolving to utilize Hmong's singular power to swiftly dewater the crucial caisson. The foreman, Lloyd Frontera, guided his crew in lining the caisson's base with friction posts. Javier Azrahan approached, inquiring about the delayed delivery of additional posts. Lloyd assured him the delay was only temporary, the workers diligently striving to meet the deadline. From his vantage point, Lloyd surveyed the partially completed structure, his gaze lingering on the ongoing progress. A thoughtful expression settled on his face, reflecting perhaps his satisfaction with the work, or hinting at the challenges yet to come. Lloyd Frontera, the focus of attention, conversed with his night escort, Javier, a seemingly reluctant participant. Javier grumbled about his duties, questioning why he, a knight, should be involved in such labor. Lloyd, however, playfully asserted his authority, reminding Javier of his role as his escort. The narrative then shifted to show the populace relying on Javier's protection, a testament to the positive impact Lloyd's sea platform construction had on the community. A civilian's plea for help, a desperate request for protection of his family, underscored this positive influence. Internally, Lloyd viewed his interactions with Javier as ongoing training, a playful mentorship. He mentally prepared to utilize Bangle's unique abilities in the final construction phase, his excitement evident in his internal monologue. Finally, with a sense of satisfaction, Lloyd envisioned the culmination of his efforts, the pouring of the cement, marking the near completion of the long-awaited sea platform. The caisson dismantling neared its end, leaving Lloyd Frontera to survey his nearly finished sea platform. He observed the concrete, knowing only the hardening process remained before completion. 50 centimeters above the high tide mark, the platform stood proudly. A whimsical idea struck him: a mermaid statue, perched atop the structure, would create the illusion of it floating on the water. However, this suggestion met with immediate doubt from a nearby individual, likely the client or his supervisor, who questioned the foundation's capacity to bear the added weight. The individual's apprehension was quickly followed by an assurance of fair compensation should the project prove successful. The weight of his stiff, uncomfortable aristocratic garments pressed upon Lloyd Frontera. He found himself amidst the celebratory throng marking the sea platform's completion, a stark contrast to his usual attire. A voice, unfamiliar yet laced with surprise and admiration, cut through the festive murmur. "Oh, well, it's been a while," it remarked, followed swiftly by a compliment on his strikingly sharp appearance. A throng converged, their gaze fixed on Lloyd Frontera. A voice boomed, crediting him with the sea platform's triumphant completion, showering him with praise for his prowess. An admirer, captivated by Lloyd's presence and abilities, sought a handshake. Internally, Lloyd remained unaffected by the adulation, his thoughts revealing a preference for financial reward over accolades. A voice, laced with envy and irritation, abruptly interrupted the celebratory atmosphere, demanding Lloyd's departure with a string of frustrated exclamations. Javier Azrahan, observing the spectacle from a distance, found amusement in the predictable rage, a bemused reaction to the outburst. Finally, a murmur of surprise rippled through the crowd at the revelation that Lloyd was no mere servant, a testament to the elevated social position his achievement had secured. From atop the newly finished sea platform, Lloyd Frontera surveyed his accomplishment, a silent "it's finished" echoing in his mind. The sheer scale of the project, the hurdles conquered, were palpable. Javier's arrival broke the quiet contemplation, his admiration, "Amazing, my lord. The sea platform is magnificent," was sincere. Lloyd, ever modest, chuckled, playfully crediting his summoned beings, claiming, "Bah, it was nothing. Bangool did most of the work with his volcanic blasting. Hamong deserves a medal for draining the caisson." Javier's laughter followed, a testament to the shared humor. Lloyd then gazed towards the king's statue, its future prominence from this vantage point underscoring the project's importance to the kingdom. "Imagine," he mused, "the king's statue will look even more majestic from here." His gaze drifted to the sea, his thoughts turning towards the king's potential future endeavors and the opportunities this success now offered. "I wonder what His Majesty will request next," he pondered. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lloyd and Javier stood together, their silhouettes stark against the fiery sky, a powerful symbol of their collaborative triumph and the dawn of new possibilities. The colossal sea platform, a testament to Lloyd Frontera's engineering brilliance, stood revealed. A thunderous roar of approval erupted from the assembled crowd. Standing proudly atop his creation, Lloyd internally acknowledged the project's completion with a quiet, "Finally, it's done." Javier hurried towards him, his relief palpable. "My lord, it's magnificent," he exclaimed. Lloyd responded with a playful smile, "Magnificent indeed, Javier. You look like you might faint from relief." His gaze swept across the cheering throng, absorbing the admiration. The magnitude of his accomplishment and its positive impact filled his thoughts. Time to write that report to King Elisha. The statue of King Elisha, visible from the platform, served as a stark reminder of the connection to the royal court. Even amidst the jubilant celebration, a subtle acknowledgement of future challenges flickered in Lloyd's eyes, and then comes the next, bigger challenge. But for now, a well-deserved rest beckoned, but first, a good long rest. A satisfied Lloyd Frontera surveyed the vast sea platform, its imposing form stretching far into the ocean. A wave of accomplishment washed over him, the structure surpassed even his ambitious vision. Javier approached, his voice filled with awe at the scale of the undertaking, remarking on how perfectly the king's statue would grace the platform. Lloyd chuckled, playfully nudging his companion while boasting, with a hint of self-satisfaction, about his engineering expertise. Privately, however, he acknowledged the crucial contributions of Bangool and Hamong, though he internally mused on the considerable challenges of coordinating their efforts and the unexpectedly arduous task of clearing the volcanic ash. His gaze then drifted towards the horizon, his thoughts turning to the upcoming report to King Elisha and the possibility of advancement. A confident smile played on his lips. This magnificent achievement was merely the first step on a path brimming with future endeavors. Chaos reigned at Baron Lloyd Frontera's estate. The imminent arrival of a gigaton spurred a frantic evacuation, people scrambling to salvage belongings amidst a storm of fear. Lloyd, however, remained steadfast, a picture of calm authority amidst the pandemonium. He decisively rejected a proposed course of action, his firm no a testament to his resolute decision-making under extreme pressure. The evacuation continued, a whirlwind of activity and hurried movements, reflecting the escalating urgency of the situation. While the effort was immense, some aspects clearly lagged, underscoring the sheer scale of the impending catastrophe. The relentless flurry of action, devoid of dialogue, painted a stark picture of the desperate race against time. The final moments showcased the ongoing struggle, a visual testament to the monumental task of saving everyone and everything before the monstrous threat descended. The lingering image served as an ominous harbinger of the gigaton's imminent arrival. Baron Lloyd Frontera stood motionless, his stillness prompting an unseen voice to compare him to a statue. The voice, however, quickly clarified that the comparison was far from complimentary. Frustration colored the unseen speaker's tone as their words went unanswered. Then, a subtle shift in Lloyd's demeanor signaled a change. A sensory awareness prompted him to declare the approach of an unseen threat. Genovan relayed the Gigatoton's astonishing speed to Baron Lloyd Frontera and his company, though he confessed uncertainty regarding its precise dimensions. Lloyd, seeking clarification, pressed Genovan for a size estimate. Genovan began his assessment, but the information was incomplete. Lloyd's internal reaction, a startled and undoubtedly worried, "Goodness gracious," betrayed his concern. The narrative began with a fragmented word, perhaps party, hinting at a prior disruption. Baron Lloyd Frontera, however, swiftly transitioned to the looming threat. The Gigatoton's approach prompted an immediate evacuation order. A subordinate confirmed the command. Baron Frontera then inquired about any unusual maritime activity, receiving a negative report from a subordinate. His internal reflection acknowledged the exceptional senses of Genovan and Javier, highlighting Javier's superior acuity, and expressing a strategic concern over how to best utilize Javier's abilities during the evacuation. Finally, the Baron, attempting to instill confidence, pointed out the Gigatoton's unusual proximity and the historical infrequency of sudden attacks. Javier Azrahan, a figure consumed by a burgeoning unease, felt the prickle of an unseen threat. A nascent fear, symbolized by the incomplete thought, maybe, snaked through his mind. Cryptic, uninterpretable visual cues further fueled his apprehension, though their exact meaning remained elusive. He voiced his bewilderment. "I do not know why they are saying these things," a confession of confusion regarding the origin of his disquiet. Yet, a deep-seated intuition, a trust in his sharpened senses, superseded his doubts. A final, fragmented word, an apt, hinted at a lingering question about the nature of this looming danger, a question mirroring the uncertainty that still clung to him, even as his instincts screamed of impending peril. Baron Lloyd Frontera bellowed, "Get moving! Hurry!" his voice cutting through the escalating pandemonium as he oversaw the frantic evacuation. A grim realization washed over him. The time remaining before the Gigatoton's arrival was far too short. The air crackled with a palpable tension, the surrounding chaos mirroring the unintelligible jumble of sounds, a testament to the pressure bearing down on everyone. With sharp precision, he barked orders, "Javier, take care of the anchor," entrusting the crucial task of securing the anchor to his subordinate. The desperate flight continued, a torrent of activity as individuals scrambled to escape the looming danger. Finally, a call for reinforcement pierced the din, "Padong! We need you," bringing the powerful Padong into the fray to face the approaching threat. The evacuation raged on, a whirlwind of motion against the backdrop of impending catastrophe. Amidst a whirlwind of frantic activity, Baron Lloyd Frontera surveyed the chaotic evacuation. Location and status updates flashed across the view, a jumble of urgent shorthand reflecting the escalating crisis. Panicked cries and shouts filled the air as Lloyd strived to impose order upon the terrified populace. A flurry of movement continued, the visual narrative conveying the urgency and scale of the looming threat. Critical decisions concerning evacuation strategy and resource allocation were made by the Baron, even without explicitly stated commands. His focus remained steadfast, preserving the safety of his people and securing essential assets dominated his unspoken thoughts. The emergency raged on, the chaos visually underscored, the weight of leadership pressing heavily upon him. Widespread panic and chaos reigned as a colossal Gigatoton approached Lloyd Frontera's estate. The urgency of the impending doom was palpable. Amidst the bedlam, Baron Frontera's voice cut through the terror, a sharp command ringing out, "Scatter yourselves." His words spurred the terrified populace into action. People began to flee, their panicked movements gradually organizing into a more structured evacuation under the Baron's unseen yet clearly effective direction. The report lacks sufficient detail to construct a narrative. Character names and descriptions were provided, but no actions or dialogue were recorded from panels 057 through 063. Therefore, a descriptive narrative cannot be generated. Amidst the pandemonium of a mass exodus, a cacophony of terrified shouts and cries filled the air. Baron Lloyd Frontera frantically orchestrated the evacuation. His urgent command, "Save all these people," sliced through the chaos, reflecting his desperate concern for the citizens' safety. Simultaneously, he summoned Hamong, a powerful entity, to confront the looming threat of the Gigataton. The summoning's effects were immediate and dramatic. The urgent cry, "Master Lloyd! The Gigataton is moving towards the city," sliced through the air. Chaos erupted as the evacuation commenced. A voice, laced with panic, shrieked at Lloyd, "That's why we have to run this way, you idiot. You want to fight that monster? Have you lost your mind?" Yet, amidst the pandemonium, the Baron remained unwavering, his composure unbroken as he continued to calmly orchestrate the city's escape. Chaos erupted, the air thick with shouts and the chilling cry of the sea monster. Lloyd Frontera, however, cut through the pandemonium. His voice, sharp and urgent, commanded his men to rescue the people struggling in the dangerously frigid waters. He didn't merely order, he joined the effort, extending a rope to the terrified victims. The rescue unfolded, hauling people to safety from the relentless waves. Yet, even amidst the life-saving struggle, Frontera's impatience flared. He berated his workers for their initial hesitation, their prioritization of profit over human life a clear source of his frustration. A silent conflict raged within him, the cold reality of jeopardized lives battling against a callous disregard for their plight. Lloyd Frontera faced his workers' blatant disregard for the city ravaged by a sea monster. Their callous prioritization of profit over human life was evident in their shouted declaration, "We came here to make money. We didn't come here to fight some sea monster and keep the peace." They further justified their inaction by pointing to the city's supposed self-sufficiency. "This city has an army and an artillery. It's got it all. They'll be just fine on their own." Despite this, Lloyd acted decisively, his ingenuity during the crisis earning him praise. His unwavering resolve, a refusal to abandon those in need, was noted. Someone, perhaps Javier, observed, "I saw a resolve to not give up." A subsequent judgment, possibly from Javier or a narrator, emphasized Lloyd's choice. "You didn't turn your back on those who were struggling. Undeterred by their selfish rationalization, we're busy with our own stuff. Why do we have to protect someone else? Running away is the rational thing to do." Lloyd's actions contrasted sharply with his workers' cowardly retreat. Javier's in-game favorability plummeted, 5 points vanished from the display, a digital testament to the deteriorating relationship with a key figure. Yet, the accompanying message reassured Lloyd, his role-playing points, currently at 1901, remained untouched. The young man pondered his actions, a silent acknowledgement of a path not taken, a stark contrast echoing in his internal monologue, "I could never do that." As he braced himself for a perilous return, a warning pierced the air. A bystander, likely one of his crew, shouted, "Hey! Stop trying to be a saint. If you go back, you'll be killed." A monstrous creature attacked the city, plunging its citizens into chaos and terror. Lloyd Frontera witnessed the devastation, a conflict raging within him between the potential financial ruin and his moral duty. His workers, fearful for the cargo and their own safety, refused to intervene, voicing their objections with shouts of alarm. Despite this, and the risk of incurring Javier's wrath, Lloyd overruled them, issuing a decisive command to Bangool to return and aid the endangered populace. Loyal to his employer, Bangool promptly obeyed, heading back into the fray. Lloyd made his choice, prioritizing the rescue over profit, even as he anticipated the severe fallout from his decision with Javier. A fragmented cry, possibly from a terrified victim, further underscored the urgent and desperate circumstances. Chaos reigned as a monstrous sea creature attacked, leaving onlookers stunned and whispering in disbelief. Lloyd Frontera's workers, however, remained stubbornly idle, their concern for profit outweighing the desperate cries of the endangered populace. Despite a personal struggle, Frontera resolutely ordered a rescue mission, silencing their objections. He dispatched Bangool back to the ravaged coastline. The ensuing rescue operation, though its details remain untold, ultimately resulted in a dip in Javier Azarhan's estimation of Lloyd's leadership. A monstrous creature emerged from the depths, its attack jeopardizing countless lives. Lloyd Frontera witnessed the unfolding catastrophe, his own workers refusing to intervene, their avarice trumping any sense of compassion. Torn between the bottom line and the desperate cries of the victims, a cacophony of noise and perhaps a guttural roar that spoke of death, Lloyd wrestled with his conscience. Ultimately, he chose to act, disregarding the potential financial repercussions. He dispatched Bangul back to the scene, initiating a frantic rescue operation amidst the chaos. This courageous, yet costly decision, resulted in a noticeable drop in Javier Azarhan's public approval. From a safe distance, Lloyd Frontera watched the monstrous creature thrash in the waves, his workers paralyzed by fear of the potential damage to the city docks, their inaction a stark contrast to the desperate cries of the civilians being attacked. The thought of the exorbitant repair costs weighed heavily on his mind. He witnessed a mana blast impacting the beast, only to harmlessly recoil. The creature proved far more resilient than anticipated. The high cost of potential damage, and the resulting financial repercussions, clearly troubled him. Despite this internal struggle, a resolute command broke through his anxieties: Bangul, get back there and help those people. Lloyd's prioritization of human lives over fiscal concerns, though courageous, unfortunately resulted in a decline in Javier Azarhan's estimation of him. Chaos reigned as a monstrous sea creature ravaged the city, leaving a trail of devastation and casualties. Lloyd Frontera, witnessing the unfolding catastrophe, wrestled with a tempestuous internal struggle, the lure of profit warred with the urgent need to save lives, a conflict threatening both his reputation and Javier's favor. His workers, blinded by self-preservation and the pursuit of profit, initially refused to assist the suffering populace, their inaction speaking volumes. Yet, Lloyd, defying their selfish indifference, commanded Bangul back into the heart of the calamity to aid the civilians. Undeterred by the mortal peril, Lloyd himself plunged into the fray, his resolve hardening into action. A sudden, terrifying lunge from the sea monster narrowly missed him, the near miss punctuated by his desperate cry, "I can't dodge this." The scene concluded with Lloyd remaining locked in a perilous struggle against the unrelenting beast, his fate hanging precariously in the balance. From afar, Lloyd Frontera witnessed the monstrous chaos unfolding in the churning waters, his own workers paralyzed by inaction, their concern for profit outweighing the desperate cries of the attacked civilians. A fierce internal struggle gripped him, the potential damage to his standing with Javier, the risk to his enterprise, warred with the urgent need to save lives. He wrestled with the looming threat of negative press, a setback he knew he might never fully overcome. Yet, the sight of the suffering spurred him to action. With a defiant shout, a passionate rejection of inaction and fear of death, he resolved to intervene. His decision made, Lloyd immediately dispatched Bangul back to the scene, ordering him to join the rescue effort. Lloyd Frontera witnessed the sea monster's devastation, his internal monologue revealing a stark awareness of his limitations. He lacked the combat skills to directly engage the beast, his resources were purely construction-based. Overwhelmed by the catastrophe, he acknowledged his own humanity, his empathy aching for the suffering inflicted upon the city and its people. The thought of abandoning the city to its fate proved unbearable. Ultimately, a firm resolve settled upon him: he would return, defying his personal limitations, likely summoning his workers to join the effort. The ravaged aftermath of the sea monster's assault unfolded before Lloyd Frontera. He weighed the risk to his reputation, the potential further displeasure of Javier, against the urgent need for rescue. A firm decision made, he barked the command, "Let's head back, Bangul." The subsequent visuals hinted at a frantic return to the ravaged location, the sounds of a hurried exchange, possibly about the catastrophe or an argument fueled by frustration, filling the air as the narrative continued. Lloyd Frontera, initially hesitant due to the potential financial repercussions, witnessed the sea monster's savage assault. The risk to his business weighed heavily on him, however, a careful observation led him to a crucial realization: the creature's vulnerability lay in its eyes. This epiphany spurred him into action, dismissing his earlier reservations. He immediately rallied his crew, likely including Bangul, and prepared the necessary equipment for a targeted assault against the monster's weak point. The monstrous creature ravaged the city, sowing chaos and fear. Lloyd Frontera, witnessing the devastation firsthand, observed his workers' hesitation, their concerns for their resources and the potential impact on their cash flow outweighing the plight of the imperiled citizens. Internally, a conflict raged within him. The weight of profit versus the lives of his people pressed heavily upon his soul. Yet, despite the looming financial repercussions and the disapproval of Javier Azarjan, a resolute decision formed within him. With a decisive command, something akin to save them, he ordered a rescue mission. Bangul, receiving these instructions, immediately began preparations to return to the stricken area. The aftermath, however, proved harsh. A furious outburst, "How dare you mess with my cash flow," echoed through the air, a testament to the immediate and severe financial consequences of Lloyd's selfless act. From his office window, Lloyd Frontera watched the monstrous wave crash down upon the docks, the ensuing chaos a stark contrast to the usual bustling activity. A wave of concern washed over him, though initially overshadowed by the chilling thought of the damage to his mining operation. His workers voiced their apprehension, their words painting a grim picture of utter financial ruin. The Baron grappled with this internal conflict. The potential loss of profit clashed violently with the desperate cries of the trapped civilians. Yet, despite the looming displeasure of Javier Azarjan, he steeled his resolve. With a decisive command, he dispatched Bangul to organize an immediate rescue effort. Bangul, recognizing the urgency in his superior's tone, immediately set about assembling a rescue party. Lloyd, observing the unfolding rescue from afar, bore the weight of his decision. The potential financial repercussions, and Javier's certain wrath, were a heavy price to pay, but a price he deemed necessary. The clash commenced with a monstrous creature dominating the battlefield. Baron Lloyd Frontera, keenly observing the beast, issued commands to his team, rejecting a previous maneuver with a curt no. Subsequent attacks proved fruitless, the creature's defenses holding firm against their assaults. Javier, attempting a mana-infused strike, found his efforts similarly thwarted, his frustrated exclamation, "Impossible. I can't get through here either," echoing the team's mounting desperation. Baron Lloyd Frontera, initially facing defeat as his team's mana attacks proved useless against the formidable beast, reassessed the dire situation. His internal doubt gave way to a revised strategy, born from his return, a plan conceived a mere 2.5 minutes before. He barked orders to Podong, ensuring they navigated the creature's blind spots, remaining undetected. Javier, then, expertly executed the refined tactic, resulting in the creature's downfall. The exact method remains unclear, but the decisive victory confirmed its effectiveness. Baron Lloyd Frontera watched as Javier Azarjan's mana blasts harmlessly bounced off the monstrous creature. The attack's futility sparked a question in the Baron's mind. What, precisely, was this being composed of? A sudden revelation illuminated his thoughts, a potential weakness. A flurry of activity ensued as he, Javier, and Podong communicated urgently, coordinating their efforts around the creature's movements. Lloyd pinpointed a vulnerable area, and a plan, born from his insight, began its execution. Baron Lloyd Frontera led his team into a fierce confrontation with a colossal beast. Javier Azarjan unleashed a barrage of mana blasts, yet the creature remained unyielding. A swift lunge forced the team into a desperate evasion. Podong skillfully navigated the chaos, remaining unseen. Lloyd, however, remained observant, his gaze piercing the creature's formidable form. He silently deduced its composition, a blend of dentin and chitin, a revelation confirmed by the beast's distinctive horn. A triumphant thought flashed through his mind: even living beings are ultimately composed of substances, therefore vulnerable to analysis. The discovery of this weakness solidified Lloyd's strategic advantage, painting a path to victory for his embattled squad. The creature, a mixture of dentin and chitin, was now demonstrably vulnerable. Baron Lloyd Frontera, scrutinizing the creature's formidable defense, observed a meter of solid, triple-layered honeycomb armor. He detailed its molecular structure, explaining the incredibly tight weave of the 3 distinct layers. A gasp of awe rippled through his team. The armor's advanced, state-of-the-art construction was undeniable. Baron Lloyd Frontera, keenly watching the creature's assault, noted the energy accumulating within its hollow horn before each devastating release. He barked a command to his team, urgently instructing them to sever the horn. Activating a simulation, Lloyd pinpointed a vulnerability, a water sac crucial to the beast's hydraulic claw. With precise articulation, he outlined a tactical maneuver. A focused mana blast aimed at that specific weak point would be the key to victory. Baron Lloyd Frontera, brimming with assurance, declared their victory was within reach. The ensuing struggle was a maelstrom of chaotic movement and deafening noise. The creature lashed out relentlessly. A brief lull followed the initial fury. Observing Javier's increasingly desperate and ineffective attacks, Lloyd sharply rebuked the young man's loss of composure. Quickly adapting to the situation, the Baron identified the creature's vulnerable point and barked a decisive order: strike at its horn, to sever it. The battle against the formidable creature began. Javier's initial mana blasts proved futile against its formidable defenses. Baron Lloyd Frontera, observing the creature intently, mentally dissected its weaknesses, his concentration evident in his focused gaze. Meanwhile, Podong moved with calculated grace, skillfully maneuvering to create an advantageous position. Lloyd then issued a precise command to Javier, directing him to employ the high-frequency mana chainsaw, exploiting a previously identified vulnerability. Following his Baron's orders, Javier expertly severed the creature's horn with a swift, decisive cut. A nearby ally's unspoken affirmation underscored Lloyd's strategic brilliance and unwavering leadership, showcasing his ability to not only conceive a winning plan but also to expertly guide his team to victory. A roar, H-E-Y-A-A, ripped through the air as Javier launched himself into the fray. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his voice sharp and urgent, countered the warrior's enthusiasm. Javier, even though the horn is hollow, it won't be easy to cut. He stressed that raw power wouldn't suffice. The key wasn't brute force, but speed and precision. Circles aren't all about hitting it hard. Javier, clearly confused, pressed for specifics. Then what should I do? Lloyd's command was immediate: do it fast, even if it's weaker. Lightning quick. Javier, though understanding the objective, acknowledged the challenge, murmuring, that is easier said. The following moments were a blur of motion. The air vibrated with the furious rasp of Javier's mana chainsaw as he grappled with the Baron's unconventional strategy, his struggle evident in the strained effort of his movements. The sequence ended abruptly, the outcome of his attempt still shrouded in suspense. The fierce struggle against the formidable creature raged on. Javier's mana attacks, though relentless, proved ineffective against the beast's formidable defenses. Baron Lloyd Frontera, observing the ongoing conflict, formulated a strategy. Meanwhile, Podong cleverly positioned himself to lend support without drawing unwanted attention. Following Lloyd's instructions, Javier unleashed a high-frequency mana chainsaw, the weapon's whine a stark contrast to the creature's roars. The chainsaw's vibrations tore into the creature's defenses, visibly weakening it. The success of the operation was evident. Lloyd's initial doubt gave way to quiet satisfaction, a silent confirmation of his insightful plan. Baron Lloyd Frontera, watching the fray unfold, felt a quiet certainty. He knew Javier could execute the crucial strike. Javier's initial mana blasts, however, proved insufficient against the resilient creature. Following Lloyd's orders, Podong swiftly intervened, offering crucial assistance to turn the tide of battle. Then, wielding a high-frequency mana chainsaw, Javier precisely severed the creature's horn, a decisive blow that brought the monstrous foe to its knees. The struggle ceased, the beast was vanquished. A colossal beast dominated the battlefield, its furious assault underway. Baron Lloyd Frontera, keenly observing the creature's relentless attacks, identified a chink in its formidable armor, a vulnerable area between its middle legs, extending from tail to head at a precise angle. With a sharp cry, he urgently instructed Javier, strike the area directly between its middle legs, from its tail toward its head, aim at an angle. He underscored the peril, warning Javier that a misplaced mana blast risked a devastating counterattack. Meanwhile, Padong skillfully maneuvered the battle group, their movements designed to evade the creature's wrath. Chaos reigned as Baron Lloyd Frontera's team engaged a formidable beast. Amidst the ongoing struggle, the Baron's voice cut through the din, a curt affirmation: construction repayments would not be delayed. Javier unleashed a barrage of mana blasts, yet they proved insufficient to subdue the creature. Lloyd, however, had already formulated a strategy, identifying the creature's horn as a crucial weakness. Following his command, Javier wielded a high-frequency mana chainsaw, cleanly severing the horn. The creature, its primary weapon gone, was either vanquished or gravely weakened, its threat neutralized, likely aided by Padong's skillful maneuvering that facilitated Javier's decisive strike. Baron Lloyd Frontera, his gaze fixed on the formidable beast, internally strategized. Direct attacks were futile, the creature's hide was impervious. His focus shifted to the horn. Frequency analysis had revealed a critical resonance point. Javier, he commanded, deploy the high-frequency mana chainsaw. Target the horn. Padong, provide cover. Javier, wrestling with the chainsaw's activation against the creature's disruptive magic, prepared the weapon. With practiced skill, Padong expertly positioned the team, concealing them from the creature's sight while maintaining range. Then, a powerful blast erupted as Javier unleashed the chainsaw, cleanly severing the horn. A pained roar shook the air as the creature's movements faltered, its defeat now inevitable.